47. Qin Pingon and Ning Yao parted ways at the 12-legged memorial archway. Qin Pingon went to Clay Bottle Alley and knocked on the door. Song Jisun, are you home? The girl who was scooping up a ladle of water with a gourd in the kitchen burped repeatedly. After drinking the water, she immediately felt refreshed. She put down the ladle and slowly walked out of the kitchen. She ran to open the courtyard door and felt a little strange. She still replied in a methodical manner, "My young master is not home." "Qin Pingon, why are you knocking on the door? Didn't you always stand in your courtyard and chat with us?" Qin Pingon said across the courtyard door, "I have something to do." After GQ opened the door, she joked, "What a rare guest." She looked at Qin Pingon's expression and asked, "Why are you looking for my young master? If you're not in a hurry, I can help you pass a message. If you're in a hurry, you'll have to go to the manufacturing supervision office to find someone. You've seen it with your own eyes before. My young master has a good relationship with the new manufacturing supervision office." She found that Qin Pingon's feet were rooted to the ground. She rolled her eyes and said, "Come in, why are you standing there in a daze? Is my house a dragon's pool or a tiger's den? Or do I have to charge you one tael to drink water?" Speaking of this, the girl covered her mouth and giggled. "For you, the latter must be more terrifying." Qin Pingon pulled the corner of his mouth and forced a smile. He said softly, "Actually, I'm here to look for you. I shouted like that before because I was afraid that Song Jisun would misunderstand." GQ smiled knowingly and asked, "Then tell me what's the matter. I'll say the ugly words first. Neighbors are neighbors, friendship is friendship, but I'm just a little maid living under someone else's roof in Clay Bottle Alley. I can't do anything and can't help much. However, if you, Qin Pingon, want to borrow money, the problem can be solved with money. You're lucky. I have a little idea." Qin Pingon smiled bitterly. "It's really about money. I'll be frank with you. Xianxia was severely injured by someone at the covered bridge. The old shopkeeper of the Yang family's shop went to take a look, but he couldn't do anything about it." GQ looked confused. "Why haven't I heard about this? Who did Xianxia offend?" Qin Pingon said helplessly, "He's a foreigner from a place called Xingyang Mountain." GQ asked tentatively, "So you want to use your connections to find a good place for Xianxia to be buried? This is not difficult. I can ask my young master to speak to the supervising officer, and then let the Yamen office steward and gatekeeper step forward to invite old Fart Wei to find a place. As long as it is not a mountain in a forbidden area of the imperial court, it should not be difficult." Qin Pingon's face, which was already dark, became even darker. GQ also realized that she was thinking wrongly. She habitually bared her teeth, revealing her snow-white and neat teeth. She leaned against the spring festival couplets on the wall, tilted her head and smiled playfully. She asked, "Qin Pingon, you want me to repay you for saving my life? But I'm just a maid. Even the old shopkeeper of the Yang family's shop couldn't do anything. What can I do?" Qin Pingon struggled for a while, then slowly said, "Wang Zhu, I know you are not an ordinary person. That year when I saw you at the door of my house, I knew you were different from us. Later, you were also the first person to see that the snake gallstone was not ordinary. Now that I think about it, the way you looked at us, your neighbors, was no different from how those foreigners look at us." The young girl grinned. "Actually, there is. I don't only look at you mortals, I also look down on those immortal cultivators." However, GQ didn't say this out loud. Some principles to her were right and proper, but to others they were arrogant and unruly. Qin Pingon asked, "I came to you because I wanted to ask if there was a chance to save Xianxia. I used a locust tree leaf, and at that time I could only barely keep Xianxia alive. Although it wasn't very useful, at least it was useful. So I wanted to ask if you have any locust tree leaves, especially extra locust tree leaves." The young girl pointed at her own nose and asked, "Are you asking if my family's young master Song Jisun has locust tree leaves, or me, a little maid without parents?" Qin Pingon stared at the young girl and said bluntly, "Even if Song Jisun has them, he won't give them to me. I'm asking you, Wang Zhu. If you have them, are you willing to lend them to me? If you don't, do you know any other ways to save Xianxia?" The young girl, who was always called Wang Zhu, rubbed her chin with one hand and patted her abdomen with the other. She shook her head and said, "No, I really don't. I'm not lying to you. If you had come earlier, maybe there would have been a few locust tree leaves left. As for other ways, of course I don't have them. I'm not an immortal, so how would I know how to bring someone back to life, right? Qin Pingon, you can't force me. Lass, I was wrong about you. I thought you were different from them, not the kind of person who would force others to repay their kindness. Qin Pingon still didn't give up. You really don't have them? Whether or not I can do it, you can tell me. GQ shook her head and said firmly, in any case, I don't have them. Qin Pingon smiled. I know. The teenager turned and left. His thin figure quickly disappeared from Clay Bottle Alley. The young girl stood in the alley in front of her house, looking at the back of the teenager who was gradually disappearing. Her expression was complicated, with a trace of sadness for his misfortune and anger for his failure to fight. She said angrily, you squandered the locust tree leaves that were hard to get? Then you can die with Lu Xianyang. Anyway, the sooner you die, the sooner you can reincarnate. If you're lucky, you can continue to be a fellow sufferer in your next life. It's better than those pitiful creatures who don't even have a next life. The young girl walked back to the courtyard. When she crossed the threshold, she accidentally burped again and sneered, I'm a little full. She suddenly sped up and rushed forward, stomping heavily on the ground. Then she slowly squatted down and stared at the khaki-colored four-legged snake with horns on its head. She reprimanded, it's not difficult to return what you borrowed. You 5 little beasts, if you dare to go back on your words in the future, I'll skin you alive and stew you. The four-legged snake under the maidservant's feet struggled with all its might and made a slight hiss, as if it was begging for mercy. After Qin Pingon left Clay Bottle Alley, he ran all the way to the school. However, he was told by an old man who was in charge of cleaning the school that Mr. Qi had gone to the mountains outside the town with 3 foreign guests yesterday. He said that he was going to explore the secluded and strange places, and that it would take at least 3 days to go back and forth. Qin Pingon was disappointed. When he turned to leave, the old man with the broom suddenly remembered something. He stopped the teenager and said, by the way, before Mr. Qi left, he told me that if someone was looking for him in Clay Bottle Alley, I should tell that teenager. He had already said the reason. Whether he was in the school today or not, the result would not change. The teenager seemed to have known the result. His eyes were dim. Stagnant water rippled slightly, lifeless. But the teenager still bowed and thanked the old man. Thank you, sir. The old man quickly moved a few steps away and stood aside. He waved his hand and smiled. I don't deserve to be called sir. The old man watched the teenager slowly leave. After walking for a while, he seemed to raise his arm and wipe his eyes. The old man gently shook his head. He thought of his peers Song Jisun and Zhao Yao, who were about the same age as him. Then he looked at the teenager. His life experiences were worlds apart. It was true that some people were proud of their success while others were troubled. Qin Pingon went to Clay Bottle Alley and picked up the last bag of copper coins hidden in the clay pot. He took 3 bags of money and walked into Fulu Street to find the kiln supervisor's office. After hearing the introduction, the gatekeeper was a little confused. Song Jisun's neighbor in Clay Bottle Alley was looking for Song Jisun and the supervisor? Qin Pingon secretly handed him a gold copper coin that he had prepared in advance without saying anything. The gatekeeper looked down, weighed it in his hand and rubbed it with 2 fingers. He understood tacitly, but was not in a hurry to express his opinion. The teenager quickly handed over another gold coin. The gatekeeper smiled but did not take it. He said, since you're a sensible person, I'll be relieved to recommend you. Otherwise, if I lose this job because of you, I'll be a fool. Keep the copper coin in your hand first. If the steward agrees to let you enter the office, you can give it to me. If not, I can't help even if I want to. I'll just take it that this copper coin has no fate with me. What do you think? Qin Pingon nodded vigorously. Not long after, the old steward and the gatekeeper arrived together. The gatekeeper gave the teenager a look, hinting that he should not take out a copper coin at this time. Taking a bribe in public was not a small crime. Fortunately, the teenager did not do anything stupid. He only followed the steward to the back hall of the office. The gatekeeper sighed. He was a little confused. Why did the steward agree as soon as he heard that it was the teenager from Clay Bottle Alley? When did the threshold to enter the office become so low? The gatekeeper felt a little guilty. In fact, when he saw the steward just now, his words were both overtly and covertly advising the steward not to let the young man enter the yamen. However, he didn't say it directly. He believed that with the steward's many years of cultivation in the yamen, he would definitely be well aware of it. The young gatekeeper's original plan was to take a copper coin for free. He did not need to take any risks and he could take it with a clear conscience. Now he only hoped that the poor teenager was not a troublemaker. In the main hall of the back hall of the office, a tall man in a white robe sat on the main seat and drank tea. Song Jisun sat on the guest chair on the left. He played with a bamboo fan with one hand, opening and closing it repeatedly. He smiled at the teenager who was brought in. It was a stark contrast between the jet-black chair and the snow-white robe. The steward left. The man on the main seat put down his teacup and smiled at the teenager. Chin Pingon, sit anywhere you like. We have actually met in Clay Bottle Alley before. It's just that I didn't recognize you at that time. Otherwise, I would have greeted you long ago. Song Jisun found it a little funny. Only he knew that when this man referred to himself as I, it was obviously a little awkward. The teenager sat on the chair opposite Song Jisun. The man went straight to the point and asked, Chin Pingon, are you here because of Lu Xianyang's injury? The teenager stood up and said, I hope that Lord Song can punish the murderer of Xingyang Mountain severely and not just expel him. The man smiled. Actually, this town is a lawless place. It means that there are no imperial laws here. The supervising officer is already in an awkward position. He has no right to interfere with local affairs. Moreover, this town has always followed the principle of, if the people don't report, the officials won't investigate. Whether it's the killing of a servant in a big house or the beating of a servant in a small house, there's no custom of coming to the supervising office to complain. Therefore, Chin Pingon, you've brought a pig's head to the wrong temple and worshipped the wrong bodhisattva. The man's words and actions were pleasant. He did not have any arrogant attitude. Chin Pingon took out 3 bags of copper coins and placed them on the high stool beside the chair. Then he said to the man with a calm expression, Lord Song, I know you're very powerful. I want to know if you can save Lu Xianyang. Even if you can't save him, can you give him justice? Don't let the murderer kill him. As long as he leaves this town, everything will be fine. The man laughed. I'm very powerful? Did that black-clothed girl tell you that? Yes, it's obvious that she's very talented in martial arts. She's even better than your friend Lu Xianyang. To tell you the truth, I only know how to kill. I'm really not good at saving people. What's more, why should I break the 1,000-year-old rule of this place for the sake of a young man I've only met once? At this point, the man pointed at the 3 bags of copper coins. Without the treasured armor and sword scripture, Lu Xianyang's life is not worth this much money. As for buying my favor, this money is far from enough. I Dolly have a falling out with Xingyang Mountain just for 3 bags of money? It's absolutely impossible. If this spreads out, I'll be the laughing stock of the entire Eastern Aquarius continent. Chin Pingon, you may not understand this for the time being, but if you have a chance in the future you'll understand this is the truth. Chin Pingon gritted his teeth and said, Lord Song, can you tell me how I can help? Even if you think I can't do it, even if I die, Lord Song can tell me. The man did not feel that he had revealed any clues. A hint of surprise appeared in the eyes of this powerful vassal. He smiled and said, Chin Pingon, I'm not looking down on you or deliberately making things difficult for you. On the contrary, I think you're an interesting person. That's why I'm willing to spend time to reason with you and do business with you calmly. Do you understand? Chin Pingon nodded. Song Jisun's sitting posture was not elegant. He sat cross-legged on the chair and gently patted his knees with a folded fan. He watched the fire burning on the other side of the river and did not care if it had nothing to do with him. Song Zhangqiang did not care about Song Jisun's inattentiveness. In the small town, this vassal knew a lot of information, only losing to Qi Jingchun. He finally said, Chin Pingon, you don't have to be too guilty and mistakenly think that your friend died because of you, because Lu Xianyang has already been trapped in a deadlock. As long as this young man refuses to hand over the sword manual, it can only be a dead knot because Xingyang Mountain will definitely kill him. No one can stop Qi Jingchun or Master Wan. It's not that no one can beat the old ape, but the price to pay is too high. It's not worth it. The man took a sip of tea and said leisurely, Chin Pingon, have you ever thought about why even you who should not have received the blessing of the ancestors, got a locust tree leaf? Lu Xianyang's talent is so good, but he didn't get a locust tree leaf. Have you ever thought about this question? Chin Pingon said, Sorry to disturb you, Sir Song. The straw sandals teenager put away the 3 bags of copper coins and said goodbye to the supervisor in front of him. Although Song Zhangqiang did not ask him to stay, he actually stood up to see him off. Song Jisun was just about to stand up unwillingly when he saw the uncle shake his head slightly. He then sat back down and leaned comfortably on the back of the chair. When he reached the threshold, Song Jianqiang said without warning, "There are two things that I can do but I can't do. So if you can do one of them, I can consider helping you teach the old ape a lesson." The teenager quickly stopped and turned around with a solemn face. The man said indifferently, "One is to find an opportunity to kidnap the little girl of Xingyang Mountain who is with the old ape. You can disturb her mind and force the old ape to stay in the small town. The other thing is to secretly cut down the old locust tree at night and pull out the iron chain of the iron lock well. You can do both or you can do only one. If you do one thing, I'll help you seriously injure the murderer. If you do both, I'll kill the old ape of Xingyang Mountain for you." Song Jianqiang smiled and promised, "Since I've said it, I won't go back on my words." Then the powerful king of Dali said something inexplicable. "Qin Pingon, I believe you can sense the truth of this sentence." The teenager left silently. Song Chongjing didn't see or hear the youth beating his chest vigorously and spouting nonsense. Instead, he felt that it was normal. Standing at the door with his back facing Song Jisun, he asked, "You're closer to him. Do you think he'll do it?" Song Jisun shook his head and said, "It's hard to say. Under normal circumstances, it'll be very difficult for him to do something against his will. However, if it's for Lu Xianyang, it'll be a little difficult." The man stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Looking at the sky, he asked, "If the young man really brings a pleasant surprise, I'll take this opportunity to intervene. Regardless of whether it's forming a good relationship with Xingyang Mountain or forming an alliance with Wind and Thunder Garden, I'll only choose one. It's even inevitable that I'll incur a grudge with the other party. Compared to me standing idly by and allowing the Greatly to maintain a neutral relationship with these two forces, which outcome do you think is better for the Greatly?" Song Jisun stood up and patted the palm of his other hand with his folding fan. He paced slowly and said after thinking, "In times of peace I'll choose the latter. In times of chaos I'll choose the former." Then the teenager smiled and said, "Whether the world outside the small town is in times of peace or chaos, at least you've made your choice, uncle." Song Jianqiang sneered and said, "What can we do in times of peace? Do you want to be a peaceful dog that guards the house for scholars?" Song Jianqiang turned his head and looked at the teenager with a stiff expression. "I've already seen that this teenager is the real knot in your heart. Moreover, it'll be very difficult for you to resolve it in a short time. Once you leave the small town with this knot in your heart, it'll be detrimental to your future cultivation. Therefore, you'll be able to see with your own eyes how a pure teenager with a pure heart can become vicious and vulgar. When the time comes, you'll feel that it's meaningless to be angry with this kind of person." Song Jisun opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't refute anything. In the end he fell into deep thought. The man walked back into the house and sat on the main seat. He raised his head and drank all the tea in the cup. "Most importantly, I'm playing this boring little game not only to find a lame reason to fish in troubled waters, but also to let you understand that on the path of cultivation you're about to embark on, anyone can be your enemy. For example, your uncle Song Jianqiang." The teenager was stunned. Song Jianqiang sneered. "Because of the knot in your heart, if you don't remove it with your own hands, there'll be no end of trouble. Like the wild grass in the wilderness, it'll grow again when the spring breeze blows." Song Jianqiang ridiculed. "Song Jisun, you're about to become His Royal Highness Dali. Aren't you filled with grief and indignation? But what can you do now? Therefore, do you think you're any better than Qin Pingon, who's being played in the palm of his hand?" Song Jisun stared fixedly at the man with a calm expression. The teenager's 5 fingers gripping the folding fan were exposed. The man sat upright on the chair, his eyes deep. He looked out of the house as if talking to himself. "In the future, the more people you meet, the more interesting things you'll discover. What good and evil will be repaid, what revenge will be repaid, what anger will splatter 3 feet of blood, what talented scholars and beautiful women have marriage in the end. It's all a delightful imagination of trash. That's why you have to rely on your own fists. Rely on me? Rely on your biological parents? I advise you to give up on this idea as soon as possible. Otherwise, taking you out of the town is tantamount to taking your corpse to the mass grave. The imperial family is also responsible for their own life and death." The teenager sweated profusely and slumped on the chair. Although the teenager hid his complacency deep after knowing his true identity, There was no difference in the way he treated people in the yamen. However, in the eyes of Song Jianqiang, it was as if he was holding a demon mirror, reflecting a demon who had just transformed into a human form. Therefore he could be reduced to ashes while talking and laughing. Song Jianqiang looked into the distance. His line of sight seemed to have reached the southernmost tip of the eastern bottle continent, to the distant old dragon city. The king didn't know why, but he thought of a sentence. The human heart is a mirror. The cleaner it is, the more spotless it is, the more it can't withstand scrutiny. Song Chongjing felt that although the scholars in the imperial court were long-winded and loathed by gods and ghosts, sometimes the great principles they spoke of were something that they, as martial artists who carried knives, would not be able to understand even if they lived for 1,000 years. Song Jianqiang put away his thoughts and pointed to the south as if he was holding a halberd. Song Jisan, if you think what I said today is wrong, you can bear with it. Only when we reach Old Dragon City in the future, I will consider whether to listen to you or not. Dolly Prince Song Jisan has returned to normal and said with a smile, I'll wait and see. At the entrance of the yamen, the teenager with straw sandals handed the gatekeeper the second copper coin as promised. In the 12-legged archway, Qin Pingon saw the black-clothed girl's figure and quickly ran to her. Ning Yao stood under the plaque with the words Fighting Bull, and asked, How is it? Qin Pingon shook his head and said, I've looked for all three of them. 2 of them met. Mr. Qi didn't see them, but I knew the answer from the beginning. A gentleman doesn't save people. Mr. Qi did say it before. Ning Yao frowned and didn't say anything. Qin Pingon then told the girl to be careful and began to run away. He first went to the Yang family's shop and used a gold copper coin to buy a lot of medicine bottles, ointment and herbs for internal injuries from an old man who knew him well. The teenager was familiar with how to use these things and how to make them. Making porcelain in the dragon kiln was a job that relied on others to make a living, and there were often all kinds of accidents. Although old Yao didn't like Qin Pingon, who could only be regarded as half a disciple, he had to admit that the teenager's legs were nimble and he wasn't a scheming person. Therefore he let Qin Pingon do a lot of errands and things that cost money, such as buying medicine for the injured at the entrance of the kiln. Qin Pingon returned to his ancestral home in Mud Bottle Alley. After closing the door, he began to brew the medicine. It was a prescription for treating internal injuries. While waiting for the heat to mature, he placed a clean shirt that had been washed until it was white on the table and tore it into strips. The youth with straw sandals, who was known for his stinginess, did not feel the slightest bit of heartache. Then, in addition to tying the cloth-pressing knife that Ning Yao had lent him to his arm, the youth also tied layers of thin cotton strips around his calves and wrists. Qin Pingon took down the self-made wooden bow on the wall. He hesitated for a moment but still gave up on carrying it for the time being. Instead he took the slingshot and a bag of stones from the windowsill. The reason why he didn't regret it even when he knew it was impossible, and why he didn't regret it even when he hit a wall 3 times in a row, was the teenager's unique stubbornness. The teenager wouldn't be satisfied if he didn't try. It was the same reason that the teenager begged the old shopkeeper to try again at the blacksmith shop for the last time. First he looked for GQ, who had a strange identity, hoping to find a chance for Lu Xianyang. Then he looked for Mr. Qi, hoping that he could uphold justice. Finally he looked for Ning Yao's so-called Wu Dao Grand Master, Supervisor Song. It was obvious that he was going to lose everything to make a deal. The teenager thought very clearly from the beginning, so he was very disappointed at this time, but he didn't feel heartbroken. In fact, King Song Jianqiang and his neighbor Song Jisan didn't understand Qin Pingon at all. There were some things that must be done even in death. But there were some things that couldn't be done even in death. The teenager squatted in the corner, quietly waiting for the medicine soup to come out. This jar of medicine was very strange. It had no other use but to relieve pain. Once, there was a man at the entrance of the dragon kiln who suffered from a strange disease. He stayed in bed for half a day. Not only was he half dead, but he was also in so much pain that his whole face and limbs were twisted. Later, the Yang family's shop gave him this prescription. In the end, the man died quickly, but he didn't die in pain. He even had the strength to sit up. After leaving his last words, he went to take a last look at the entrance of the kiln with the help of old man Yao. Qin Pingon felt that he should also need it. The teenager saw some pieces of cloth on the table, so he took off the pair of broken straw sandals on his feet and took out a pair of brand new shoes that he was reluctant to wear. He moved the jar and took out the broken porcelain pieces. About an hour later, the young man opened the door and quietly walked out of the clay bottle alley after finishing his work. It was close to dusk and the sun was no longer dazzling. There were layers of fiery clouds in the sky which was extremely gorgeous. The teenager with straw sandals walked to Fulu Street. There were no passers-by on the bluestone street. The teenager walked alone. 48. The young man with straw sandals had been sending letters to Fulu Street in Peachleaf Alley these days. Almost all the gatekeepers knew who this messenger was, so he didn't seem out of place. In addition, the young man had a calm expression as he trotted along the bluestone street as usual. Even if someone saw him, they wouldn't think much of it. Qin Pingon was near the door of a residence. In front of the door was a stone statue used to suppress evil spirits. It was half the height of a man and looked like a general. Qin Pingon knew that this was the Li family's residence. On the wealthy Fulu Street, almost every household had different methods of warding off evil spirits. Even the door gods posted on the door were divided into civil and military, so it was easy to distinguish. He quickly looked around and continued to move forward. Further ahead was the Song family, and behind the Song family was the Bureau of Kiln Affairs. There was a locust tree growing on the outer wall between the houses of the Li and Song families. It was old and dry with thick branches and lush leaves. Although it was not as old as the old locust tree in the small town, it was still extraordinary. According to the older generation, this locust tree and the towering old locust tree in the center of the town were said to be of the same origin. That tree was called the ancestor locust tree, while the one in front of the young man was called the descendant locust tree. The reason why Qin Pingon came to the Li residence instead of the Lu residence in the small town where Lu Jingchun lived was because when he was leaving the yamen, the elderly steward who saw him off casually chatted with him about family matters. He said that there was a scholar from the Zhao family on this street, that Zhao Yao had already left the small town and was destined to become a high-ranking official in the future. He also said that there was a young lady from the Song family next door who had reached marriageable age but couldn't even do needlework properly. She only liked to play with swords and spears. She didn't look like a rich young lady at all. Amidst the pile of trivial matters, the old man added a trivial piece of news. A distinguished guest had just arrived at the Li residence. The little girl looked like she was carved from jade, like a piece of imperial porcelain. As long as she didn't change 18 times between childhood and womanhood, she would definitely be a charming beauty. He didn't know which family would be lucky enough to marry such a daughter-in-law into their family. On the way out of the Yaman's back hall, the young man who only listened and didn't speak at first intentionally or unintentionally walked very slowly. He also carefully observed the layout of the Yaman's buildings. In the end, he occasionally asked a few off-topic questions, like a pauper curious about the rich and wealthy families. The elderly steward told him everything he knew without reserve. Using the Song family next door and the Li family further away as examples, he told the young man about the layout and various rules of the family. The young man was aware of the steward's real intention. However, from beginning to end, Qin Pingon didn't intend to act according to their wishes. At this moment he was jogging along the street. Seeing that there was no one around, Qin Pingon suddenly sped up and ran straight to the old locust tree. With a leap he actually took 4 steps up the tree trunk before showing signs of falling. However, at that time, the young man's body was strong enough to reach out and grab a branch of the locust tree. In an instant, the young man, who was as agile as a mountain monkey, sat on a horizontal branch. He then stood up steadily and continued to climb. In a few blinks of an eye, Qin Pingon was squatting on a slanted locust tree branch, barely above the Tuzhong high wall of the courtyard. The young man's body was hidden behind the lush locust tree leaves. He held his breath and focused his mind, squinting his eyes as he looked around. He was in no hurry to sneak in. On the way back to the small town from the covered bridge with Ning Yao, Qin Pingon asked many questions. For example, how fast could the old ape of Xingyang Mountain run and jump under normal circumstances within the boundaries of the small town? How tough was its body exactly? How tough was its skin and bones? If a punch from me was no different from scratching an itch for the old ape, then how much damage would a slingshot or a wooden bow cause at a distance of 20 steps or 40 steps? Did the so-called immortal of Xingyang Mountain have any fatal flaws such as eyes, crotch, or throat? If my opponent tried to kill me with all his strength even at the risk of being injured, would I be dead for sure? At that time, Ning Yao almost hated the fact that she wasn't deaf and mute from the young man's questions. According to the black-clothed girl, regardless of whether it was a qi practitioner or a pure martial artist, the higher the level of the cultivator, the greater the pressure they would experience in this place. It was like how a cavalry could only defend to the death when knocking on a pass. They could only support themselves with a single breath. Once they opened their mouth, they would suffer the damage of being flooded by seawater. Just think about it. Faced with a violent flood, why don't you try opening a small hole in the dam? However, Ning Yao's final conclusion was that if the young man fought the old ape of Xinjiang Mountain head-on, Qin Pingon would have no chance of winning at all. In the shade of the pagoda tree, the young man's eyes were resolute and his face was cold. He mumbled to himself, "Don't let the old ape get within 10 steps. 10 steps. At the very least I have to put some distance between us." Ning Yao had said that as long as the old ape did not do anything desperate, there was still a chance for him to survive. However, Qin Pingon's reply was that he had to force the old ape to kill him. Otherwise it would be meaningless. He had to infuriate the old ape of Mount Xinjiang so much that the old ape would not hesitate to use his internal energy. Only then would he be able to truly consume the cultivation base that he had painstakingly accumulated over 1,000 years. Perhaps the old ape felt that the lives of townspeople like Lu Xianyang and himself were worthless, but Qin Pingon really wanted to know if the old ape would feel heartache when he saw the cultivation base disappearing before his eyes, and if he still felt that it was worth it. Of course, the premise of all of this was that he was not killed by a single punch. The young man looked down at the people coming and going in the mansion and muttered, "Even if I can't escape, I have to take a few more punches." Qin Pingon had never thought of killing the old ape, much less surviving. In the Li family's mansion, the young girl from Xinjiang Mountain was the granddaughter of the Tao family's patriarch. She was consecrated by the entire Li family like a bodhisattva. Apart from the first and second-class maidservants that the Li family had arranged for in the courtyard, these young girls who were children of the family were clean and nimble. Most importantly, they knew each other well and had clean backgrounds. It was possible that they had been loyal to the Li family since their ancestors. The courtyard was located in the middle and was not close to the streets of Fulu Street. The young girl's name was Tao Zi and her nickname was Tao Zi. She was the source of joy for the sword immortal patriarchs of Xinjiang Mountain. Of course, it was not because of her innocent and adorable appearance, but because of the height of her sword Dao in the future. She was qualified to make Xinjiang Mountain throw in massive amounts of resources for her. Over the past 500 years, Tao Zi's bone structure, talent, temperament, and luck were among the best among the patriarchs of the various peaks of Xinjiang Mountain. To put it simply, the little girl Tao Zi would be a miraculous existence with very long legs but no shortcomings. This was a true once-in-a-century encounter, and not a polite compliment that could be found on the streets. Without the mountain-moving ape by her side, the young girl was alone in a completely unfamiliar place. She was not afraid of strangers or stage fright. She was just a little bored and regretful. From Grandpa Ape's tone, it seemed like there was no way to move a mountain from here. This made the young girl very disheartened. When elder sister Su of Xinjiang Mountain ascended to the middle 5 realms, she was gifted a mountain by the patriarch as a gift. It became elder sister Su's private territory. Grandpa Ape had personally carried that mountain back to Xinjiang Mountain from afar and placed it in the north of Xinjiang Mountain. Although it was not big, the young girl had always been envious of it. She felt that the study was a little stuffy, so she walked to the main hall. She put her hands behind her back and looked up at the horizontal board for a long time like an elder. The young girl was followed closely by 2 delicate and pretty maidservants. One of them had been discovered by the Li family as a child to have extraordinary talent. She was specially groomed into a martial artist and had made some achievements. In fact, to the direct descendants of the Li family, this kind of behavior was no different from rearing flowers, birds, fishes, and insects. They did not hope that the young girl would become a martial arts grandmaster in the future. It was not unheard of for servants to bully their masters within the walls of a large family. Moreover, the servants had high standards and great potential. It might not be a good thing for the next generation of the family. The young girl walked to the gate and skipped around in the courtyard. She did not leave the courtyard without permission and make things difficult for the servants. Grandpa Ape had reminded her that the people from the Wind and Thunder Garden had also arrived in town. She could not leave the courtyard before he dealt with them. Although the young girl she had been exposed to the treacherous nature of cultivation in the mountains since she was young. Danger lurked everywhere. Moreover, her family education was extremely strict, so she was not a mischievous child who would make her elders worry. In the end, the bored young girl sprawled on the stone table. There was a bird cage on the table. It seemed to contain a bird called a snake-hunting eagle. Its head drooped and it looked sickly. Its feathers were gray and dull. It did not look good at all. No matter how the young girl teased it, the snake-hunting eagle ignored her, so she found it boring. Now that she had nothing better to do, she whistled at the feathered beast for fun. There were 2 porcelain bird food jars in the cage that the Li family had privately forged in the dragon kiln. They were small and exquisite. One was simple and elegant to hold water, while the other was brightly colored to hold food. However, after the snake-hunting eagle was captured, it did not touch a drop of water or a grain of rice. It had already been almost 2 days. In the small town, the snake-hunting eagle was rarely caught. Occasionally, whether it was a young bird or an adult snake-hunting eagle, without exception they would all starve to death. No matter how hard they tried, they could not be raised, let alone become a hunting eagle that could be controlled by people. Seeing that the snake-hunting eagle still did not respond, the young girl who was whistling finally lost her patience. She stood up and turned to leave. There was a loud bang. One of the bird food jars in the bird cage shattered violently. The young girl first appeared sluggish for a moment. Then, almost instinctively, she pulled over a tall servant girl and had her stand in front of her. The tall and plump servant girl only felt that her wrist was tightly bound by an iron wire. It was so painful that she almost screamed out loud. However, the shorter servant girl had sharp eyes. She stood in front of the young girl at the first moment and quickly looked around. The second bird food jar in the cage exploded with a loud bang like a firecracker on the table. There's an assassin on the roof of the Pure Fragrance courtyard. The servant girl who had practiced martial arts finally caught sight of the figure. On the roof of the courtyard next door there was a half-squatting figure. The servant girl began to run. The wall of the courtyard was not very high. She stepped on it and grabbed the edge of the wall with both hands. Relying on her outstanding strength, she quickly climbed to the top of the wall. For a moment she was in a bit of a dilemma. This courtyard was not far from the Pure Fragrance courtyard, but the assassin was on the roof of the main building of the Pure Fragrance courtyard, and the Pure Fragrance courtyard was close to Falu Street. That person could easily jump over the wall. Therefore, in a flash she made a decision. She did not jump down the wall and run to the Pure Fragrance courtyard. Instead, she ran along the wall like a cat and jumped onto the roof of her courtyard. During this time, the servant girl was always on the lookout for the assassin's sneak attack. Very strangely, the assassin did not obstruct her steps, nor did he have any intention of immediately retreating. The eaves of the 2 courtyards were about 10 meters apart. The servant girl watched the assassin's movements as she quietly retreated from the eaves. Finally, she quickly took a deep breath and prepared to run. The servant girl was greatly shocked. The assassin who was confronting her from afar was actually a shabbily dressed, thin youth. The old man took the bait casually and directly followed the fishing line to Mud Bottle Alley. I've clearly taken the bait. You can come and kill me. If they were outside the town, the mountain-moving ape of Xingyang Mountain would not dare to be so arrogant. However, in this world, spells, divine abilities and artifacts were all forbidden, so he had a huge advantage. This was also the reason why Xingyang Mountain did not send out a sword immortal patriarch. The old ape walked all the way and only realized this when he approached Mud Bottle Alley. The youth in the alley can't be here purely to avenge his friend, right? Before this, the old ape had been thinking deeper about the conspiracy involving the concealing line of grass ash that stretched for thousands of kilometers. Now that he suddenly realized this possibility, he found it especially preposterous. The old ape smiled and quickly understood the reason. If that's the case, it makes sense. That's right. Since he's not a cultivator, he's not that afraid of death. It's just a cheap life anyway. However, to be careful, the old ape still did not swagger into Mud Bottle Alley from this end. Regardless, this trip was destined to not be in vain. The little bastard who was valued by the Wind and Thunder Garden would only live a little longer than the bumpkin from Mud Bottle Alley. After taking a huge detour, the old ape walked into Mud Bottle Alley from the corner of an alley near Gukan's house. In fact, the old ape was very suspicious of whether the assassin youth had the courage to stay in the ancestral home and wait for death. If he was smart and cowardly, he could have died after the young man from the Wind and Thunder Garden. The old ape grinned. Then his smile instantly froze. In the dusk, Mud Bottle Alley already appeared dark and blurry. The burly old man suddenly looked up. For some reason, a thin youth was standing at a high spot in front of the alley. His feet were stepping on the holes that had just been dug out not long ago, allowing him to leverage himself. The youth carried a quiver of arrows on his back and held a fully drawn wooden bow in his hand. The tip of the arrow was pointed at one of the old ape's eyeballs. The youth was completely silent. Not only was the bow drawn to a full moon, even the slightest of breaths seemed to have disappeared. As a result, the ancestral guardian of Xingyang Mountain could only rely on his keen sense of danger to detect the youth above him. He did not give the old ape any chance to react. The arrow whistled through the air like a gust of wind. It was powerful and heavy. After shooting the arrow, the youth did not make a second choice. He shrunk his neck and quickly hung the wooden bow diagonally on his shoulder. He exerted force with the tip of his feet and crossed the walls on both sides to borrow the momentum to climb up the eaves. The old ape pulled back the palm that was blocking his forehead. The arrow was nailed into his palm. It was not deep and a wound could be vaguely seen. However, the old ape was still scared. If he had been shot in the eye by someone close to him in the small town, it would have been a tragedy where he would not be able to call for help. He pulled out the arrow casually and snapped it, dropping it to the ground in Mud Bottle Alley. The old man clenched his fists and looked up at the sky in the alley. His face was ashen and his throat moved as he let out a low and suppressed sound, like an extremely angry ancient beast. The old man used both his hands and feet to climb up to the roof in an instant. However, as soon as he popped his head out, a second arrow arrived. The old man, who was already on guard, only raised his hand casually and allowed the arrow to pierce into his arm a little. He then strode forward with a ferocious smile. The youth put away the wooden bow again and turned to run. A series of cracking sounds could be heard from the continuous eaves on one side of Mud Bottle Alley. The old man's strides were much bigger than the youth's after all. He gradually closed the distance and would soon catch up to the thin youth, who was already agile enough. The old man exerted force in an instant and soared into the air to pounce forward. A giant hand that was the size of a palm leaf fan reached for the youth's head. The youth seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. At the critical moment, he twisted his waist and bent his body like a cat before he turned and jumped to the roof on the opposite side of the alley. After landing softly, he continued to run wildly. The old ape was extremely agile as well. He also turned to the roof on the other side of Mud Bottle Alley on his right. The youth stopped abruptly. By the time the old ape realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. It turned out that the roof was unoccupied and had been in disrepair for a long time. How could it withstand the old ape's 200-kilogram jump? With a crash, the old ape fell into the house together with the tiles. The old ape landed on the ground with a loud crash. After supporting himself with one hand, he twisted his head and dodged the tricky and insidious arrow. The arrow was directly nailed into the ground. It was evident that it was not that the youth was not strong enough, but that the old ape was too tough. The youth stood at the edge of the big hole in the roof and put away his wooden bow skillfully. He raised his middle finger at the old ape and cursed, "Old bastard. F***CKU." The youth's face suddenly turned strange. He slapped himself and mumbled, "I'm the one who's at a disadvantage." The old ape stood up abruptly, but the youth was already far away. 49. In a pile of broken tiles, the old ape's ears twitched when he heard the slightest noise. He grinned and bent down to pick up a broken tile. After weighing it in his hand, he stood up and threw it out quickly. The tile pierced through the wall and the roof easily like a knife cutting through tofu. It pierced through the air with the sound of wind and thunder. The tile was headed to the place where the sound came from. Unfortunately, the old ape did not see any trace of the young man. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and his burly body rose from the ground. He stepped on the beam of an old house and used the rebounding force to leap out of the hole in the roof, landing on the ridge of the roof. The old ape saw that the young man with a wooden bow on his back was standing on the ridge of a roof far away. He was looking at the old ape in white solemnly. The old ape knew that he had miscalculated. When he threw the tile earlier, he had caused too much of a ruckus. He had probably alerted the young man from Clay Bottle Alley and made him realize that something was wrong. He no longer had the thought of taking advantage of the distance advantage of the bow and arrow. The old ape opened his hands with a smile, indicating that there was nothing in his hands. Then he hooked his finger, indicating that the young man could continue playing fancy tricks. He was willing to play with him to the end and continue to stretch his body. If the old man was playing tricks, he would be wronging the guardian ape of Xinjiang Mountain. After 1,000 years of cultivation, he had grown to a height of 3,000 meters. It would not be an exaggeration to say that his movement techniques were indomitable. In the long years of the mountain-moving ape's path of cultivation, especially in the early days when Xinjiang Mountain was established, the weak mountain had enemies everywhere. After the founder of Xinjiang Mountain died in battle as the top general, what kind of bloody battles had the old ape not experienced? The small fight on the roof of the alley today was actually similar to the battles in the past. In the soul-stirring battles back then, the top cultivators and great chi trainers also used magical equipment to pin down the old ape from afar. They did not dare to fight him head-on at all. It was just like the light cavalry of the great Chang dynasty that came and went like the wind on the battlefield of the mortal world. They would never directly load the heavy armored soldiers of the Dali dynasty. Instead, they would cut the meat slowly and look for opportunities to slowly chip away at the surface of the iron barrel battle formation. Apart from Song Zhangqiang, the old ape could be considered one of the characters suppressed by the heavenly axiom the most. Due to his special status, the military grandmaster with the tiger tally had been favored by the world. As a result, while his cultivation was extraordinary, his influence was not obvious. At this moment, the old macaque found the thrill of fighting bloody battles in the past when it faced a young man who was different from ordinary townsfolk. The old macaque did not deny that the young man had given it a lot of surprises. He knew how to calculate people's hearts, how to set up traps, and how to make use of the geographical advantage. Of course, the most important thing was that he was quite bold. The old macaque lifted its head to look at the sky. The sun was setting in the west and dusk had arrived. Their vision would be affected more and more. Furthermore, he was completely unfamiliar with the town's geography. This was probably one of the young man's trump cards. It could be considered a protective talisman. The old macaque began to run wildly like a galloping horse. He could cover a distance of over 3 meters with a single step, which was shocking. The moment the old macaque made a move, the young man turned and ran. He did not follow the endless alleys and ridges to the north. After all, there were Fulu Street and Peach Leaf Alley where the rich and powerful gathered. If someone stood up for the old macaque, Qin Pingon did not think that he would be able to escape the encirclement. As a result, Qin Pingon fled to the west decisively. The south was in the direction of the covered bridge, where the view was broad and there was nowhere to hide. According to the comparison of their speed, Qin Pingon estimated that it would be very difficult for him to escape the mountain-moving ape's pursuit once he lost the cover. To the west of the town were deep mountains and old forests. The vegetation was lush and there were many traps set down by hunters on many secret paths. The mountain path was difficult to traverse. If one did not follow the old paths, it would be extremely difficult. Qin Pingon knew this better than anyone. The young man was not wrong, but he had underestimated the old macaque. As the guardian ape of Xinjiang Mountain, the old macaque had a much deeper understanding of the mountains and rivers than the young man. When the young man leaped off the last roof and landed on the ground, he bent his knees to deftly offset part of the falling force. He quickly turned his head to glance at the scenery behind him before he continued to charge forward with his back bent. As he ran, the wooden bow and quiver disappeared without a trace. In the mountain forest, if Qin Pingon chose to abandon the paths that his ancestors had treaded for generations and ran in a random direction in a panic, they would definitely become a burden. Seeing that the young man was about to enter the water, the old macaque became rather agitated. It looked back in the direction of the Li family's house on Fulu Street. As a matter of fact, once they entered the mountain, the old macaque would not dare to say that he had the geographical advantage, but it would definitely be more comfortable than running around with the little brat in the town. The old macaque made up its mind and quickly weighed the pros and cons. It took in a deep breath of fresh air. It was just enough to kill if there was not too much deviation. Blue and purple ripples appeared on the old macaque's face, and its burly body rose from the ground without a sign. Half of the pitiful house under its feet collapsed because of its stomp. Fortunately, the people living on the west side of the town were poor, and the houses here were much thinner than the buildings on Fulu Street. For example, the wood used for the beams and pillars was not enough to make the houses look good. Fortunately for the family of 4 in the house, none of them were in the house at the moment. The old macaque leaped high and drew a huge arc in the air. When it landed, it happened to land beside the young man. 2 large pits appeared where its feet landed, and soft spring mud splattered everywhere. The old macaque punched the young man's back. The various Yang scriptures were located on the human back, so both the meridians and organs were connected to the back. In particular, the back was only an inch away from the heart, so it was the most fragile part. His life was hanging by a thread. Hearing the noise beside him, the young man suddenly exerted his strength. He was 2 to 3 times faster than when he lured the old macaque to step on the rotten roof. This at least meant that the young man had been hiding his strength from the beginning to the end. As a result, not only did the old macaque's punch not penetrate the young man's back and failed to crush his heart, it only grazed the young man's back an inch below his back. Although the young man did not take the punch head-on, he was still sent flying with his feet off the ground as if he had been hit by a hammer. In the next scene, the young man's breathtaking agility were vividly displayed. Blood trickled down the corner of the straw sandals boy's mouth. After being sent flying by the punch, he was supposed to fall flat on his face. However, the moment the boy extended his hands and placed them on the ground, he bent his elbows and exerted force. His entire body flipped in the air in one smooth motion. After landing on the ground with both feet, he used the inertia of his forward momentum to continue fleeing without slowing down at all. Even the experienced mountain-moving ape could not help but have a toothache when it saw the town's young man's tenacity. The old macaque raised its hand. The back of its hand was bloody. The injury was nothing, so the old macaque dismissed it with a smile. Nevertheless, it became more determined to kill the young man. As for why it was injured, it was not complicated. It was chilly in spring. The young man from the shabby alley, who was wearing thin clothes, was clearly wearing thicker clothes when he appeared in front of the old macaque. Apart from his own clothes, he also found Zhou Xian loose old clothes and put them on the outermost layer. Between the 2 clothes there was something else. As it turned out, the young man had made a wooden porcelain armor for himself. 6 long wooden planks were drilled and connected with silk ropes. There were 3 planks in front of his chest and 3 on his back. Most importantly, the extremely crude wooden armor was embedded with tiny porcelain shards. The old macaque felt terrible at the moment. It was like a high-ranking official who had accidentally stepped on a piece of stinky dog poop, and it could not get rid of it for a while. The old macaque clenched its fists. It held its breath and stood where it was, suppressing the surging chi in its body. The purplish-green ripples on its face turned purplish-gold and disappeared in a flash. The old macaque flew into a rage. As it turned out, a stone shot out from the forest at this moment. The old macaque reached out and grabbed the particularly hard stone. It was the size of a fingernail. Then there was a series of rustling sounds, indicating that the young man was fleeing into the depths of the forest. The old macaque's face was extremely gloomy. It turned its head and looked at the night sky of the town. It was afraid that this was the young man's real plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. However, the old macaque's intuition told it that it would be best to quickly kill the young man in straw sandals in the mountains. The young assassin had just climbed the highest branch of the Chinese scholar tree on Fulu Street. It could now bear the weight of a person. It was much higher than the roof, and there was another uninvited guest sitting there. A little further down there was another person standing. The sudden appearance of these 2 people made the frightened Li family residents pinch their noses and pretend that they did not see them. This was because the white-robed man sitting there was none other than the supervisor. He brought Zhou Xian to the Chinese scholar tree, saying that he wanted to bring him to watch a good show. However, it was already the end of the evening. Zhou Xian's eyesight was not good enough, so he could only listen to Song Zhengqiang narrate the laughable pursuit that began on the roof of Clay Bottle Alley. The man rested one hand on his knee and the other on his cheek as he looked into the distance. In between the narration of the pursuit, he would occasionally interject some secret matters of the town that no one knew, or some random cultivation insights that he had. If we don't talk about opportunities and only talk about artifacts and artifacts, that famous sword manual that has been rumored for a long time can be ranked in the top 3 of the town. If we look at the timeline and put into the town's 3,000 years of history, it might be a little difficult for it to be ranked in the top 10, but it's definitely not a problem for it to be ranked in the top 20. Don't think that this ranking is low. In fact, it's very high. In addition to that swansea armor, if the young man surnamed Lu can digest all of this, in my opinion his opportunities won't be any worse than the 5 of you. Song Jisun did not look up because there was a guy directly hanging his foot above the young man's head. The young man curiously asked, then why was he killed by the elder ape of Xingyang Mountain with one punch? Song Jianqiang smiled faintly and said, his luck is too good. He is envied by others and he has no backing. Is it difficult to understand? Song Jisun's face was full of doubts and asked, then why didn't you rope him in more thoroughly when you were in Clay Bottle Alley? The king of Dali above the young man's head laughed and was extremely happy. He laughed for a long time before he said, as for those cultivation geniuses on the mountain, anyway when you go out and hear one of my nicknames, you will understand the reason. Song Jianqiang suddenly stood up and looked into the distance. His expression changed slightly. He gently stroked the jade belt on his waist with one hand and his eyes were burning. In the eyes of this martial arts grandmaster who was almost at the peak of the mountain, the aura in the westernmost part of the town was turbulent as the mountain-moving ape broke the rules. So much so that the aura in that area was chaotic like a broken porcelain that had exploded and splashed. Song Jianqiang slowly said, you may be wondering why those foreigners have the look of looking at others as if they are ants. Do you really think this is just their natural conceit? Do they have eyes in the sky? Personality is a small part of the reason, but more of it is the general trend. You have never been out of the town so you don't know the transcendent status of these immortal masters in the outside world. Song Jisun replied, I am not surprised at all. It is hard to chat with people who have read books. Song Jianqiang was not surprised. He continued to say, because there is a line between you and them. This line isn't that big but to some people it's even smaller than a small ditch. As long as you encounter it you can cross it. Just like you, Lu Xianyang and that scholar Zhao Yao who was chosen by a major Taoist sect from another continent, are all in this category. But it is not small either. Most people in the town look at that line as if they are facing a natural moat, and they don't even have the desire to cross it. The gap between the two groups of people separated by that line is actually like the gap between people and plants. It is no different from the gap between yin and yang or even bigger. At this point the king of Li suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Then he gloated and said, that old beast is a little unlucky this time. He just had to provoke such a little hedgehog. He's really good at concealing his strength. Song Jisun, I understand you a little now. Anyone who has such an opponent will feel uncomfortable. Except for killing him with a clean punch, it is really a disgusting and troublesome thing. Song Jisun's face was unhappy. Not far away in the Li family's mansion, there were loud shouts, and even the sea-calming divine needle in the dark angrily made a move. The straw sandals boy did have a helper. And it was not an ordinary person. Song Jianqiang smiled. Even if the assassin's figure flashed under the Sun Huai tree, the king of Dali had no intention to stop him at all. In his field of vision, the burly figure of the old ape strode back from the west, constantly rising and falling in the town. As for whether he would trample on the houses and destroy the courtyard layout when he landed, he did not care at all. The old ape of Xingyang Mountain seemed to have identified a punching bag. Song Jianqiang suddenly frowned, then he felt relieved, and then an instant burst of fighting spirit. Dali Song Jianqiang, a martial artist, liked 3 things in this life: building a capital temple, killing geniuses and fighting immortals. In the next moment Song Jisun's eyes widened. Unknowingly, the man above his head had already landed on Fulu Street, and collided with the burly old man in the distance, simply and almost rudely. Dali's king of Dali, the moving mountain ape. The two exchanged punches, hitting each other's chests. Song Jianqiang did not retreat, but advanced instead, taking a step forward, while the old ape took a step back. They each punched again, this time hitting each other's forehead between the eyebrows. Song Jianqiang strode forward, and this time he was the only one who punched. He stepped forward, heavily stepping on the ground, his knees slightly bent, his left hand extended forward, and his right hand clenched into a fist and pulled back. The man wore a snow-white robe, his sleeves fluttering, and the ground under his feet was full of broken blue stone. A punch went straight. The old ape could only extend a palm, blocking Song Jianqiang's fist. Between heaven and earth there seemed to be 2 faint cracking sounds. The old ape slid back more than 10 feet, plowing a shocking gully in the bluestone ground. Song Jianqiang gently waved his sleeve, one hand behind his back, the other holding the white jade belt at his waist, and said with a smile, "Qi Jingchun, are you not going to stop me? Are you really going to give up? Don't hold on a little longer." The old ape exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Song Zhangqiang raised a palm, shook it, and said with a smile, "Wait until I get out of here, then we'll fight. For now, let's go about our own business." The old ape grinned. "Song Zhangqiang, then you better be able to beat me when the time comes, or Dali's southern border army won't have it easy." Song Zhangqiang smiled, "As you wish." The old ape snorted coldly, then entered the Li family's mansion alone. The young lady was safe and sound and could not even be considered frightened. After the old ape understood the details, he realized that it was just a clumsy trick, and after thinking for a while he rushed to the west of the town with a sinister smile. He entered the mountains to hunt. 50. In the night, Qin Pingon fled deep into the mountains. Not long after, he ran into a bamboo forest where the soil was exceptionally soft. The straw sandals youth began to deliberately increase his footsteps. About half an hour later, when he was about to run out of the bamboo forest, the youth suddenly climbed onto a bamboo on his left and swung to another nearby bamboo. He was more like an ape than the mountain-moving ape of Xinyang Mountain. After repeating this several times, he finally landed lightly on the ground. He squatted down and wiped his footprints with his hand. When he turned around and saw that he was about 5 to 6 feet away from the first bamboo, he continued to run. In less than the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, the faint sound of the stream could be heard. Not only did the youth not stop running, he leaped high into the air and fell into the stream. Soon the youth stood up. Turned out that he had landed on a huge rock. The youth, who was incomparably familiar with the landscape, tried his best to widen his eyes. Relying on his extraordinary eyesight and outstanding memory, he jumped on the rocks in the stream and fled all the way downstream. If he continued like this, he would be able to reach the green ox's back by the stream, then the covered bridge, and finally Master Ruan's blacksmith shop. However, the youth did not get too close to the back of the green ox. After the stream left the mountain, he suddenly shrank to the narrowest part of the girl's waist and went ashore on the right side. Soon he heard the girl softly shout, "Qin Pingon, over here." Qin Pingon quickly squatted down and panted. He reached out to wipe the sweat on his forehead. The girl in black whispered, "Can you really trick the old ape to go up the mountain?" The youth said bitterly, "I tried my best." It was Ning Yao, who had also taken a detour from the town's Falu Street. She asked, "Are you hurt?" The straw sandals youth shook his head and said, "It's just a minor injury." The girl had mixed feelings and said angrily, "You're lucky that the old ape didn't kill you for playing like this." Qin Pingon grinned and said, "The old bastard broke the rules once. But if you had made your move a little later, I reckon I wouldn't have succeeded." The girl was stunned and then said happily, "It really worked? Not bad, Qin Pingon." Qin Pingon chuckled. Ning Yao rolled her eyes and asked, "What's next?" The straw-sandaled youth thought for a moment and said, "The general direction we agreed on will remain unchanged, but there are some details that need to be changed. The old ape is too powerful." Ning Yao slapped the youth's head and laughed angrily. "He just realized." Qin Pingon suddenly said, "Miss Ning, please turn around. I want to apply some herbs to my back. Also help me keep an eye on the stream." The girl turned around and faced the upstream of the stream. Qin Pingon took off the outer robe that originally belonged to Lu Xianyang, took off the wooden porcelain armor, and took out the porcelain bottle from the Yang family's shop from a cloth pouch at his waist. He poured out some thick ointment and poured it onto his right palm. He lifted the robe with his left hand and applied it on his back with his right hand. The young man, who was able to bear the pain, couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Although the girl did not turn around, she still asked, "Is it very painful?" The young man smiled and said, "This is nothing." The young girl curled her lips. What was he trying to show off? In the westernmost house of the small town, a woman sat on the ground and cried loudly. She patted her chest with all her strength and swayed back and forth. Her thin clothes showed signs of exploding at any time. Her pair of dirty young children stood beside their mother, not knowing what to do. There was a simple and honest man squatting outside the house, sighing and moaning, his face full of helplessness. There was an inexplicable hole in the roof, and the cold air of spring had not yet faded. His body and bones could withstand it, but what about his wife and children? Not far away, the neighbors gathered together and pointed. Some said that they had also heard the noise on their roof. At first they thought it was a stray cat causing trouble, so they didn't take it seriously. Some said that the west side of the town wasn't peaceful today. It was said that a child saw an old immortal in white floating around. His one step was as fast as a commoner's 10 steps. He could even leap onto roofs and vault over walls. They didn't know if it was the lord of the land who ran out of the ancestral hall or the mountain god who came out of the mountain. A young sword practitioner in the Wind Thunder Garden squatted alone in a corner with a solemn expression. Lu Baqiao had been chatting with Mr. Cui at the construction supervisor's office. After hearing about the disturbance in the Li family's mansion, he smelled something fishy. However, no matter how conceited this outstanding talent of the Wind Thunder Garden was, he didn't dare to provoke a mountain-moving ape. He was only considering whether he could watch the fire burn across the river. It would be even more satisfying if he had the chance to trick the old ape. As a result, Lu Baqiao made his way to the eaves of a library in a large mansion. He overlooked the town and searched for the old ape's movements. In the end, he soon discovered the abnormal activity in the mud bottle alley in the west side of the town. As a result, the bold Lu Baqiao secretly kept an eye on it. In the instant that the mountain-protecting ape of Xingyang Mountain did not hesitate to circulate its qi, Lu Baqiao had no choice but to move his natal flying sword that he had nurtured in his Mingtang acupoint after being injured. It became restless and was almost about to unsheath. This was because in this strange world, the level of cultivation was directly proportional to the strength of the heavenly way's suppression. According to Lu Baqiao's estimates, the mountain-protecting ape did not have it easy. Even if it could forcefully circulate its qi and use its tough physique or supreme ability to suppress the boiling of its qi caused by the heavenly way, the number of times it could cheat was definitely not too many. Otherwise, it would have to bear the great risk of a flood bursting through the dam. It was not impossible that its years of cultivation would be destroyed in a single day. Taking a step back, every time it took action as an immortal outside of this world, it was already a loss. In fact, it was equivalent to shortening the lifespan of a mortal. However, when Lu Baqiao saw the 2 large pits where the old ape had landed after collapsing the roof, the genius of the sword from the Wind Thunder Garden began to rejoice that he had not acted rashly. Otherwise, he would have drawn trouble to himself. So the more the woman thought about it, the angrier she became. Before she left, she fiercely pinched her husband's waist until his entire face was crooked. The 2 children were used to this scene. Not only were they not worried about their parents quarreling, they were even secretly laughing. The woman's eyes were sharp. She saw the sloppy man hiding by the door sneakily and immediately scolded, "Surnamed Xing, are you here to steal my clothes again? Are you a dog? Rabbits don't eat the grass near their burrows. No matter how much I don't want to admit it, I still have 8 lifetimes of bad luck. I'm your sister-in-law. How can you bear to steal it?" The sloppy man wanted to cry but had no tears. He even had the heart to die. "Sister-in-law, I swear to heaven and earth. I just forgot to buy candy for your family's Xiaohuai," so he deliberately said that. "Sister-in-law, how can you really believe it?" The little boy had an innocent face. Of course, the woman trusted her child more. She raised her hand and was about to slap the man. The latter quickly shrank his neck and ran to the side. He shouted to the man squatting on the ground, "Senior brother, why don't you persuade sister-in-law?" The man said in a low muffled voice, "I don't dare to persuade her." The sloppy man sighed. "This world can't let honest people survive." The woman held the children in each hand and walked to the courtyard door. Suddenly she turned her head and threw a coquettish look. She smiled and said, "Surnamed Xing, bring more money next time. Sister-in-law will sell it to you. I'll only charge you 50 copper coins each. How about it?" The sloppy man's eyes lit up. He said timidly, "Isn't it a little expensive? The new clothes from the shop in Apricot Blossom Lane, the fabric is the best, but it's only this price." The woman changed her face faster than flipping a book. She scolded, "You really dare to have such bad thoughts? Go to hell, you deserve to be a bachelor for life. Your life is worthless. If you die at the East Gate one day, no one will collect your corpse." After the woman and the children left, the sloppy man jumped back lightly and sat on the wall of the courtyard. He said angrily, "Senior brother, I don't want to criticize you, but you're really blind. That's why you chose such a shrewish woman as your wife. It turned out that this sloppy man was the gatekeeper of the east gate of the town. His surname was Xing and he was a bachelor. The honest man who was still squatting on the ground in the courtyard jumped out. I'm happy. The gatekeeper of the town who was in charge of collecting money from outsiders was silent for a moment. He said, Master asked you to bear with it for the time being. Don't fight with others. The gatekeeper looked up and glanced at the pitiful roof. He suddenly laughed. Master also said that if you really can't bear it, you can find your wife to vent your anger. Anyway, sister-in-law isn't afraid of you tormenting her. She likes this kind of attitude. The man who couldn't even beat a fart with 10 sticks raised his head and looked at the sloppy man on the low wall. The latter quickly changed his words. Hey. Xing Dafeng said it. Master didn't say such things. The honest man stood up. He had a short stature and bronze skin. The muscles on his arms were bulging, causing his sleeves to be stretched. He was also a little hunchbacked. He said to the gatekeeper in a bad mood, If Master is willing to say more than 10 words to you, I'll take your surname. The gatekeeper repeated his master's words in his heart. He then counted with his fingers. It really wasn't more than 10 words. The sloppy man first cursed. Then he was very discouraged and sad. He actually revealed his true feelings for the first time, so he looked especially pitiful. The hunchbacked man asked, Is there anything else? The gatekeeper nodded. Master asked you to deal with that person. The mountain-moving ape had not assumed that the young man's provocation was instigated by someone. In this small town, those who dared to set a trap for Xingyang Mountain were not fools. They were all people who were good at planning and then acting. Therefore the old ape thought that the oriole behind the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind the mantis stalking the cicada, must have a high status and powerful skills. That was why the old ape, who did not want to reveal any flaws, was in such a sorry state in Mud Bottle Alley. Therefore the old ape only loosened his hands and punched the young man in straw sandals in the back after making sure that there were no assassins lurking around the house on the west side of the town. Lu Baqiao laughed dryly and said, Although that's the truth, I don't want to be your benefactor. Song Zhengqiang dismissed it with a smile. The woman turned and glanced at the handsome young man sitting on the threshold. The young man smiled at her. The woman turned back with an expressionless face. The young man curled his lips and began to admire her long legs openly. She was about 25 or 26 years old. She was not bad-looking, but the young man thought that she was quite tasteful. The woman turned back with a cold gaze and said in a hoarse voice, Do you want to die? Song Jisun pointed at himself with an extremely superficial and innocent expression. He looked like he deserved a beating. Me. The young man then pointed at Song Zhengqiang, the king of Dali. You'll have to ask him first. The woman was about to stand up. Song Zhengqiang immediately narrowed his eyes. In the main hall, a majestic pressure slammed down on everyone's heads like a storm. There was nowhere to hide. Everyone's skin felt like it was being pricked by needles. Only Song Jisun, who was at the door, did not feel anything. Chen Songfeng spoke with difficulty, but his tone was not weak. Your Highness, this lady is not from Eastern Bottle Continent, so I hope your Highness will be careful. The woman smiled and stood up. You dare to kill me? Aren't you afraid that Dali will be destroyed? Cui Minghuang was about to stop her. The woman flew backward. The chair behind her turned into dust in the air. The woman's tall body was completely embedded in the wall, almost like an object embedded in the wall. Song Zhengqiang stood under the wall mysteriously with his hands behind his back. He looked up slightly at the woman who was bleeding from her 7 orifices and smiled. Little girl, do you think that your father or ancestor is very powerful so you're qualified to show off in front of this king? What's that word again? The king turned to look at his nephew with a smile. The young man smiled and said, Jew nonsense. Song Zhengqiang smiled and turned to look at the woman. Although the latter's face was full of pain, her eyes were firm and did not show the slightest sign of weakness. Song Zhengqiang said, In your next life, don't meet this king again. Qin Songfeng's liver and gallbladder were torn apart. His eyes were bloodshot and he was in an extremely complicated mood. He was about to speak with great anger and great fear. He was about to speak, but Cui Minghuang had already taken a step forward and bowed to apologize. He lowered his head and said sincerely, Your Highness, can you give me face and not lower yourself to her level? Song Zhengqiang's mouth twitched, full of sarcasm. The woman who was looking at the king of Dali suddenly closed her eyes as if she had accepted her fate. At this moment the young man on the other side of the threshold laughed and said, "Uncle, forget it. If word gets out that you bullied a woman, it will damage your reputation." Song Zhengqiang's figure paused slightly. It was so subtle that even Cui Minghuang and Lu Baqiao only felt that the killing god did not move at all. Song Zhengqiang tilted his head, stretched out 2 fingers and flicked casually. It was as if he was brushing the dust off his shoulder. Lu Baqiao, the number 1 of the younger generation in the Wind Thunder Garden, was dumbfounded. Cui Minghuang was relieved. Qin Songfeng felt as if he had fallen into the clouds. Song Zhengqiang smiled at Lu Baqiao and said, "Boy, not bad. I think highly of you." The woman opened her eyes and pulled herself out of the wall. After landing, her figure swayed and she said to the back of the man, "Qin will remember today's lesson." Song Zhengqiang ignored her and said to Lu Baqiao, "After leaving the town, go to the capital of Dali and find me. I have something for you. It depends on whether you can carry it or not." Lu Baqiao blurted out, "Talisman sword." Cultivators all knew that the talisman sword was one of the main magic artifacts of Taoism. But if a sword could be directly crowned with the name talisman sword, and known by the world, one could imagine how amazing this sword would be. Song Zhengqiang and Song Jisun walked out of the courtyard. The man smiled and said, "Have you vented the anger in your chest?" Song Jisun nodded and said, "More or less. Regarding the incident with Qin Pingon, this guy even tricked his own nephew." Of course, Song Jisun was full of resentment. Song Jisun suddenly frowned and asked, "That woman seems to have a strong background. Uncle, aren't you afraid that if you beat the young one you'll provoke the big one, and if you beat the big one you'll provoke the old fart? If the county records are not lying, then I know how powerful those old bastards are. When the time comes, will Dali really be fine?" The man calmed the young man with 1 sentence. "You've underestimated Song Zhengqiang." In the main hall, Cui Minghuang sat back in his seat without showing any emotion. Lu Baqiao slumped against the back of the chair and said with lingering fear, "Oh my, is the difference between the 7th and 8th realms so big?" There was a 7th and 8th realms martial artist in the Wind Thunder Garden, and they all had a good relationship with Lu Baqiao. Cui Minghuang shook his head and said, "In Go, even 9th realms are divided into strong and weak. Besides, Song Zhengqiang is the strongest 9th realm player." Then Cui Minghuang looked at the woman called Qin Duan and asked with concern, "Miss Qin, are you all right?" The woman was also a ruthless person. Although her face was pale, she still smiled calmly and said, "I'm fine." Qin Songfeng seemed to be even more terrified than the distant relative of this person. Cui Minghuang sighed inwardly. It would be difficult for the Dragon Tail County's Qin clan to stand out in the upcoming chaos. Lu Baqiao clicked his tongue and said, "You can bounce my flying sword back to my acupuncture point with a flick of your finger without hurting my spirit at all. That's unbelievable." Cui Minghuang joked, "Now you know that there's always someone better than you, right?" Lu Baqiao laughed evilly and said, "Someone better than you? Mr. Cui, you're not a gentleman at all." Cui Minghuang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this idiot. Lu Baqiao thought for a moment and comforted the woman with the strange name. He didn't want her to take things too hard and go looking for trouble with Song Zhengqiang. If that happened, everyone in the room would have to bear the consequences. "Big Sister Qin, although I'm saying this to boost other people's morale and diminish my own, it's not shameful to lower your head and take a step back when you meet Song Zhengqiang." Qin Songfeng wanted to say something but stopped. However, the woman grunted and said indifferently, "Song Zhengqiang is indeed qualified. I'm not unconvinced, I'm just unwilling to accept it." Lu Baqiao said heartlessly, "Actually, it doesn't matter if you're unwilling to accept it. Look at me, I'm so happy right now. When I return to the Wind and Thunder Garden, I'll have another 10 years to brag about. I actually fought Dali Song Zhengqiang. Even if it was only one move, Lu Baqiao came out unscathed in the end. Of course, if I can really get that Dali's talisman sword, I'll brag about it for 100 years. The woman's thoughts turned elsewhere. She couldn't help but think of the young man sitting on the doorstep. The young man who could stop Song Zhengqiang from killing people with just 1 sentence. After the old shopkeeper of the Yang family's shop returned to the town, he went straight to the courtyard behind his shop. It was neither big nor small, just big enough for the 3 workers in the shop to live in. The shopkeeper pushed open the door to the main room in the backyard and saw an old man sitting on a chair, fiddling with his old tobacco pipe. After the shopkeeper closed the door, he called Old Man Yang. The old man quickly put down the old bamboo pipe and poured a cup of tea. He smiled and asked, "Shopkeeper, is there someone in a hurry to use medicine? Do you need me to go up the mountain in the dark?" The old shopkeeper looked at the old man, who looked to be about the same age as him, and shook his head. He picked up the teacup and sighed, "Today I've seen a patient for Master Wan. It's a young man surnamed Lu. He was beaten half to death by a foreigner. I'm feeling uneasy, so I thought I'd come to your shop to sit and relax." Old Man Yang, whose face was full of wrinkles like the bark of an old locust tree, smiled and said, "Shopkeeper, just sit down. We're not outsiders." The shopkeeper suddenly remembered something. "By the way, Old Man Yang, you helped a child many years ago. The poor child in Mud Bottle Alley who helped his mother get medicine at a young age. Is his name Chin Pingon?" Old Man Yang was a little surprised and nodded. "Yes, that child's mother finally passed away. If I remember correctly, she didn't survive that winter. After that, I saw the child a few times, but not many times. I couldn't stand it at that time, so I gave the child a worthless prescription." "What happened? Was the child injured by someone?" The shopkeeper took a sip of tea and smiled bitterly. "Didn't I just say that the young man's surname is Lu? Old Man Yang, you really have a bad memory." Old Man Yang laughed and didn't care. The old shopkeeper asked cautiously, "Old Yang, should we do something for our shop?" Old Man Yang picked up the old tobacco pipe made of small Nanju bamboo and shook it. "Shopkeeper, you don't need to do anything." The shopkeeper seemed to have eaten a calming pill and nodded. That's good, that's good. Old Man Yang, I'll leave first. You do what you need to do." Old Man Yang was about to stand up and send him off, but the shopkeeper quickly persuaded him, "No need to send me off." After the shopkeeper walked down the stairs, he looked back and saw Old Man Yang was about to close the door. After looking at each other, Old Man Yang grinned and the shopkeeper quickly turned around and left. When the shopkeeper took over the shop in his middle age, his father, who was dying on the bed, said some strange words. "If the shop encounters a big problem, find Old Man Yang and do as he says." This sentence seems to have been passed down from your grandfather's grandfather. In the future, when you pass down the shop to the next generation, don't forget to say this. You must not forget. At that time, the old shopkeeper nodded vigorously in agreement. Only then did the old man swallow his last breath and pass away peacefully with his eyes closed. The night gradually deepened. Old Man Yang lit an oil lamp. As he smoked, the old man thought of some things that happened in the past. They were all trivial matters that no one would care about. An ancestral house that had been passed down from generation to generation was neatly tidied up. It didn't look like a family in Clay Bottle Alley. An honest man squatted in front of the courtyard. Looking at a delicate and pretty child, he asked with a smile, "Son, after the new year, are you an adult?" The child raised his hand and said in a lively and childish voice, "Father, I'm 5 years old, so I'm an adult." The man smiled and felt a little sad. "Then when father is not here, mother will be handed over to you to take care of. Can you do it?" The child immediately straightened his back. "Yes." The man smiled and stretched out a big hand full of calluses. "Pinky promise." The child quickly stretched out his small white hand and happily said, "Pinky promise I won't change it for 100 years." The father and son Pinky hooked their pinky fingers and their thumbs were tightly pressed together. After the man let go, he slowly stood up and turned his head to look at the graceful figure who was busy in the main room. Then he suddenly strode away. The child behind him shouted, "Father, Tonghulu is delicious." The man's lips trembled. He turned his head and squeezed out a smile. "I know." In the end, the child was sensible. He blinked his eyes. "The small ones are more delicious." The man quickly turned his head and didn't dare to look at his son again. He continued to walk and murmured, "Son, father is leaving." In the Yang family's shop, a child who came to buy medicine every few days was pushed out of the shop by an impatient shop assistant. The young shop assistant scolded, "How many times have I told you? These few pieces of silver can't even buy the dregs of medicine. How can you be so annoying and block the way for half a day? We are a medicine shop. We are doing business, not a temple. There is no bodhisattva for you to worship. If it weren't for your young age, I would have hit you. Get out, get out." The child clenched the shriveled money bag tightly. He wanted to cry, but he insisted on not crying out loud. He still repeated the same words over and over again. My mother is still waiting for me to boil the medicine. It has been a long time. My family really has no money, but my mother is really sick. The young shop assistant casually picked up a broom and pretended to hit the child. The child standing outside the door was so scared that he squatted down and covered his head with both hands. His left hand still didn't forget to hold the money bag tightly. After a long time, the child raised his head and found a stern-faced old man standing there looking at him. The young shop assistant had resentfully put down the broom and busied himself with the matter at hand. The old man stretched out a hand. Give money when you buy things. It is a matter of course for businessmen to make money. As for how much you earn, it depends on your conscience. But there is absolutely no reason to lose money. So give me the money bag. I will accept those few pieces of silver. Today, I will give you the medicine needed for your mother's treatment on credit. But you have to pay back the money later. You are not allowed to owe the shop a single cent, little guy, do you understand? The child blinked his eyes. He was confused, but he still handed over the money bag. In the end, the old man leaned on the counter with some effort. Then he looked at the child whose head was almost invisible and asked, Do you know how to boil the medicine? The child pecked at the rice. I know. The old man frowned. You really know? This time the child only dared to gently nod. The young shop assistant laughed in the distance. Our Master Lu went to Mud Bottle Alley at that time. After treating his mother, he taught the child once. Later he was worried and personally watched the child suffer. It's strange. A big kid unexpectedly didn't make any mistakes. Master Lu said it himself, so it should be true. The old man waved to the child. Go. The child happily carried a large bag of medicine wrapped in butter paper and quickly ran back to Mud Bottle Alley. His mother was lying on the wooden bed. After the child tiptoed into the house, he found that his mother was still sleeping. He touched her forehead and found that it was not hot. He was relieved. Then the child quietly moved one of his mother's hands back to the quilt. The child went to the kitchen outside the house and began to boil the medicine in a clay pot. Taking advantage of the time, he began to cook. The child needed to step on a small stool. The child vigorously turned the spatula and choked on the hot water. He didn't forget to nag. It must be delicious, it must be. Otherwise, mother will lose her appetite again. A child who was only 5 years old carried a basket almost larger than himself and walked to the mountain outside the town. This was the child's second time entering the mountain. The first time, old Yang of the Yang family's shop took care of the child's weak leg strength, so he walked very slowly. In addition, the old man only taught the child to pick a few kinds of herbs, and the basket was also carried by the old man, so it was actually easy to enter and leave the mountain. Today it was different. The child carried the basket under the hot sun, and there was a burst of burning pain on his back. The child walked while crying. He gritted his teeth and walked forward. That time the child returned to the Yang family's shop after dark. There was only a thin layer of medicine in the basket. Old Yang was furious. The child cried and said that his mother was the only one at home. He was afraid that his mother would be hungry. Otherwise there would be more medicine. He said that he could get up early tomorrow and enter the mountain. The old man was silent. He turned and left, only saying that he would give him another chance. Less than 2 months later, the child's hands and feet were full of calluses. One day, a sudden rainstorm made the child, who had forgotten the time while picking herbs in the mountain, separated on the other side of the stream. Looking at the raging flood, the child wailed in the heavy rain. In the end, the child couldn't bear it anymore and planned to jump into the stream. At that time, old Yang suddenly appeared on the other side, stepped across the stream and carried the child back. The raindrops the size of soybeans fell on the child, but he was smiling happily on the way down the mountain. After leaving the mountain, the old man said, "Little Ping An, help me make a pipe and I'll teach you how to climb the mountain without getting tired." The child reached out to wipe the rain and grinned, "Okay." The child jumped back to Clay Bottle Lane. Today he picked a very rare and precious herb, so the Yang family's shop gave his mother more medicine. The child, who hadn't eaten for a day, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach. At that moment the child knew that he had eaten something wrong on the mountain. The pain started from his stomach to his hands and feet and finally to his head. The child first carefully squatted down, took off the basket and then took a deep breath, trying to suppress the pain. But there was a burst of burning and a burst of cold. In the end, the child could only roll in the alley in pain. From beginning to end, the child didn't dare to cry out. No matter how his head hit the wall of the alley, the child didn't cry out in the end. It was too close to home. The child was afraid that his mother, who was lying in bed, would be worried. During that process, the child, who was unconscious, only felt the beating of his heart, like the sound of a drum rumbling in his ears. In Apricot Blossom Lane, a child squatted not far from the Tonghulu stall. Every time he squatted for a while, but the stall owner remembered that dark little face. Finally, one time the man who sold Tonghulu took off a Tonghulu and smiled, "Here you go, free of charge." The child quickly got up, shook his head, smiled shyly and ran away. After that, the child's figure was never seen again. That winter, the woman on the sickbed was already as thin as a match. Naturally, her face was withered and ugly. The child, who had just returned from praying at the dilapidated statue, went to Apricot Blossom Lane to fetch water from the iron lock well. He came to the bedside and sat on a small stool. Seeing that his mother was awake, he softly asked, "Mother, are you better?" The woman smiled with difficulty. "Much better. It doesn't hurt at all." The child was overjoyed. "Mother, praying to the bodhisattvas is useful." The woman nodded and shakily stretched out a hand. The child quickly held his mother's hand. The woman turned her body to the side in extreme pain and stared at her child's face. The woman, who had been tortured by illness, suddenly brimmed with happiness. She murmured, "How can there be such a good child in the world, and how can he be my son?" In the winter of that year, the woman didn't make it through the end of the year. She didn't wait for her son to put up the spring festival couplets and the door god and died. Before she closed her eyes, it just happened to snow in the small town. She let her son go out to see the snow. The woman listened to her son's footsteps running out of the house. She closed her eyes and piously murmured, fragmented peace, my little Pingon, years of peace, years of peace, years of peace, years of peace, years of peace." From that day on, Chin Pingon became an orphan. It's just that he turned from a child to a teenager. 51. After he returned to Falu town, he had a brief sparring session with the Prince of Li, Song Chongjing. The old ape of Xingyang Mountain did not stay in the Li residence for too long. He flew out of the town and stopped for a moment at the place where the young man with straw sandals entered the mountain. Then he returned to the place where he punched and carefully observed the depth of the young man's footprints on the ground. Apart from that, the old ape also saw a series of faint footprints of an adult. It guessed that they were probably left by the young sword cultivator from the Wind Thunder Garden. When it punched the young man from Clay Bottle Alley, the young man was clearly trying to take advantage of the situation. There was an instant of sword chi leaking out. Although it was fleeting and well hidden, the old ape was a veteran of hundreds of battles. It had also cultivated for 1,000 years on Mount Xingyang, where sword chi could break bottles. It was all too familiar with sword chi and sword intent. The guardian ape of Mount Xingyang had lived for too long, so it was too knowledgeable. It had seen sword immortals who were adept at nurturing high-tier flying swords. Among them, there were dozens of miniature flying swords that were as tiny as hair. It had also seen life-bound flying swords as large as mountains that could cut rivers in half with a single slash. The old ape pondered for a while before continuing forward. After entering the mountain, it was overgrown with weeds and then a bamboo forest. Most of the ground was covered with dried leaves from last autumn and winter. However, since it was the closest to the town, the bamboo forest did not appear barren and messy. Following the imperceptible footprints, the old ape discovered that it was about to leave the bamboo forest. The old ape did not walk out of the bamboo forest directly. Instead, it looked around and did not see the young man's footprints. It looked up and saw no obvious footprints on the bamboos around it. However, the old ape still did not pursue the young man up the mountain. Instead, it rose from the ground and stepped on the top of a thick bamboo. It slightly increased its strength and leaned its body toward the mountain. The bamboo bent and was about to collapse when the old ape suddenly dispersed its aura. Its burly body was as light as a feather. Without the heavy burden, the bamboo immediately rebounded and straightened. The old man stood on the top of the bamboo like a deity riding the wind. His body swayed slightly with the bamboo. After looking around and looking down, the old ape finally discovered some clues. The corners of its mouth twitched and it looked to its left. After listening carefully, it vaguely heard the sound of flowing water. The old macaque sneered. You're as cunning as ever. The old macaque stepped on the bamboos and ran toward the stream on its left. It did not know how many bamboos were broken along the way, but when it arrived at the stream, the old macaque was unsure whether the young man with straw shoes would follow the stream into the deep forest or escape downstream. The old ape squatted by the stream and frowned. It was rather resentful. If they were in the outside world, as long as there was a mountain with a bit of spiritual energy, the old ape would be able to forcefully summon the earth god, who had lost his backing, and find out where the young man went after asking. This was also one of the original supernatural powers of the mountain-moving ape. Otherwise, no matter how powerful and famous other cultivators were, they would never be able to easily order around the gods of a region. The path to the Great Tao was different. It was just like how the Minister of War could not order a small minister counselor of the Ministry of Revenue to do this and that. The most important thing was that the Minister of War and the Minister Counselor were not in the imperial court of a country. The old macaque fell into deep thought as it listened to the stream. Logically speaking, the young man had probably honed his skills and stamina since he was young. He might have even studied shallow breathing techniques, which gave him an extraordinary physique. His body was light, his bones were hard, and his chi and blood were strong, which allowed him to play cat and mouse games with the old macaque on the roof of the alley. If that was the case, it made sense for him to hide in the depths of the dense forest where he was familiar with the path. If he was a pure young man, he only wanted to seek revenge because of his hot-bloodedness. After tasting the severity of the situation, he gradually cooled down and naturally became fearful. It was reasonable for him to run to the blacksmith's shop in the south to seek protection from Master Wan. The former would only take time, whereas the latter would not only consume energy, but it would also consume the incense on Xinjiang Mountain. The old macaque followed its heart and blurted out, "This young man must die." After saying that, the old macaque no longer had any doubts. It chose to pursue the young man downstream. To the south of the town there was a winding yellow mud path. On both sides of the path were the paddy fields of the townspeople. Halfway through the path, there was a small dilapidated temple with white walls and black tiles. Although it was called a temple, it was actually a place for the townspeople to rest. Especially during the busy farming season, hot summer or stormy weather, it made a world of difference whether there was a shelter or not. At this moment, Qin Pingon and Ning Yao were resting here. Ning Yao was born with an integrated sword heart, so it was easy for her to see at night. She easily discovered that the dilapidated walls were filled with young children's charcoal scribbles. Most of them were names. Most of the lower parts were mottled, distorted, or overlapped. Only on the higher parts were some names that were clearly visible. Song Jisan Jiqiu Zhao Yao Xia Shi Chao Shi. It was a long string of names. She guessed that they were written while riding on the neck or standing on the shoulders of their friends. Ning Yao even saw the names of Lu Xianyang, Qin Pingon and Gu Can. They were clustered in the highest part of the upper left corner, which made them seem rather out of place. Ning Yao retracted her gaze and asked, "Anyway, we've done the first step. We've forced the old macaque to breathe for the first time. Are you really going to the town to retrieve the wooden bow? Isn't it too risky? What if the old macaque is very cautious and doesn't go up the mountain to find trouble with you? Wouldn't you be like a lamb in a tiger's den?" The straw sandals teenager had been silently exhaling. The length of his breaths was not fixed. Everything depended on his feelings. He pursued the most comfortable state. After hearing Ning Yao's words, he said with a determined look, "There's no other way. We have to retrieve the wooden bow. Otherwise, all our previous efforts will be in vain. Besides, I shot an arrow at the old macaque's head in the mud bottle alley. It's just as Miss Ning said. Even at such a close distance, as long as the arrow doesn't hit the old macaque's eyes, the damage is negligible." Ning Yao was a little annoyed. "I've already said that your little tricks won't work. You didn't believe me before and didn't listen to my advice. Fine, I'll let you be. But since you believe me now, you should follow my method, right?" In fact, regarding how to deal with the old macaque of Xinjiang Mountain, the young man and the young woman discussed this matter on the covered bridge at first. Qin Pingon only asked the young woman to wait for him to go back to the town to find the three people. However, the young man suddenly changed his mind and caught up with Ning Yao before she reached the stairs at the north end of the covered bridge. After that, the two of them had a huge disagreement. The young woman who carried both a saber and a sword was very firm in the beginning. Qin Pingon was not a cultivator and did not even know the fist style. He should just watch from the side. At most he would help her to kill the old macaque to avenge Zhou Xian and vent the hatred in her heart. However, when Qin Pingon asked her how to kill the old macaque, Ning Yao was unwilling to tell him. She only said that she had a trump card that allowed her to travel the world alone. How could she not have a trump card that had been passed down in her family? Qin Pingon did not agree. That was why Qin Pingon went to find her 3 times. Qin Pingon stood up and stretched his waist. With almost no obstruction he stood up and said, "I've rested enough." Ning Yao was surprised. The things in the Yang family's shop are so useful? Qin Pingon's eyes dimmed for a moment, but he quickly nodded and said with a smile, "Very useful." Ning Yao asked, "Will the old macaque see through your escape route?" Qin Pingon thought for a moment and answered cautiously, "Maybe." Ning Yao drew 2 circles and a straight line on the ground with her scabbard. She asked, "This is the route between the small temple and the Li's house on Falu Street. Where did you hide your wooden bow?" Qin Pingon squatted down and drew a circle. "It's close to the east. It's almost here. It's not too far from Mud Bottle Alley." Ning Yao nodded. "Hey. Even if the old macaque comes directly to the small temple, I'll delay him and buy you enough time." Qin Pingon drew a small circle in the middle of the line with his finger. "If it's really the worst-case scenario, Miss Ning, can you lure him here? It's the place where I entered the mountain. It won't take long for me to get the wooden bow and rush over." The girl in a dark green robe leaned on the ground with her scabbard. She said proudly, "Maybe I'll bring the old macaque's head to your place." Qin Pingon shook his head. "Don't try to be brave. Be careful." Ning Yao wanted to hit his head with her scabbard. Who was the one trying to be brave? She glared at him. "Hey. The person standing in front of you is me, Ning Yao, the future #1 sword immortal in the world." "Okay." The young man stood up and looked down at the 2 cloth bags on his waist, just in case. He tightened them again and looked up with a smile. I know. So don't die in a small place like this. Otherwise it'll be a loss. When you become a big shot in the future as a friend, I'll be able to bask in your glory." Ning Yao sighed. "Qin Pingon, you're so wishy-washy and indecisive. I advise you not to marry a wife in the future. Just find a random girl and marry her." The young man chuckled and didn't refute. Just as he was about to leave the temple, Ning Yao said, "I'll send you to the stream first. Then I'll go northwest for a while to prevent the old macaque from worrying about the safety of the little girl. Not long after I left the bamboo forest, I didn't find any trace of you. I gave up the chase and turned back to the town." Qin Pingon thought about it and didn't refuse. The young man and the girl ran to the stream together. The girl's breathing was like a great river. The water was deep and the undercurrent was surging. The young man's breathing was like a stream, thin and long. The atmosphere was different. Ning Yao couldn't help but ask, "Will the wooden bow's arrowhead really work if you smear that herb on it?" The young man replied, "It's useful on a 200-pound wild boar anyway. It should work on the old macaque too." Ning Yao didn't say anything else. The 2 of them approached the stream, which was where the young man with straw sandals had come ashore. The young man and the girl unleashed their strength almost at the same time. They leaped up high and jumped to the opposite bank. The girl held her scabbard and slowed down after landing. The young man sprinted, jumped across the river and ran after landing. He did everything in one breath and brushed past the girl in an instant. Qin Pingon was about to turn his head when the girl said, "Go to the town first. Don't worry about me." The young man continued to move forward. He turned his head and reminded her as he ran, "I'll take a detour and pick a secluded alley to enter the town. I might be a little late." Ning Yao nodded. After Qin Pingon's figure disappeared, she stopped holding her sword and began to walk slowly to the west. Not long after, the girl stopped and squinted her eyes to look upstream into the distance. A tall and sturdy figure suddenly shot towards the north bank from the big rock in the stream and landed more than 20 steps in front of the girl with an overbearing aura. The old macaque was puzzled. He did not sense the young man's hidden aura around him. He glanced at the white scabbard sword at the girl's waist and asked with a smile, "Young lady, you were the one who caused trouble at Fortune Street, weren't you?" The girl held her sword and saber hilts in silence. The old macaque asked curiously, "Young lady, although you've been hiding on the way to the town, I know you're not simple. You're definitely not the 2 good-for-nothings from Clear Wind City and Old Dragon City. However, I'm curious. What's the grudge between us? Why do you have to do this? Or is there a grudge between your clan and Xingyang Mountain? Ning Yao did not say anything. She unsheathed her sword and saber and flashed away. Her narrow saber arrived first and slashed at the head of Xingyang Mountain's guardian patriarch. The old macaque casually raised his hand and forcefully deflected the saber's edge with his arm. The girl used the momentum to spin her body and swept her sword horizontally at the old macaque's neck. The old macaque also used his arm to forcefully deflect the sword's edge. 52. The old macaque arrived in front of the young lady in a single step, then it raised its arm and punched her head. The young lady blocked the attack with her green saber and pointed it at the old macaque's wrist. She then stabbed her long sword at the old macaque's heart. Unexpectedly, the old macaque grabbed the saber's blade nimbly with its long arm. At the same time, its other hand clenched the sword's tip in accordance with its nature. It was obvious that the old macaque's aggressive attempt to kill the young lady was fake, and his real intention was to lure the young lady into drawing her sword. The mountain-moving ape, who came from the sacred land of swordsmanship in the eastern treasure bottle continent, could tell that the sword was unusual at first glance. The old macaque did not hesitate to change its chi for the second time. Even though the tip of the sword had penetrated the old macaque's chest and was only an inch away from piercing his heart, the old macaque still felt that it was too late. Seeing that the situation was bad, Ning Yao decisively let go of the sword's hilt and pulled out her saber with all her might. The blade slid past the old macaque's palm, producing a piercing metallic sound. After pulling out her saber, the young lady leaned back and quickly retreated without stopping. As expected, the old macaque turned sideways and swung the sword's tip backward. The long sword was thrown dozens of meters away. It then kicked the young lady. The young lady raised her right hand that was holding the sword, but it was kicked by the old macaque. A loud bang was heard, and the young lady was sent about 20 to 20 meters away. She fell hard on the ground and rolled a few times before she used the tip of her saber to support herself. The tip of her saber pierced a foot into the road to stop her sliding body. Fortunately, the soil on the stream was soft and the stones on the ground were round and not sharp. As such, the young lady's back was not badly mutilated. Without giving the young lady a chance to catch her breath, the old macaque's giant figure fell from the sky. This time the young lady did not even pull out her saber. He kept retreating. The old macaque did not chase after the young lady. After landing, it stood on the spot and lifted one of its feet to step on the saber's hilt that was stuck in the road. When the young lady looked up while kneeling on one knee, the old macaque stepped harder on the ground, causing the saber's hilt to be flat with the ground. Wisps of purplish gold aura flowed slowly on the old macaque's face, which looked particularly dazzling in the dark night. It sneered, "You practice saber and sword, but you're neither a donkey nor a horse. This is your pitiful end." The girl stood up and swallowed a mouthful of blood. "Is that all you've got?" The old macaque shook its head and smiled. "I was only giving you another chance just now." Taking a deep breath, Ning Yao replied, "In my hometown, a battle of life and death doesn't matter who the parents are. As long as you have the ability to kill me fair and square, I'll admit that I'm not as skilled as you. When my parents find out the reason in the future, they'll at most look for trouble with you in the eastern Aquarius continent. They'll definitely not implicate Xingyang Mountain. Therefore you can rest assured and fight to your heart's content." It was the first time the old ape had heard the young girl being so talkative. She was very different from the young girl in the curtained hat who was serious in speech and manner. Therefore, when the old ape felt a chill on the back of its neck, it quickly turned its head. A streak of white light brushed past its neck, leaving a shallow wound on the tip of the sword. If he did not turn around, even if he could not pierce through the old ape's neck in one breath, he would still be severely injured. By then he would really fail miserably. One wrong step would lead to many wrong steps. Once he thought about how he would lose the moral high ground if he revealed his real body and dharma form prematurely, he would have no room to bargain with Qi Jingchun and Master Wan. He might even implicate his mistress and have to bear all kinds of dangers in this world alone. The old ape of Xingyang Mountain finally became angry for the third time. The flying sword did not return to its scabbard. Instead, it circled around the girl and spun quickly to please its master. When the old ape saw this, it was so angry that it laughed out loud. Good. I didn't have a good time fighting Song Zhangqiang, so I'll play with you next." Do you know how many heavy blows your skin and flesh can withstand? The girl carefully observed the purplish gold aura on the old ape's face and frowned slightly. Contrary to her expectations, even if the old ape used its supernatural powers and spells 3 times, it still held back a certain amount of energy. It would not cause the dam of its main aperture points to collapse and be forced to reveal its true form. Moreover, shortening one's lifespan was extremely fatal to human cultivators below the upper 5 states. Of course, it was also painful for a mountain-moving ape, but at the same time, it was not as fatal as other people. The girl moved her fingers slightly and the long sword spun along with it. She smiled. No wonder my father said that Xingyang Mountain of Eastern Treasure Bottle Continent is not worth mentioning. You've always been arrogant, but your sword aura is weak. The old ape's hair and beard stood up. It roared angrily, "You're courting death." It pounced on the girl who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Ning Yao did not linger on the battle and ran north. She was surrounded by dangers along the way. If the flying sword had not obtained the 2 words on the plaque of Fighting Bull with Qi, its sword aura and spiritual intent had not skyrocketed at the same time. Moreover, it had a telepathic connection with the girl and could point the tip of the sword wherever she wanted. The long sword itself was like an unruly existence, which blocked the old ape's thunderous attacks time and time again and helped its master escape by a fluke. If it was a natal item cultivated by a sword cultivator through untold hardships and was so compatible with her mind, the old ape would not be surprised at all. However, the old ape clearly sensed that the unsheathed long sword was definitely not the strange girl's natal flying sword. She was more like an ordinary martial artist who traveled the Jianghu with a handy divine weapon, and only required the blade to be sharp enough. She had never walked the path of sword cultivation that nurtured the sword heart and nurtured the sword spirit. However, what was strange about the girl was that she was not entirely a martial artist. For a martial arts grandmaster who focused on tempering the body, what she pursued was immortality even if heaven and earth collapsed. If she was overtaken by a weapon, she would be reduced to an unorthodox path. The reason the old ape could not capture the girl along the way, apart from the disturbance caused by the flying sword, was that the girl had learned a variety of things. She was a sword cultivator, a martial artist, and a chi refinement cultivator. Her aura was pure and long. The old ape really could not figure out which sect in the Eastern Treasure Bottle Continent could train such a strange junior. Therefore, it became more careful when it attacked to test her background. In any case, as long as it did not get close to the town, the old ape would not have any worries no matter how chaotic it was over there. The girl, who was fleeing everywhere, turned paler. "You're an arrow at the end of its flight." The old ape grinned hideously. "Let's not talk about whether you can survive until you get back to the town. Even if you're lucky enough to succeed, do you really think I can't kill you?" The old ape leaped over the girl's head and landed on her path. It turned around to block the girl's path to the north and smashed the flying sword more than 300 meters away with a punch. However, the clingy flying sword arrived in the blink of an eye and stabbed at the old ape's head again. When the old ape tried to find a chance to grab the flying sword tightly and imprison it in its palm, it retreated slyly as if it had foresight and did not want to fight. The flying sword came and went like the wind, which was impossible to guard against. No matter how tough the old ape's skin was, it was still in a rather sorry state. The girl was unwilling to fight the old ape in a straight line, so she slanted and ran northeast. The old ape moved horizontally as well, which intimidated the girl the whole time. The old macaque slapped away the flying sword that was flying toward it from the side as if it was swatting a fly. The flying sword finally pulled itself out of the mud like a woman twisting her waist. It hovered in the air while the tip of the sword quivered violently like a furious wild cat. Very soon, it charged at the old macaque aggressively again. The old ape was impatient and it could not help but ask, "How can this flying sword ignore the rules here? What's your relationship with Qi Jingchun or Wan Gu?" Ning Yao's forehead was almost hit by the old ape's palm. While his body leaned back, he reached out to grab the handle of his flying sword. Then he was forcefully pulled out of the range of the old ape's palm. He slid backward as if his arm was being dragged by someone. After being pulled away by the flying sword, the girl did not take the opportunity to retreat into the town for some reason. Instead, she stopped and stood up straight. She tilted her head and spat out blood. The flying sword hovered next to the girl and buzzed. It was a puzzled child who was chattering endlessly with an elder. The girl pressed her left shoulder with her right hand. The old ape suddenly slowed down and laughed out loud. As expected, this flying sword that acknowledges you as its master can indeed disobey the rules, but it's still a flying sword after all. No matter how mystical and spiritual it is, it's still inferior to you when you're controlling it. Unfortunately, your body and soul were severely injured in the town and haven't recovered, so you can't control it at all. Therefore, it's been intermittent and it's attacking on its own. In any case, you never really wanted to injure me seriously and only used a defensive move to save your life, so you had no choice but to control the flying sword according to your will. The girl finally spoke again. You talk too much. Her lips were red, her face was white, and she wore a dark green robe. In the middle of the night, the girl looked like a female ghost that wandered the countryside at night. The old ape walked forward step by step and clicked its tongue. You have a good sword, but your body's weak. You're weak, but you're strong. How pitiful. You and that young man from the alley tried everything to make me change my breath so that this world would retaliate. Young lady, why don't you take a guess now? Once I finish my third breath, will I incur the wrath of heaven and earth when I change my next breath? Will I be able to withstand the seawater pouring in? The girl suddenly smiled playfully. She tapped the tip of her foot and leaped backward. She was only 3 meters high and 1.5 meters away. The old ape, which initially wanted to chase after her, was baffled. It continued to walk forward slowly as it was afraid that it was a trick, and it decided to wait and see. Subsequently, the girl who was in the air tapped the tip of her foot again. This time she exerted more force on the tip of her foot and twisted her ankle so she did not jump backwards straight. Instead she jumped to the right. It turned out that before the girl could fall, the flying sword had already reached the girl's feet, which were at the highest point in the air. Therefore the girl accurately borrowed the force every time to continue to dodge backward and higher. Even the experienced old ape was stunned because the scene in front of it was strange and comical. The girl was like a little elk jumping on a lattice. She jumped continuously with a lithe and agile aura, and she soon disappeared into the night sky. Perhaps she was worried that the old ape would launch a sneak attack halfway, so she jumped without any order. She jumped from left to right, high to low, front to back. The old ape twitched its mouth and remarked with a complicated look, "What an antelope hanging its horn." Despite that, the old ape did not watch the girl escape. It tapped the tip of its foot and casually picked up a pebble, then held it in its hand and hurled it into the air. The pebbles were quickly picked up by the old ape. Then they were hurled at the girl with the momentum of wind and thunder. Although most of the pebbles missed, 7 to 8 of them still posed a great threat to the girl, so she had no choice but to drive her flying sword to crush them. In the night sky, a series of booming sounds resounded, like the blossoming of spring thunder. The old ape had a gloomy look in its eyes. That girl either lost her mind or had a one-track mind. She could obviously control the flying sword in one breath and fly to a high altitude where the flying stones were weak. Yet she maintained her altitude like a light horse at the edge of a battlefield to lure the enemy archers to exhaust their arrows and power. Unknowingly, she was already close to the west of the town. The old ape roughly estimated the girl's remaining aura. It did not have much left, so it picked up 2 fist-sized pebbles. With one in each hand, it stepped forward and swung its arm, causing its bulging muscles to bulge. It was a shocking sight. Sizzling sounds were heard when the pebbles pierced through the air, and they were accompanied by a long string of sparks. Unlike usual, they soared into the sky like thin fire dragons. The old ape yelled, "Get down here!" A dazzling electric light was seen high up in the sky, followed by thunderous booms. The girl let out a muffled groan and her entire body began to fall. The flying sword, which was crooked like a drunkard, kept wailing, but it still flew toward its master with all its might. The old ape did not look at the girl or the flying sword at all. Instead, it squinted its eyes and stared at the roof on the west of the town. When a black figure moved, the old ape stomped its other foot hard and threw the remaining pebble in its hand. It laughed out loud and said, "Those who save me will die first." The girl vomited blood and shouted, "Don't come out." The girl, who was already heavily injured, could not bear to watch. At that moment she was in despair and gripped the hilt of her sword with difficulty. When one of her arms could not support it, she quickly switched to the other hand to hold the sword. She repeated this repeatedly to slow down her fall. Ning Yao did not expect that it was her own cleverness that killed the young man. The young man wore straw sandals, carried a wicker basket and tied a fish basket. He came and went in a hurry every day like the wind, busy earning money and brewing medicine. Ning Yao felt that it was not right for such a young man to die just like that. After the girl landed on the ground shakily, she formed 2 fingers into a sword and pressed them against her forehead. She gritted her teeth and said, "Come out. Open this world for me." A thin golden line gradually extended from the girl's forehead from top to bottom. It was like an immortal opening his heavenly eye. Under the ancient arch bridge in the present covered bridge, a rusty old sword whose tip was pointed at the pool of water for thousands of years yawned like a person waking up from a deep sleep. The rusty tip of the sword swayed gently. Hence the covered bridge swayed. The entire stream swayed as well. The whole small world also swayed. In a deep mountain, the travel-worn Qi Jingchun and several people came out of the mountain together. The teacher leisurely walked on the mountain road. He raised his foot and was about to step on it when he smiled and slowly put his foot down. In the backyard of the Yang family's shop, old man Yang sat next to an oil lamp and dozed off. When he woke up, he knocked the table with his pipe. Dali's vassal Song Zhangqiang jumped and cursed in the government office for no reason. In the blacksmith shop's sword-casting room, Wan Ting, who was in charge of hammering, missed. The pony-tailed girl holding the sword was shocked. Ma Kushuan, who was regarded as a fool by everyone, was lying on the roof looking at the night sky. He suddenly sat up with a murderous look. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded, getting closer and closer. "Miss Ning, why are you standing there like a fool? Run." "I'm not dead, that's a piece of clothing I took off." "Old bastard's brain is not working well, why are you all so stupid?" The girl was already a little delirious. When the edict ceremony was about to be completed, she suddenly felt as if she was riding on clouds and mist. She was carried on someone's shoulder and ran into the small town. Ning Yao suddenly woke up. Her body was bumped up and down on the shoulders of a certain young man. She was a little uncomfortable and embarrassed. She was completely stunned. Ah. 53. That's all for today. 6,000 words. Qin Pingon carried the girl and ran like crazy. He ran even faster than when he went up the mountain like a rapist who had stolen a virgin. Ning Yao suffered a serious internal injury and was very uncomfortable from the bumpy ride, but she couldn't care less about her face. If the old ape punched her now, she and Qin Pingon would probably die together. Ning Yao's forehead was full of sweat. She asked, "How did you survive? Why didn't you hit the stone? How did you know that the old ape's backup plan was aimed at you and not me?" After asking a lot of questions, Ning Yao suddenly realized something. "Let's not talk about that first. While the old ape needs to take a breath, we should run as far as we can. I've asked the sword to stall the old ape as much as possible, but I don't think it can hold on for long." The young man nodded and ran as fast as he could through the alleys like a fish swimming at the bottom of a stream. After they were far away from the small street in the west of the town, Qin Pingon didn't stop running. He took the time to explain in a low voice, "Earlier in the mud bottle alley, the old ape was tricked by me to go to the roof of a shabby house. Then he fell into a pit. After that, I secretly threw a small broken tile on the roof of the house next to the pit. As expected, the old ape thought that I was careless and leaked my footsteps. He suddenly smashed the tile and broke through the wall and the roof of the neighboring house. I was so scared that I broke into a cold sweat. Actually, I was hiding on the roof just now. I didn't dare to show my head because I was afraid that you would be distracted. I also thought that I could shoot an arrow at the old ape. Then I saw the stone that the old ape smashed you with. It was hanging in the sky like a fire snake. I guessed that if it raised its head, everyone in the town would see it. I didn't dare to be careless. At that time I thought that if it were me I would definitely use you as bait. I would hit those who were hiding in the dark first and then deal with those who were out in the open. How nice would it be to skewer 2 fish with 1 bait, right? So I took off Lu Xianyang's clothes first and threw him out before I dared to save you." Ning Yao's eyes lit up and she clicked her tongue in wonder. Then she inexplicably began to settle scores. "Qin Pingon, who did you learn these tricks from? Since he was so sanctimonious, he was definitely not as honest as he appeared. Speak." "When Taoist Lu saved me in your ancestral home in Mud Bottle Alley, apart from taking off your veil hat, did you take advantage of me?" Qin Pingon was at a loss, as if he had been slapped in the face by an oxtail when he was a child. What? The young girl did not continue to denounce him. Instead she laughed to herself. Qin Pingon was a money grubber, but he was definitely not a pervert. Ning Yao firmly believed in this, just like how she always believed that she would become a great sword immortal in the future. It wasn't something that was rare and could be counted on one's fingers, but the kind that was unique to her. Ning Yao whispered, "Put me down." Qin Pingon asked, "Can you walk by yourself?" Ning Yao said helplessly, "I can't walk for now, but if you continue to run like this, my heart, liver, spleen and stomach will be shaken out by you. When the time comes, I won't be smashed to death by the old ape's fist, but end up dying on your shoulder like a piece of pork. The old ape will be laughed to death by us." Qin Pingon slowed down and said with a headache, "Then what should I do? Find a place nearby to hide? I originally wanted to leave the town, but that place is not easy to be found." Ning Yao suddenly thought of something and asked curiously, "Where is your self-made wooden porcelain armor? Why aren't you wearing it?" Qin Pingon smiled bitterly. "It's meaningless to deal with the old ape. Instead, it will affect my running speed, so I just took it off. Fortunately, I did so, or else I wouldn't know how to take you away from there. I can't carry you or hug you. Just thinking about it gives me a headache." Ning Yao sighed and made up her mind. "Qin Pingon, put me down first and then carry me to the place you mentioned." Qin Pingon naturally had no objections and did as she said without hesitation. He carried the young girl on his back and continued running. He asked, "Miss Ning, where's your saber? Why is there only a scabbard?" The young girl hugged the young man's neck and said unhappily, "It's buried in the ground." Qin Pingon did not ask any more questions and ran to a secluded place outside the town. The surroundings of the desolate mountain range were filled with numerous tombs that no one had paid respects to since a long time ago. The tombs were overgrown with weeds, and it was luxuriant to the point it was like a vegetable garden. The cries of night owls rose and fell from time to time, and it was truly terrifying. Fortunately, Qin Pingon had a feeling for this place that his peers did not have, so he did not feel uncomfortable. About half an hour later, Qin Pingon carried the young girl and passed through countless broken and collapsed statues, circling around to the back of a huge statue. The clay statue had fallen to the ground, and for some reason, its head was nowhere to be seen. Its body was more than 20 feet long, and it could be imagined that this statue had once sat upright in the ancestral hall, and how majestic and awe-inspiring it was. Qin Pingon squatted down and tried to put Ning Yao down first. However, after waiting for a while, there was no movement from her. Qin Pingon was so frightened that he thought Miss Ning had died on the way. Just as Qin Pingon was dumbfounded on the spot, as if he had been struck by lightning, unable to say a word, the girl who had been sleeping soundly on the way finally woke up. She subconsciously wiped the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand and asked in a daze, "We've arrived." The young man squatting on the ground could not understand at this moment. In any case, tears almost flowed out of his eyes. The young man hurriedly took a deep breath and restrained his strange emotions. His hands gently released the girl's legs and he turned his head with a smile. "This is a temporary hut that I built last autumn. In the past I often brought Gukin here to play. He complained that he wanted to play around, so I used a chopper to chop some branches to build a frame, and then covered it with leaves and grass. It's quite sturdy. Last winter there were 2 big snowfalls, but it didn't collapse." Ning Yao stood up straight and looked back. The flying sword did not return in a sorry state. This was a good sign. At least it meant that the old ape did not find the direction of their hiding place. Qin Pingon asked Ning Yao to wait for a while and took the lead to enter the temporary hut made of wood and grass. He tidied it up a little before opening the door to welcome the guests. Ning Yao sat in the small hut that was not too narrow and cramped. She felt relieved. Qin Pingon did not close the rough wooden door. Instead he sat at the door with his back to the young girl. Ning Yao asked, "Why didn't you close the door?" Qin Pingon shook his head. If the old ape found this place, there would be no difference. Ning Yao, who was sitting cross-legged, nodded. "That's true." After a moment of silence, Ning Yao asked, "Don't you have anything to ask?" Qin Pingon asked, "Did the old ape use 3 breaths?" Ning Yao grunted. "But I'll tell you a bad stream. The old ape can break the rules again at least. It's more than enough to deal with the 2 of us who are injured." Qin Pingon asked again, Miss Ning, how much do you think the old ape paid for this? The hut was filled with the fragrance of the green grass. Although the ground was a little damp, the young girl felt that she could not ask for more. Ning Yao thought about it carefully. And said, the elder macaque attacked a total of 3 times. The first time was from Mud Bottle Alley to the westernmost part of the town. The elder macaque was more reserved and mainly wanted to test if you had any backing. After all, he was afraid that someone was plotting behind the scenes and was afraid that someone would target the young master of Xingyang Mountain whom he had escorted here. Therefore his lifespan was only shortened to about 3 to 5 years. After that, he confronted me by the stream for about 20 years. The third time was estimated to be at least 50 years. Qin Pingan's eyes were shining. He bent down and pulled out a blade of grass. After brushing off the soil, he chewed it and said happily, let's call it 180 years. I've made a fortune. Even if we don't consider the trap of the woman surnamed Kai in Yunxia Mountain, an ordinary person can only live for 60 years. I've earned 2 more lifetimes. Besides, the old ape's lifespan was almost 200 years. I think he would die of anger when he thought of this. Ning Yao frowned and said, Qin Pingan, do you think your life is worthless? Qin Pingan said without hesitation, compared to the old ape who has lived for thousands of years, I'm just a common person who used to be a kiln worker in a small town. Of course I'm worthless. It's not shameful to admit this. Ning Yao was flustered by Qin Pingan's fallacious reasoning. Qin Pingan turned his head and smiled. Of course, when I think of this and accept my fate, I still feel aggrieved in my heart. Think about it, why is my life worthless when I'm just here to experience the world? Ning Yao was just about to agree and then show off a few heroic and knowledgeable sayings of the sages. Unexpectedly, the youth quickly gave an answer. He seriously asked himself, could it be that I didn't do enough good things in my previous life? But I didn't have time to do any good deeds in this life. Won't I be doomed in my next life? What should I do? Ning Yao picked up the empty green scabbard on her leg and gently tapped the young man's back with the tip of the scabbard. The young man in straw sandals suddenly grimaced. He turned his head and looked angry but didn't dare to say anything. Ning Yao glared at him and said, this life hasn't come to an end yet. Why are you thinking about your next life? Qin Pingan quickly stretched out a finger and motioned for Ning Yao to keep her voice down. The young girl quickly shut up. Qin Pingan moved his butt away, trying to stay away from the young girl and the scabbard. Ning Yao wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, she decided to tell the young man the truth. She said in a hoarse voice, Qin Pingan, have you ever thought about how long this mountain guardian ape of Xingyang Mountain could have lived even though its lifespan has been shortened by 180 years? The young man looked at the distant sky with his back to the young girl and just shook his head. How could the young man know such a mysterious thing? He probably couldn't figure out the answer even if he cracked his head. Some things were like the blue stone streets of Fulu Street in Peachleaf Alley. If the young man hadn't delivered the letter, he wouldn't have known that the roads in the world weren't all muddy roads. Ning Yao sighed and said, this kind of ferocious beast remnant species born from heaven and earth's anomalies are far from humans' acupoints. Although it's extremely difficult to cultivate, the advantage is that the loss of essence, qi and spirit is slower, resulting in an extremely long lifespan of at least 500 years and up to 5,000 years. The mountain guardian ape is active and doesn't like to be quiet. If it doesn't cultivate, its lifespan won't be too long. Naturally, it's inferior to the tortoise and flood dragon. However, the mountain guardian ape was once an overlord and its lifespan is still around 2,000 years. Moreover, this mountain guardian ape has obviously cultivated Dao techniques and supernatural powers. Once it reaches the upper 5 realms, with its physique of the 9th realm, it's not impossible for it to live for 3,000 or 4,000 years, let alone 2,000 years. Ning Yao looked at the thin figure and said, so don't think you've lived enough. Qin Pingan didn't say a word. Ning Yao felt a little sad. The two of them didn't say anything. The girl who revealed heaven's secret gradually felt a little guilty. She racked her brains to come up with the right words to comfort that guy. However, just as Ning Yao's head was about to explode from thinking, she heard the soft snoring of the straw sandal youth. Ning Yao was instantly dumbfounded. In the depths of Apricot Blossom Alley, there was a large house that was tidied up from inside to outside. Even the path in front of the house was much cleaner than other people's houses. An old woman who had absolutely no affinity for kindness, flicked the wick of the lamp to make the light in the house brighter. Then she looked at her grandson dotingly and began to nag, day after day, year after year. Why are you on the roof again in the middle of the night? As the old saying goes, spring is cold in autumn. You never listened to my advice. You're still growing. If you really get sick from the cold, how am I supposed to live? The simple-minded youth grinned. After the old woman sat down, she sighed and began to recite her family's difficult scriptures. My good grandson, you don't know. During the day today, that ingrate smelled some meat and suddenly came to our house with big and small bags of gifts. You weren't at home at that time, so you didn't see his face. He's really a filial son and a kind father. Grandma was almost moved to tears. When she said this, the old woman's face was full of ridicule. She suddenly spat a mouthful of thick phlegm on the ground. She regretted it a little and quickly used the tip of her foot to crush it. The old woman looked up at the indifferent youth. She was angry, but she couldn't bear to hit him. She could only say angrily, "Heartless child, you don't even know how to care for your grandma. Your real name is Zhou Xian, but you were born without a mother. If it's not a hard life, then what is it?" Grandma added the word, hard, to your name. If you think it's bad luck, you can change it back in the future. It doesn't matter, you don't have to care about what Grandma thinks. Grandma is a country old woman, a toad in the fields. She's short-sighted and deserves to suffer all her life. The old woman began to wipe her tears. The youth Zhou Xian placed his hand on the back of the old woman's bony hand. The old woman looked at her grandson. The youth's eyes finally had some emotion. She smiled and patted the back of Zhou Xian's hand. "Grandma, I am a person without good fortune. Your grandfather has a conscience, but he doesn't have the ability, so he is unreliable. My son has the ability, but he doesn't have a conscience, so he is also unreliable. If you don't have a future, then all the hardships Grandma has suffered in this life would have been for nothing. Suffering is nothing, just don't be like Grandma. In the future you have to have a future, a great future. If anyone bullies you, you have to bully them back. Don't be a good person. As for a bad person, it's fine to be one a few times. Don't just eat your fill and harm others. Be careful of retribution. Even if the heavens like to sleep all year round, there will always be a time when they open their eyes. If you are caught red-handed, I.O." The youth had heard these old sayings from a young age. Not only had his ears grown calluses, they had even been changed several times. However, the youth did not retract his hand, allowing his grandmother to gently hold it. The old woman suddenly asked, "Why do you like GQ, that cheap servant girl?" The youth smiled, "Because she is beautiful." The old woman slightly increased her strength and patted the back of Zhou Xian's hand, cursing, "You heartless maggot. You won't even tell Grandma the truth?" The youth chuckled, "Grandma, don't worry, it is a good thing." The old woman was skeptical, but she temporarily suppressed this question and changed the topic. "Do you know why your parents didn't want you?" The youth smiled. "At that time my family was poor and couldn't afford to raise me." The old woman suddenly raised her voice and screamed, "Poor? Our Ma family's 7 or 8 generations really can't be considered poor. We were just used to pretending to be grandsons. In the end, we didn't even know how to be grandfathers anymore. In fact, our ancestors left behind an ancestral rule. No matter how rich you are not allowed to build a house on Fulu Street, not even on Peachleaf Alley. Your parents deserve to be struck by lightning. If they were poor, would they be wearing gold and silver every day? Would they be able to eat and drink delicious food every day? Besides not daring to move to a place where the 4 families and 10 clans gather, what kind of good fortune did they have?" Every time she mentioned her son and daughter-in-law, the old woman's teeth would itch. She sneered, "Those ancestral rules are just things that have been buried in the ground for so many years. How much money can they be worth now? Grandson, when you become successful in the future, don't take it too seriously. Grandma has lived for many years and has seen many rich and poor people. In the end, only people without ability are honest people." Zhou Xian's smile was brilliant. It was unknown whether he felt this was reasonable or just ridiculous. This youth had been like this since he was young. He could eat any kind of loss and endure any kind of bullying. But when he was stubborn, even his grandmother couldn't persuade him and wouldn't listen. The old woman thought for a moment, then got up and ran out to see if the courtyard door was locked. She returned to the room and sat down again. She lowered her voice, Grandson, don't think that Grandma has been pretending to be mysterious all these years. Other than being a midwife, giving people a bowl of talisman water to drink, or shamelessly collecting junk from people. But let Grandma tell you, those old things that I have collected are all top treasures. The youth returned to his lazy appearance. It was obvious that Zhou Xian had no interest in his grandmother's big box of junk. The old woman continued to talk about the various tricks she had used in her early years and was very proud of herself. Zhou Xian suddenly asked, Grandma, Qin Pingan's father from Mud Bottle Alley, did he die in? The old woman's expression changed dramatically. She quickly reached out and covered her grandson's mouth. She sternly said, there are some things that can be done but can't be said. The youth smiled and nodded, no longer asking questions. After that, the old woman no longer had the mood to show off her past glory. She was sick and had a heavy heart. From time to time she would look at the night scenery outside the window. Zhou Xian smiled and asked, Grandma, you have been a witch in our town for so many years. Everyone in Apricot Blossom Alley says that you can cross the boundary between yin and yang and lead the souls of the dead back to the world of the living. The old woman rolled her eyes and said, others believe in this foul atmosphere, but you also believe in it? Grandma is even afraid of thunder. If I really see a ghost, won't I be scared to death? Grandma, don't be afraid. The youth Zhou Xian laughed softly. Humans and ghosts walk different paths. The great path leads to the sky and each of us walks on one side. At dawn, Ning Yao, who was in her small nest, slowly opened her eyes. There was no trace of the youth. She quickly got up, bent over and walked out. She tiptoed and jumped onto the huge shoulder of the worn-out statue that was lying on its side. In the distance, the youth in straw sandals was running in her direction. His footsteps were neither fast nor slow, and it did not seem like he was being chased. When he saw the girl in dark green, he quickly waved his hand to signal her to come down. Ning Yao jumped down from the Buddha's shoulder and stood in front of the youth. The old ape did not find us. After saying this, Qin Pingan faced the headless statue, put his palms together, bowed his head and muttered. Ning Yao vaguely heard that he was sincerely begging her not to blame him. She rolled her eyes but did not say anything. After that, Qin Pingan whispered mysteriously, I'll take you to see two statues. They're very interesting. Ning Yao asked, are the gods and bodhisattvas willing to come out and see you? Doesn't that mean that they are sincere? Qin Pingan said resentfully, Miss Ning, what are you saying? Ning Yao raised her eyebrows. Qin Pingan continued at lightning speed, you sound like you have read books. Ning Yao suddenly changed into a different person. She coughed a few times and said in her heart, restrain, restrain, restrain. The youth led the way in front and the girl silently followed behind. Ning Yao subconsciously stretched out a finger and rubbed the space between her eyebrows. Her life was hanging by a thread. The girl hesitated for a long time. She took a deep breath and said two words weakly, thank you. The youth had always been observant and alert, so he naturally heard the girl's sudden words of gratitude. However, deep in his heart he felt that she did not need to thank him. On the contrary, he should be thanking her. However, Qin Pingan did not know how to say it, so he simply ignored it. Qin Pingan suddenly stopped and stared blankly to the south. He said to himself, what if the old ape has been expelled from the country by Mr. Qi, so he did not chase after us? What should we do? The girl was speechless. Qin Pingan continued to move forward. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Ning Yao quickened her pace and walked side by side with him. She could not help but ask, Qin Pingan, are you okay? Qin Pingan shook his head and said, I'm fine. I know that some things are like this. There is no way around it. The youth was not educated, so he did not know the meaning of that sentence. In other words, there would be a time when a person's strength would be exhausted. Ning Yao suddenly stopped. When the youth turned around in confusion, she pointed at the red mark between her eyebrows. I know you're curious, but you're too embarrassed to ask. I might as well tell you the truth. This is my trump card. The old ape of Xinjiang Mountain is powerful, right? You drove me and you into a state worse than a stray dog, didn't you? But in the acupuncture point between my eyebrows, there's a 10th birthday present from my mother. It's my natal item. As long as it appears, not only will the old ape die even. At this point, the girl cut off the conversation and directly skipped the topic. The reason why I'm telling you this is to tell you that the world is very big. Don't underestimate yourself and don't be discouraged. Aren't you already practicing martial arts? Why don't you practice swordsmanship as well? Qin Pingon asked. You know how to teach swordsmanship? Ning Yao said confidently, I'm too talented. I learned swordsmanship very early and my realm rose very quickly. But I don't know how to teach swordsmanship at all. Qin Pingon scratched his head. Ning Yao thought for a moment and said seriously, even if I wanted to give that flying sword to you, it wouldn't agree. Moreover, I don't want to humiliate it like this. In my hometown, all swords that have spirits in the world are people of my generation. Ning Yao finally took off the snow-white scabbard at her waist. But I can give you this scabbard. Qin Pingon was confused. Why? Ning Yao patted Qin Pingon's shoulder and said earnestly, you even have a scabbard. Are you still far from becoming a sword immortal? Qin Pingon took the empty scabbard in a daze. He was dumbfounded. What did you say? Ning Yao strode forward. The girl only felt that she had done an extremely cool thing. That was all. Qin Pingon carefully carried the scabbard, wondering where he could find a sword. Although I don't know why the person who wrote the fist manual only chose one hand and didn't choose the hand gesture we see now, I can be sure of one thing. The sword furnace or the spiritual official's finger sword gesture might be different in size. Qin Pingon was confused, but he didn't forget to refute and remind her. The fist manual is Gu Kan's. I'm keeping it for him. Ning Yao didn't bicker with Qin Pingon. She pointed at the Taoist spiritual official's sword furnace and explained, do you see that? In the fist manual, the right hand's little finger is protruding. But here the 9 fingers are entangled, circled, and interlocked. Only the left hand's index finger is protruding. The purpose is to form a sword gesture with the fingers and ultimately nourish the index finger. Ning Yao continued, I've traveled around your world for many years. I've seen many temples for heavenly kings and spiritual officials from various Taoist temples. This clay statue. Qin Pingon waited for her to continue, but he didn't get an answer. He could only ask, is there anything strange about it? Ning Yao nodded and said seriously, it's the shortest. The young man squatting on the ground didn't say anything. He just gave her a thumbs up. Ning Yao turned her head and asked, have you seen a Taoist spiritual official's statue that's taller than your Mount Biyun? Of course not. Qin Pingon was stunned and asked doubtfully, Mount Biyun is on our side? Ning Yao suddenly understood and explained, it's the tallest mountain here. A long, long time ago, it's said that there was once an enlightened master who buried a heavenly master's seal on Mount Covering Cloud to suppress the dragon chi in this world. Qin Pingon's eyes lit up. Do you know the approximate location? Can we dig it? Ning Yao smiled and said, why? Do you want to dig it up and sell it? Qin Pingon, whose truth was exposed, blushed slightly and said frankly, we don't have to sell it for money. As long as it's something good and valuable, it's good to keep it at home as a family heirloom. Ning Yao used her finger to point at the guy who only cared about money in the air and said unhappily, if you can establish your own sect in the future, I reckon that with a sect leader like you, your disciples and guests won't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. They'll just have to lie down and enjoy life. Qin Pingon didn't think that far. As for establishing a sect, he didn't understand. He stood up and asked, no matter the size, is this also a kind of sword furnace? Ning Yao nodded and said, the big and small sword furnaces are divided into left and right hands. The real object of nourishment is definitely not the left index finger and the right little finger, but all the way up to. When Ning Yao said this, she closed her eyes and concentrated. She didn't even need to form seals to be able to sense it. She opened her eyes and bent her finger, pointing to 2 places on the back of her head. They were the jade pillow and sky pillar acupuncture points. They were indeed suitable places to nourish her life-flying sword. She smiled and said, the left-hand sword furnace corresponds to here and the right hand points to here. Qin Pingon said blankly, Miss Ning, in fact I've always wanted to ask. This sword furnace is said to be the foundation of a fist manual, but the fingers are twisting here and there. What does this have to do with practicing the fist? Can I gain strength? Ning Yao was dumbfounded. If Ning Yao had to explain martial arts or the ways of cultivation, then it would be too difficult for her. She couldn't even talk about how she had smoothly crossed all the big and small obstacles along the way. After all, to Ning Yao herself, was there a need to say these useless truths? Wasn't it natural to be familiar with them? So the young girl scolded the youth with a stern face. If you don't have the cultivation, then it's useless to talk. Why are you asking so many questions? Just focus on practicing. Why? Can't bear the hardship? Qin Pingon was skeptical and said carefully, Miss Ning, is that really the case? Ning Yao crossed her arms in front of her chest and asked with a righteous expression, otherwise. Qin Pingon stopped asking about this matter and looked up at the painted statue that Ning Yao called the spirit official of Taoism. He said, this is the immortal of Taoist Lu's family. Ning Yao said helplessly, what do you mean by the immortal of Taoist Lu's family? First, Taoism. Although Taoism has the word family, it's definitely not the family of the common people in your small town. Taoism is so big that it's far beyond your imagination. Even I don't know how many Taoists there are in Taoism and how many branches there are. I only heard my father say that the ancestral court is now divided into 4 parts. Upper, lower, north and south. Forget it, telling you this is like playing the lute to a cow. Secondly, immortals, immortals, immortals. Although you are used to chanting together and even the mortals in the world are the same, at the end of the day immortals and immortals walk different paths. Let me give you an example. Have you heard of this saying before? Qin Pingon nodded and said, in the past, Granny Ma often quarreled with Gukan's mother in Apricot Blossom Alley. I always heard this sentence. Ning Yao seemed to be giving advice at this time. Why should Buddha fight for an incense stick? Because immortal does need incense. Without incense, immortal will gradually weaken and eventually lose his boundless spiritual power. The reason is very simple. It's like a person who doesn't eat grains for several days. Where does the strength come from? Why does the secular imperial court want officials everywhere to ban obscene temples? What they are afraid of is that the incense in the human world is in chaos, allowing some people or something who shouldn't be immortal to sit on the throne of immortal. Taking a step back, even if they become immortal without permission, they are naturally kind people who are willing to protect the local people year after year and never violate the rules of heaven and earth. However, to the emperor who claims to be true dragon's body, these obscene temples that are not conferred by the imperial court are a disaster to the feng shui of a region. It's tantamount to setting up an independent regime and weakening the fate of the dynasty. It's an act of digging a hole in the wall because it will shorten the lifespan of the dynasty. How can one sleep when one's sleeping? As for immortal, it's very simple. Most of the foreigners you see are considered immortal. Even the old ape of Xingyang Mountain is considered half an immortal. They all rely on themselves to walk on the great Tao, climbing the mountain step by step to reach the peak of immortality. Cultivators are also known as qi practitioners. Cultivation is known as immortal cultivation or true cultivation. Qin Pingon asked, then is this Taoist spiritual official a god or an immortal? According to Miss Ning, he should be considered an immortal of Taoism, right? Ning Yao's expression was solemn. She gently shook her head and did not continue to reveal the secrets of heaven. She suddenly frowned. A stone mysteriously shot over and heavily smashed onto the fist of the spiritual official that was higher than the head of the statue, causing many fragments to fall down. Ning Yao waved her hand to disperse the dirt and dust above her head. Qin Pingon stood up and followed Ning Yao's line of sight. He turned his head and saw an unexpected figure. There was a short, dark-skinned youth squatting on a fallen statue in the distance. He constantly threw and caught stones with one hand. Qin Pingon turned around and stood side by side with Ning Yao. He said softly, he's called Ma Kuxuan. He's the grandson of Granny Ma in Apricot Blossom Lane. He's a very strange person. He didn't like to talk since he was young. The last time I met him in the stream, Ma Kuxuan took the initiative to talk to me. He obviously knew that the snake gallstone was very valuable. The youth named Ma Kuxuan stood up and continued to weigh the stone. He smiled brightly at Ning Yao and Qin Pingon and went straight to the point. If I go to the Li residence on Fulu Street and tell the old ape of Xingyang Mountain that I found the 2 of you, I think I can get a bag of money no matter what. However, as long as you give me 2 bags of money, I'll pretend that I didn't see anything. Let me say this first, it's just business. Don't think about silencing us. There are so many immortals and bodhisattvas on the ground watching us. Be careful of retribution. The angry Ning Yao was about to speak when Qin Pingon grabbed her arm. He took a step forward and asked Ma Kuxuan in a deep voice, if I'm willing to give you money, will you really not tell anyone? Ma Kuxuan was slightly stunned. It seemed that he didn't expect this young man and girl to be so easy to talk to and actually do business with him. However, he was too lazy to continue acting. He took out a beautiful and exquisite bag of money and casually threw it on the ground. He smiled and said, "I've already received my payment from the Li residence. However, I'm not doing this for money. You're Qin Pingon from Mud Bottle Lane, Song Jisun's neighbor, right? If you want to blame someone, blame the person next to you. He's too annoying. She ruined many people's plans yesterday." The youth's mouth twitched and he pointed at himself. "Like me." Qin Pingon looked around. Ma Kuxuan looked at Ning Yao and smiled. "Don't worry. The old ape has something to deal with for the time being. I'll take this opportunity to ask for something from you. You know what it is, right?" Ning Yao sneered, "Be careful that you don't have the life to use it." Ma Kuxuan chuckled, "You're not my wife. Why are you worried about this?" Qin Pingon really couldn't imagine why someone would think that such a ghastly person was a fool. Ning Yao's face was gloomy. She touched Qin Pingon's shoulder and whispered, "I don't know why, but the flying sword can't enter this area." Ma Kuxuan shifted his gaze and grinned at Qin Pingon. "The battle on the roof yesterday was very exciting. I happened to see it. All right. You can take off the sandbag on your leg. Otherwise, you won't be able to catch up to me." Qin Pingon squatted down and slowly rolled up his trousers. His gaze was fixed on Ma Kuxuan. It wasn't until this moment that Ning Yao was surprised to find that inside Qin Pingon's pants, there was a sandbag that was neither thick nor thin tied to his calf. Qin Pingon explained to Ning Yao, "When I was young, Grandpa Yang of the Yang family's shop told me not to take it off. I originally planned to use it to deal with the old ape's fourth breath. But now that I think about it, I feel that this Ma Kuxuan fellow is as dangerous as the old ape." Ma Kuxuan jumped down from the statue lightly and shot a glance at the young girl who was wearing a dark green robe and said to himself, "I thought that I would meet my first enemy after I left the town, but I didn't expect that I would meet one so soon. When luck comes, it's unstoppable." Ning Yao suddenly asked, "Qin Pingon, that fellow was also swung by an ox's tail when he was young?" Qin Pingon stood up and gently stomped his feet. He seriously thought about Ning Yao's question and replied, "Granny Ma is very rich. So I remember that this Ma Kuxuan's family's ox is very big. When it swings its tail, it's very scary." When Qin Pingon stood up, Ma Kuxuan squatted down and placed a handful of stones in his left palm. In the end, the youth from Clay Bottle Lane and the youth from Apricot Blossom Lane, two people of the same age, faced each other from afar. 55. Qin Pingon's left and right toes twisted the ground imperceptibly as if he was still adapting to his lighter legs. He noticed that Ma Kuxian had picked up a total of 5 stones, 4 in his left hand and 1 in his right. Ma Kuxian's expression was calm as he looked at the foreign girl whose scabbard and scabbard were empty. He smiled and said, "It's settled. Now it's me and Qin Pingon's duel. According to the stories my grandmother told me when I was young, when 2 generals were fighting in front of the battlefield, the one who called for help was not a hero. If one could kill the enemy, the morale of the army would be greatly boosted, and the battle would be won." Ning Yao looked at Ma Kuxian and felt annoyed. She had never seen such a person who deserved a beating. Song Jisun from Mud Bottle Alley was also very shrewd and also liked to drop his bag of books. He always acted like a little teacher, but at least he looked like a scholar. The short and thin youth in front of her had skin no whiter than Qin Pingon's, and his eyes were especially big. His entire person gave people a very strange feeling, especially with this kind of awkward sour language. It was as if an old woman had put half a kilogram of powder on her old tree bark, pretending to be shy. It was really tragic. Qin Pingon did not say any harsh words to his peers from Apricot Blossom Alley. He bent slightly, suddenly exerted his strength and rushed forward like a galloping horse. So fast. Looking at Qin Pingon's back as he sprinted away, and in the blink of an eye, the distance between them had increased by more than 20 feet. Even the experienced and knowledgeable Ning Yao couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This wasn't to say that Qin Pingon could run faster than foxes and hares among his peers in the world. Naturally, this wasn't the case. Instead, in this world, this cage, Qin Pingon could rely on decades of hard work to train his body to such an extent. This was what Ning Yao admired the most. Ning Yao thought for a moment. Could it be that being able to endure hardships was also a kind of talent? The distance between the two youths was instantly reduced by half. Qin Pingon could even clearly see a series of subtle changes in Ma Kuxian's expression. After a moment of surprise, it turned to fear and he quickly regained his composure. Then without hesitation he quickly raised his arm. His slender arm bloomed with a shocking explosive force. Qin Pingon, who had been staring at the movement of Ma Kuxian's right hand, no longer rushed forward in a straight line. In an instant he turned to the right. Ma Kuxian's arm actually showed a subtle pause. His wrist shook and his target was Qin Pingon, who had deviated from the straight line. The stone shot, it was fierce. Although it was not as terrifying as the mountain, it was still not to be underestimated. Qin Pingon, who should have been flustered, didn't stop. He twisted his waist and turned his upper body sideways. The stone just happened to flash in front of his eyes, and the hair on the forehead of the straw sandals youth was swept up by the cool breeze. Ma Kuxian's left hand, which held the remaining stones, lightly flung one of them into the palm of his right hand. This short youth from Apricot Blossom Lane did not seem to think that he could finish off Qin Pingon with a second attack. Therefore he did not stay where he was and began to run to the right. At the same time he flung out a second stone. The straw sandals youth suddenly bent down without warning. His hands were almost touching the ground. The stone quickly streaked past his back, scraping Qin Pingon's thin clothes. Fortunately it was only a scratch. Although it looked frightening, the wound was not deep. At this moment the distance between the two had been reduced by half. Although Ma Kuxian also realized that he should increase the distance, Qin Pingon's charge was too fast. In contrast, Ma Kuxian's hurried change of position was like an old bull pulling a broken cart. Therefore, when Qin Pingon's dark face came closer, the straw sandals youth's resolute and bright eyes were particularly dazzling. On the contrary, Ma Kuxian's expression clearly showed a hint of hesitation. Should he give up on throwing stones and decisively retreat? Or should he stake everything on one throw and decide the victor on the third stone? Ma Kuxian's hesitation was in stark contrast to Qin Pingon's indomitable spirit. At this moment the straw sandals youth did not look like the kind person from Clay Bottle Lane at all. At this critical moment, Ma Kuxian took a step back and waved his arm again. It was clear that Ma Kuxian believed in the stone in his hand. Let alone fighting, this solitary youth had never quarreled with anyone before. Ever since he was young he did not like to hang out with people of the same age. Compared to Qin Pingon or Guqian, he was more like a solitary wild cat. He liked to grab a handful of stones when he had nothing to do. As he walked he would throw them. Of course his strength was very light. It looked like he was just playing casually and no one took it seriously. Only when Ma Kuxian was on the shore under the covered bridge when there was no one around he would play by himself. The slightly thinner stones would often create more than 10 ripples on the surface of the water before smashing into the inner wall of the stone arch bridge on the opposite shore. His strength and dexterity could be imagined. Ma Kuxian would often squat on the back of the green bull and throw stones at the fish swimming in the water. Regardless of whether or not he could hit the fish, the stones the youth threw into the water almost never caused a splash. As a result, in the ancestral house in Apricot Blossom Lane, in the courtyard or on the roof, there would often be several bird corpses badly mutilated. The distance between the two was less than 10 steps. After dodging Ma Kuxian's stones twice, Qin Pingon's footsteps leaned towards nimbleness and lightness, not revealing any of his muscles or bones. The straw sandals youth was like a light and fluttering leaf. However, when Qin Pingon and Ma Kuxian were about to collide, Qin Pingon finally revealed his heavy side. He took 3 large steps in succession, both fast and fierce, full of tension. When he landed it was like a hammer smashing down a sword. When he raised his foot it was like pulling up the roots of a mountain. 3 steps he was almost within reach. Ma Kuxian still did not have time to throw the stone. Logically speaking, the situation was already over. However, Qin Pingon's heart was shaken for no reason. However, he still did not cower back because the situation was pressing. He could no longer pull back before the precipice, so he might as well leap up and take a risk. The corners of Ma Kuxian's lips curled up into a playful smile. His left hand loosened, throwing away the remaining stone. His raised right hand was already clenched into a fist, so he took advantage of this opportunity to send out a punch. He had set a trap for Qin Pingon from the very beginning. The so-called hesitation, purposely giving Qin Pingon a chance to get close to him, and even the reason why he had chosen to use stones as a means of attack, were all the meticulous plans of this foolish kid from Apricot Blossom Lane. All of this was for the sake of showing weakness to the enemy, luring this loach youth who could slip away from the old ape to his side, making this Qin Pingon deliver himself to his doorstep. The distance of an arm was the distance of a fist. Qin Pingon was not too obvious a left-hander. As a result, his fist collided with Ma Kuxian's right fist. The instant their fists collided, the two youths both sent out a kick towards each other at almost the same time. Qin Pingon and Ma Kuxian flew backwards at the same time, fiercely crashing into the mud. The two were separated by another 20 or so steps. Ma Kuxian crawled up and knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. He raised his arm and loosened his fist. Because the stone in his hand had not been thrown out, the youth's palm was now scarlet red, a ghastly sight. Ma Kuxian grinned and rubbed his stomach. His eyes were burning as he laughed loudly at Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon, do you dare to come again? Qin Pingon's left hand was in an even worse state. Because of the attack on Yunxia Mountain's Kai Xianxian in the alley, his palm had been deeply cut by the broken porcelain. During this period of time, even though he had been applying the secret medicine passed down from the Yang family's shop, injuries to the muscles and bones would take 100 days to heal. No matter how tough the youth's body was, he was not the kind of immortal who could grow flesh and bones. Therefore, in this exchange of punches and kicks with Ma Kuxian, Qin Pingon was at an even greater disadvantage. Qin Pingon's bandaged left hand was already trembling uncontrollably. Blood seeped out of the bandage and dripped onto the grass by his feet. Qin Pingon deliberately took a deep breath, and thus clearly felt the piercing pain from his abdomen. He wanted to determine just how much this degree of pain would affect his following actions. This was due to habit. Qin Pingon came from a poor background. It was precisely because he had too few things that he was particularly calculative. On the other hand, rich people like Zhou Xian and Lu Jingchun would definitely not care about a few copper coins in their pockets. This was a big business not caring about the details. Of course, Qin Pingon could not do that. As a result, the impression that Qin Pingon gave others was that he was reserved, gentle, and patient. As for that Ma Kuxian who had appeared out of nowhere and wanted to fight to the death with Qin Pingon, Ning Ning, and Yao Ning, he was most likely an unreasonable freak. At the very least, Ning Ning could be described as showing off his ability, but Ma Kuxian was completely unfathomable. Qin Pingon did not turn his head. With his back facing Ning Yao, he lightly waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. Ma Kuxian slowly stood up. In front of him, the youth grabbed a clump of grass and casually wiped the blood from his palm. Qin Pingon also stood up. Ma Kuxian was the first to exert force. 2 mud pits appeared where he had been standing. This skinny monkey-like youth was unbelievably fast. He jumped high into the air and his knee struck towards Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon's fist smashed into Ma Kuxian's knee. However, Ma Kuxian's body was leaning forward in midair, and his fist smashed into Qin Pingon's forehead. Ma Kuxian's originally curled up legs instantly stretched out, and he heavily stomped down on Qin Pingon's chest. Qin Pingon felt as if he had been hammered in the head by a sledgehammer, and at the same time his chest was also struck. He fell backwards onto the ground. Ma Kuxian's body somersaulted in midair, and after landing he continued to charge forward with a sinister smile. He quickly arrived in front of Qin Pingon, who had just gotten up, and Ma Kuxian kicked out. Qin Pingon crossed his arms in front of his body. His left arm was outside and his right arm was inside, protecting his chest and face. Qin Pingon was sent flying by this kick. However, his center of gravity was extremely low and he protected his vitals, so there was no bloody scene. He continued to roll. Ma Kuxian did not let him off and continued to charge forward. The moment Qin Pingon stopped rolling, he unknowingly, intentionally or otherwise, knelt down on one knee and bent his waist to run. Ma Kuxian's expression froze. In the next moment, Qin Pingon shot out like an arrow from a bow, instantly arriving in front of Ma Kuxian. His speed was extremely fast, and compared to before, it was as if he was a completely different person. Showing weakness to the enemy. Qin Pingon also knew how to do this. This time Ma Kuxian did not even have time to punch out before Qin Pingon's shoulder slammed into his chest. Ma Kuxian staggered backwards and a sharp pain came from his abdomen. He instinctively lowered his head and bent his waist, and the temple of his left ear was swept by Qin Pingan's arm. The youth from Apricot Blossom Lane, who had previously held the advantage, was sent flying through the air in a strange posture. Qin Pingan suddenly grabbed Ma Xian's ankles and spun him around. With a roar, he threw the short youth, who was only 90 jin, far away. He crashed into a sitting statue that was about 1.5 feet tall. If there was no accident, Ma Xian would definitely be in a miserable state. However, Ma Xian did not rely on external objects, and personally created an accident. His 2 feet stepped on the head of the statue one after the other, and then he bent and straightened in an instant. His whole body used the huge rebound force, similar to Qin Pingan's previous sneak attack, to shoot toward the opponent on the ground in the distance. However, Ma Xian's eyes suddenly widened in shock. He saw Qin Pingan standing in his original position with one arm raised high. At some point, a short knife had appeared in his hand, and the tip of the knife was pointed directly at the rapidly approaching Ma Xian. This was probably what people called courting death. Even though Qin Pingan's hand was trembling violently, it was enough to stab through Ma Xian's body. The only difference was whether the wound would be the arm, the head, or the chest. Even though Ma Xian was in a desperate situation, and even though he was extremely frightened, he did not give up at all. He turned his body with great difficulty, and even if it was just a tiny bit, he still had to make sure that his vitals were away from the tip of the knife. Right at this moment, a slender figure appeared between the two youths. It was a middle-aged man with a long sword on his back and a tiger tally at his waist. He did not seem to make a move, but Ma Xian seemed to have flipped the world around him. Not only did his feet land on the ground, he even stood up straight beside the man. Then, the man with the sword turned his head to look at the youth holding the knife who had taken a step back. His eyes were filled with undisguised praise and admiration. He chuckled softly and said, "The two of you fought well this time." Qin Pingan took another step back as blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. The man smiled and suggested, "I saved Ma Xian, so I owe you a favor. After I get out, I'll persuade the mountain-moving ape of Xingyang Mountain to give up on pursuing the two of you. What do you think?" Ning Yao came to Qin Pingan's side. The military cultivator from Martial Mountain took a deep look at the girl, and then said to Qin Pingan, "You don't have the right to bargain. If you agree, nod. If you don't, then continue to remain silent. If you feel that it's unfair and if you're lucky enough to escape from the old ape, then after you leave this town, you can find me at Martial Mountain and ask for justice." Qin Pingan put away the knife Ning Yao had lent him and hid it in his right sleeve. He nodded at the man from Martial Mountain and said, "If there's a chance, I will." Just as Ma Xian was about to speak, the man said indifferently, "The dead have no right to speak ruthlessly to the living." Ma Xian pursed his lips tightly and lowered his head in silence. The master and disciple of Martial Mountain gradually disappeared into the distance. Qin Pingan sat on the ground. Ning Yao hurriedly squatted down and asked worriedly, "How are you? Where are your injuries the most serious? Do you have any use for Taoist Lu's prescription?" The youth with a bruised nose and swollen face said bitterly, "It's fine. I can still feel the pain, which means my injuries aren't that serious. Alright, if the old ape comes over now, let him come." The girl also sat on the ground and raised her eyebrows. "You were there just now. I'll be there later. What's there to be afraid of?" Qin Pingan had no choice but to swallow back the second half of his sentence. Ning Yao suddenly smiled brightly. She stretched out her hands and gave the youth a thumbs up. "Cool." The youth from the shabby alley, who had never thought highly of himself before, tried his best to hold back the smile on his face and deliberately made himself look more relaxed. However, everyone could see that he was happy. The youth from the spring breeze was very proud. 56. Walking among the wild hills where foxes and rabbits roamed, the man suddenly stopped in front of a tombstone. He squatted down beside an inconspicuous tombstone and reached out to remove the vines wrapped around the tombstone, revealing its original appearance. The words were blurred and only a small part of the words could be made out. The man sighed. "The divine path has collapsed and rites and music are flourishing. The 100 Schools battle is about to begin." After the man got up, he saw the disciple who hadn't formally entered Martial Mountain yet. He was facing the direction where he came from, and blood was dripping from the corners of his mouth, ears and nose, making his dark face look particularly ferocious and terrifying. The boy raised his arm and wiped it carelessly before continuing to stare at the tombstone. The man said, Zhou Xian, according to the reason you gave before, it was because you learned that a girl from another village used a flying sword technique to join hands with the great Sway's prince and eunuchs to kill your first master in your life. Therefore you had to take revenge before leaving the town. I felt that this was reasonable, so I didn't stop you and let you be responsible for your own life and death. After all, it's both a crisis and an opportunity for a cultivator to encounter such an enemy of the great Tao. However, the man's tone became more serious, and he didn't favor the talented disciple in front of him. He said in a deep voice, "But why did you target your peers in Mud Bottle Alley? I've told you before that the military cultivators of Martial Mountain, especially those who practice the sword Tao, can't kill the innocent." The boy didn't answer the question. Are military cultivators the ones who don't care about karma and fate? The man nodded and said, looking at the history books for thousands of years, most of the people who could turn the tide with their own strength were saints of the military sect. It's not because I'm a military cultivator that I deliberately praise the merits of our predecessors. The man stared at the boy, not intending to let him go so easily. If Ma Kuxuan was a bloodthirsty bully, why did he accept such a disciple for Martial Mountain? Military cultivators in the secular dynasties relied on fighting on the battlefield to improve their cultivation, and they were the closest to death. Once they couldn't keep their hearts, it was easy for them to fall into the demonic path. Think about it, how easy was it for a cultivator with military power to massacre a city and destroy a country? The school of the military and the school of Confucianism were the two great pillars that supported the peace of the kingdom below the mountain. Once a revered cultivator of the school of the military found himself in an improper position, the higher his cultivation and the higher his status in the imperial court, the greater the impact on the entire mortal dynasty would be. In history, the lessons of the past were still vivid. It's hard to win people's hearts, but it's easy to lose them. Although this was said by the scholarly sage, there were many Confucian generals among the military sect who were well-read, and they deeply agreed. His father died when he was very young. That man was a famous kiln worker in the small town before his death. His craftsmanship was very good and he was also honest. Later he suddenly died and his body was never found. Although my grandmother has never been willing to admit it, I remember very clearly that it was a stormy night with lightning and thunder. I was woken up by the sound of thunder, and then I found that my grandmother was not by my side. Just as I opened the door, I saw my father sneaking back, surprised and scared. It was very strange. My mother patted my father's back hard, smiling from ear to ear, and was very happy. The boy subconsciously frowned, doing his best to remember the bleak scenes of his childhood. Only my grandmother didn't say anything. She didn't seem very happy. Instead, she got angry at my father. Do you think that you'll have a chance to marry that child just because his father is dead? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? That branch of the Qin family in Mud Bottle Alley is the only child for several generations. Aren't you afraid that you'll hurt a person and cause the family of 3 to die? At that time, this branch of the Qin family will have no descendants. Aren't you afraid of retribution from their ancestors? At the very least, don't you know that woman's temperament? Is she willing to remarry you? My father was smiling mischievously at that time. He probably felt that he had already done it and would soon get his reward. In front of his family, he didn't have to pretend to be regretful and guilty. In the end, my grandmother pointed at my mother's nose and scolded her. My mother wasn't a good-tempered person either. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law almost fought in the main hall. My father was the kind of person who liked the new and hated the old. At that time, none of his neighbors in the small town liked him. At that time, of course, he would help his daughter-in-law and not his mother. In the end, my grandmother sat on the ground and fiercely beat her chest. She cried and complained to the board, saying that the Ma family had recruited such a jinx into their family. The man followed the boy's train of thought and asked, "Do you want to take the illusory karma of good and evil and take all the sins of the previous generation onto yourself? Do you want your grandmother and your parents to have a good ending?" Ma Kuxuan grinned. "I don't have any feelings for my parents. Only my grandmother is worried. She doesn't want to go to Martial Mountain with me. She said that she must be buried next to her grandfather's grave. If she goes to that Martial Mountain that's tens of thousands of miles away, she will have to trouble me, her grandson, to carry a jar home. Also, she heard that after death, the road to the world of the living is very bumpy. She said that she had suffered enough when she was alive, and she doesn't want to suffer again after death. The man said, "It's pardonable, but it's unreasonable. Just this once. Don't do it again." Ma Kuxuan curled his lips. His expression was cold. He didn't shake his head or refute, but he also didn't nod in agreement. The man smiled and sprinkled salt on the boy's wound. "How does it feel to be beaten to the ground by someone your age?" Ma Kuxuan angrily said, "If that woman didn't secretly give him a knife, would I have lost to Qin Pingon? From the beginning to the end, I only used 70% of my strength. If it wasn't for the fact that I wanted to play cat and mouse." The man lightly sneered. "Play cat and mouse? Forget it. You wanted to use 70% of your strength to kill Qin Pingon, and at the same time make that girl lower her guard. Killing two birds with one stone. What a beautiful dream." The boy's face reddened. He stiffened his neck and said angrily, "Whose master are you?" The man laughed loudly. The two of them returned to the town. The boy asked, "Compared to Xingyang Mountain, is Marshall Mountain higher or lower?" The man smiled and asked, "Do you want to know the truth or a lie?" The boy rolled his eyes. "What about a lie?" The man replied, "Then it's about the same height." The boy sighed sadly. He felt that he had been unlucky to have two masters. One had died in the town's dragon riding alley for no reason, while the other was not very capable but had many rules. The man smiled and said, "On the surface, Xingyang Mountain is the foundation of Sword Dao, but in the hearts of the Eastern Bottle Continent's cultivators, its status is far inferior to our archenemy, Wind Thunder Garden. Therefore Xingyang Mountain is not considered a first-rate sect. Of course, this is only a facade on the surface. In fact, Xingyang Mountain's foundation is extremely deep. However, after that feud, there was a person in Wind Thunder Garden whose Sword Dao attainments far exceeded his peers. He was so outstanding that Xingyang Mountain had to endure the humiliation for hundreds of years." Ma Kuxuan said in annoyance, "No matter how much you praise Xingyang Mountain, it won't change the fact that Marshall Mountain is inferior to Xingyang Mountain." The man smiled and said, "Ma Kuxuan, you're mistaken. The difference between Xingyang Mountain and Marshall Mountain is probably that of Xingyang Mountain." The boy was stunned. After understanding the man's meaning, he smiled and said, "That's more like it." The man reminded him, "Sects are sections. You are yourself." The short boy smiled and said, "You're mistaken too. What I mean is that since Marshall Mountain is so high, it'll save me time and effort to find someone to spar with when I master martial arts in the future. I won't be surrounded by a bunch of useless good-for-nothings." The man laughed. Wouldn't such bold words be more convincing if the boy from Clay Bottle Alley said them? The boy said angrily, "Is this how a master should behave? Be careful that I won't avenge you if you get beaten to death in the future." The man reached behind him and patted his scabbard. He smiled and said, "Apart from this sword, I'm all alone. If I die, my Dao will disappear. What's the use of revenge?" The boy was puzzled. "Isn't there still Marshall Mountain?" The man kept him in suspense. "Marshall Mountain is different from the other sects in the Eastern Bottle Continent. You'll understand once you get on the mountain." The tiger tally on the man's waist jumped slightly. The man held it for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Let's return to the town quickly. We military cultivators seek fortune and avoid calamity. It's almost instinctive for us to foresee the future." The boy rolled his eyes and said, "Even if the town turns upside down and the outsiders and the townspeople kill each other, it has nothing to do with me. Let's make a deal. I can promise that I won't treat human lives like grass, but I definitely won't do anything chivalrous or help those in danger." The man's expression was solemn. He grabbed the boy's shoulder and ordered, "Don't speak. Hold your breath." The two's figures flashed, and in the next moment they were dozens of feet away. This cycle repeated itself just like the young Ma Kuxuan making a series of water splashes. Besides the wound on his back caused by Ma Kuxuan's stone, Qin Pingon didn't have many external injuries. However, this didn't mean that Qin Pingon was feeling any better. The most troublesome part was his left palm. He had to go into the water to catch fish, which slowed down his recovery. After fighting with Ma Kuxuan, their fists had collided, which made things worse. Unless it's a great sword immortal with great killing power and is willing to give up a divine weapon, only then can you cut out about 2-3 feet long stone strips. It's called the Dragon Beheading Platform, by sword cultivators. Of course, every piece is priceless. Qin Pingon fell into deep thought. Ning Yao's eyes suddenly lit up. Isn't there a ready-made whetstone under the feet of the spirit official statue? It's so big that it can be split into 2 pieces. Qin Pingon acted as if his butt was on fire. He quickly advised, Miss Ning, we can't tear it apart and move it home. That Lord's spirit official is already aggrieved enough. If we snatch away his foothold as well. Ning Yao suddenly stood up and snorted. Take it away. Am I that kind of person? Then Qin Pingon followed the girl to the Taoist spirit official statue. Standing in front of the painted clay statue, Ning Yao took a step forward. Her hands were on the scabbard and scabbard respectively. She looked up and shouted, My name is Ning Yao. Today, as long as you give me this 3 feet foothold, then when I become a sword immortal in the future, I will repay you 100 times, 1,000 times. Qin Pingon opened his mouth wide, thinking, is this possible? As expected, the clay statue didn't move. The girl didn't give up and continued, if you don't want to give it, then I, Ning Yao, will borrow it from you? The kind where you return what you borrow. Ning Yao didn't forget to turn her head and wink at Qin Pingon. I'm borrowing, not robbing. Do you understand? Qin Pingon shook his head vigorously and answered honestly, I don't understand. Ning Yao was about to explain the difference between robbing and borrowing to the blockhead Qin Pingon when Qin Pingon suddenly shouted, Be careful. At the same time, Qin Pingon moved and pulled Ning Yao behind him. It turned out that the statue of the spiritual official had finally crashed to the ground after thousands of years of exposure to the wind and sun. It fell forward on the ground and shattered completely. There was no sign of a leg here or an arm there. Even the originally lifelike head of the bearded man was shattered. Coming from the earth, going back to the earth. It was as if this trip to the human world was truly over. Moreover, the mystery of this storm was the height of the spirit official statue. The distance between the boy and girl and the statue's stone base was much longer than the former. Logically speaking, even if Qin Pingon and Ning Yao weren't crushed, they should have been heavily smashed. But in the end, the clay statue turned into dust, and the furthest it reached was their feet. Ning Yao, who was experienced and knowledgeable, swallowed her saliva and felt a little guilty. She lowered her head and looked at the flying dust, muttering, You're too stingy. If you don't want to lend, just don't lend. Why do you want to destroy everything with me? Qin Pingon suddenly shook his head and said, This is called bodhisattva nodding. He agrees. Ning Yao stood side by side with the boy. She looked at the debris and dust, then looked at the bare black dragon beheading platform further away. Finally, she turned her head to Qin Pingon and asked tentatively, Are you sure? Qin Pingon smiled and said, I'm sure. Ning Yao believed him without any doubt. Even she didn't know why. Finally, under the leadership of Qin Pingon, Ning Yao helped to move the debris into a pit that had been dug earlier and covered it with soil. Qin Pingon lowered his head and said silently, Whether it's a human or a god, rest in peace. Ning Yao also lowered her head and whispered, Rest in peace. After doing all this, Ning Yao asked curiously, Qin Pingon, is this the custom of your town? Is it a rule passed down by your ancestors? Qin Pingon shook his head and said, No, it's just what I think. Ning Yao raised her eyebrows. Qin Pingon smiled and asked, Miss Ning, don't you feel comfortable after doing all this? Ning Yao also shook her head. I don't feel anything. Qin Pingon scratched his head and looked at the black stone seat. He asked, It's called the Dragon Beheading Platform? Ning Yao nodded. Martial artists might call it a whetstone or a whetstone. Only the sword cultivators on the mountain call it the Dragon Beheading Platform. Ning Yao turned her head and looked towards the southwest. Her eyes were absent-minded as she whispered, In my hometown it's also called a whetstone. Everyone has one. It varies in size. Generally, it's only the size of a fist. Some sword cultivators with declining family fortunes and low cultivation are even left with a whetstone the size of a thumb. They still value it more than their lives. It's not like there aren't any. My family also has one. It's very big. Qin Pingon asked softly, How big is it? The girl whispered, It's bigger than your house in Mud Bottle Alley. The youth was shocked. Then he said with envy, Miss Ning, your family is really rich. And with such a large whetstone, you don't have to worry about it being stolen. How good is that? Unlike me, I barely manage to save some copper coins. I can't sleep well no matter where I hide them. The sadness of the girl who had left her hometown vanished. She smiled and said, "This whetstone will split it in half." The youth waved his hand. "What do I need it for? I have a hatchet at home, but why would I need such an expensive whetstone? Every time I sharpen a hatchet my heart aches. Why bother? So Miss Ning, you can take it all." "Oh right, didn't you want to ask Master Wan to forge a sword for you? You can use the other half as the money for the sword." Ning Yao helplessly said, "Qin Pingon, are you really stupid or just stupid?" Qin Pingon thought for a moment and smiled. "Miss Ning, just think of me as a good person." Ning Yao suddenly pointed at the youth. She had an expression of sudden realization. She narrowed her eyes and smiled. "Qin Pingon, be honest with me. Are you plotting something? Are you thinking of making Miss Ning your wife in the future? Then wouldn't everything be yours? This little abacus of yours is really fierce." The youth wanted to cry, but no tears came out. His lips twitched. Song Jisun had once said, "If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext." Ning Yao laughed. "Look at how scared you are. I was just joking." Qin Pingon sighed. He felt a little tired. Ning Yao suddenly said, "Be careful. My flying sword is already on its way back." Qin Pingon looked like he was facing a great enemy. 57. As they approached the town, the military cultivator of Martial Mountain let go of Ma Kuxuan's shoulder. Ma Kuxuan felt a little dizzy. He shook his head and asked, "Do you know who caused the problem? Could it be that my father or uncle took a fancy to the treasure of our family? One was unwilling to give it to the other while the other demanded it. The result was the same as Zhou Xian and caused a lot of trouble?" The man with the sword on his back led Ma Kuxuan forward quickly. He shook his head and said, "The reason why the mountain-moving ape of Xingyang Mountain acted so brazenly and broke the rules was partly because of the sword manual itself. However, the most important reason was the old grudge between Xingyang Mountain and the Wind Thunder Garden. If Qin Songfeng of the Wind Thunder Garden didn't come to the town right after him, the ape wouldn't have acted so violently. Therefore, even if the cultivators in the town attacked, they didn't dare to be too brazen. After all, Mr. Qi is in charge of this town." The man suddenly stopped talking and looked at a rooftop in the distance. There was a wild cat as black as ink squatting on top of it. When it saw Ma Kuxuan, it immediately screamed. When Ma Kuxuan saw it, the wild cat began to run toward Apricot Blossom Lane. Ma Kuxuan's face instantly turned pale. He ran with the wild cat on the rooftop like a madman. The man sighed and followed the young man unhurriedly. He didn't let Ma Kuxuan pull away from him. Ma Kuxuan ran all the way back to the familiar alley. When he saw the gate of the courtyard open, the bold young man stopped outside and didn't dare to cross the threshold again. The young man knew that his family's courtyard door had never been left open for such a long time throughout the year because his grandmother often said that in Apricot Blossom Lane, there were a lot of poor and useless people. Unfortunately, a poor man's ambition was short, and a thin horse's hair was long. His family was easy to make others jealous, so he had to remember to close the door tightly, or else he would be targeted by thieves. Ma Kuxuan walked into the courtyard with red eyes. The gate of the main house was not closed. Ma Kuxuan saw a familiar thin figure lying on the ground. The black cat was squatting on the threshold, crying and scaring people. "Don't go there." The man with the sword on his back pressed on the young man's shoulder and said, "Things have already come to this. Calm down." Ma Kuxuan held back his tears and took deep breaths. He slowed down his footsteps and called out softly, "Grandma." The military sword cultivator was the first to reach the old woman. He pressed 2 fingers to the tip of the old woman's nose. She was no longer breathing. The black cat was so scared that it quickly ran into the house and disappeared in a flash. The man with the sword thought for a moment, then raised his head and said to Ma Kuxian in a deep voice, "Stop. You were born with a strong yang qi. If you take another step closer, even if your grandmother still has a little bit of her soul left in the house, she will be destroyed by you." The young man's dark face scrunched up as he tried his best to hold himself back from crying. The man made up his mind. After grasping the tiger tally at his waist, he said in a deep voice, "Mr. Qi, this matter cannot be underestimated. You have your rules and I have my difficulties. I hope that Mr. Qi will not interfere in this matter from now on." After saying this, the man's aura changed completely. His clothes fluttered and his hair fluttered. After reciting a series of obscure incantations, he ended with 5 words, "Martial Mountain invites you in." Ma Kuxuan turned around and looked in a daze. He saw a 10 feet tall immortal in golden armor descending from the sky. He hit his chest with his fists and said in a thunderous voice, "Descendant of Martial Mountain, what can I do for you? Spells are forbidden here and I'm not good at capturing souls. So, please help me patrol the area around this house. If you find this old woman's wandering soul, collect it. Remember, don't harm her foundation." The immortal in golden armor was silent for a moment, then he nodded and said, "Yes, sir." The golden light dissipated and the immortal general disappeared. Qin Songfeng, a disciple of the Qin family of Dragontail Commandery, was in a spacious room reading files. There was a red lacquered wooden chest by his feet, and more than half of it was filled with yellowed ancient books. The woman picked up a book from the wooden box and stood by the window not far away. She flipped through the pages slowly. Lu Baqiao, the sword cultivator of the Wind and Thunder Garden, sat opposite him and exchanged pleasantries with the old man. The hale and hearty old man smiled and said, "Luckily, it was a coincidence that Li Hong from the Li family's residence personally came to our yamen and asked for a few files of the Qin family in our small town. Moreover, she only wanted the files of the household registration of the last 300 to 400 years. The prince nodded and agreed, so I had Li Hong have people take away the 70 to 80 books on the top of the box. The remaining books on the bottom are even older and just happen to be the old almanac that young Master Qin and your family wanted. Speaking of which, if the yamen didn't require the books to be aired once in summer and once in autumn, they would have long been eaten up by insects." Qin Songfeng, who was standing by the window, didn't even raise her head. She asked indifferently, "I heard that the people with the surname Qin have become servants or maids for the 4 surnames and 10 clans in the Peach Leaf Alley on Fulu Street. Some of the Qin family members have even become the children of these big families. Not only have they kowtowed to people for generations, but they also have to be arrogant when they see the ordinary people of the town." The old manager was a bit embarrassed. This woman kept saying 4 surnames and 10 clans, or big families. She was the eldest grandson of the Qin family in Dragontail Commandery, a family that had been passed down for thousands of years. However, she just sat there like a servant, silently reading the files. And this woman, who also had the surname Qin, was able to do so with a clear conscience. Then her true identity must have been long and noble. The old manager knew it even with his knees. Although the old steward didn't have any maidservants or odd job workers with the surname Qin, he had always had a good relationship with those big families who were the local tyrants of this small town. He didn't want to provoke a fierce dragon crossing the river because of his inappropriate handling of this matter. Therefore, after carefully considering his words, the old man put down the teacup with ice cracks in his hand and slowly said, "Miss Qin, there's nothing we can do about this. According to what an old senior of our yamen said in the early years, there were 2 Qin families with different ancestors in this town. One of them moved out of the town a long time ago and didn't have any direct descendants left in the town. However, I vaguely heard that this Qin family left behind a gravekeeper when they moved out of the town. It's been too long, so the family that was responsible for sweeping the graves of that Qin family and burning incense can no longer be verified. As for the other Qin family, it was also one of the big families a long time ago and was ranked very high. Unfortunately, the affairs of the world are unpredictable. After being tossed around inside and outside a few times, they gradually declined. Especially in the recent few hundred years, just like Miss Qin said, each generation is worse than the last. Right now, there are no longer any Qin family members who set up their own families. No, I remember now. There really is a single Qin family member left. He should be the only one out of all the Qin family members in the small town who didn't rely on any of the 4 families or 10 clans. That child's father had exquisite porcelain craftsmanship and was even praised by the previous 2 supervisors. That's why I remember him so clearly. However, he died early, so I don't know how his child is doing now. But speaking of which, let's just talk about what I've seen and heard. The small town generally treats the descendants of the Qin family quite well, especially the Song and Zhao families. The head manager of the manor is also surnamed Qin. Nominally they are master and servant, but in reality they are more or less like a family. After saying these old stories in one breath, the old manager turned around and picked up the teacup to drink a mouthful of tea. Qin Duan smiled and nodded. Manager Shui is an understanding person. No wonder the yamen operates so smoothly. The old manager beamed with joy. Miss Qin is too kind. People like us only know what we are capable of, so we can only do our best. It's a life of hard work, a life of hard work. Qin Duan dismissed it with a smile and shifted her gaze to Qin Songfeng, who was sitting upright and still. She said coldly, "If you really can't do it, then turn the box upside down and start with the records at the bottom. Didn't you hear what Manager Shui said just now? In the past 1,000 years of this small town, the records are only related to another branch of the Qin clan. If I'm not wrong, this branch of the Qin clan of this small town can be considered to have the same distant ancestor as your Qin clan of the Dragontail Commandery. From the beginning to the end of the genealogy, all those names are either servants or maidservants." Qin Songfeng's forehead seeped with fine sweat. His lips were slightly pale, but he didn't dare to refute a single word. He hurriedly stood up from the chair and bent down to flip through the box to move the books. The old manager of the yamen immediately straightened his back, no longer having the slightest hint of relaxation from his busy schedule. Lu Baqiao really couldn't stand it anymore. Qin Songfeng's personality was soft, but he was still the future head of the Dragon Tail County's Qin family. No matter what background Qin Duan had, whether or not they were of the same family, he should at least be given the necessary respect. Thus, Lu Baqiao said in a low voice, "Qin Duan, if I'm not blind, I can see that Qin Songfeng is helping you. Even if you don't appreciate it, don't speak so harshly." Qin Songfeng hurriedly raised his head and gave Lu Baqiao a look. The latter stared back with wide eyes. Even the emperor has a few poor relatives. What, is there an exception? Fine, even if someone is an exception, does that mean you can look down on others? He was straightforward. This was Lu Baqiao's true nature in the Wind Thunder Garden. Qin Songfeng's face was full of bitterness. The old manager lowered his head and drank his tea, turning a blind eye to him. Qin Duan was stunned for a moment, then smiled. That makes sense. This time it was Lu Baqiao's turn to be somewhat uncomfortable. Qin Duan put down the book in her hand on the table, planning to go out for a breath of fresh air. Manager Shui naturally had to act as a host, but he was tactfully refused by this Qin family girl. Qin Duan walked out of the side hall of the yamen and stood in the corridor looking into the distance. Outside the yamen's lobby, there was a square that occupied a large area. There was a memorial archway facing the gate, with a large ancient character written on it. The character Yu, as in Yu, means upper hill and lower prison. This wasn't rare. Every secular dynasty and state would follow the law and confer 5 mountains within their jurisdiction as the 5 sacred mountains. East, south, west, north and middle. The mountain gate would inevitably have the 2 words inscribed by the founding emperor himself. The Yu on the plaque would also be written in ancient characters. Later generations of scholars, poets and immortal cultivators had thousands of explanations for this. As for the real reason, it was probably already buried in the dust of history. Qin Duan saw the backs of 2 figures, one big and one small, sitting on the white stone steps of the memorial archway and whispering to each other. She hesitated for a moment, then slowly walked over. In order to avoid suspicion of eavesdropping, when Qin Duan walked up the steps behind them, she deliberately coughed lightly. She didn't expect that one of them was talking energetically while the other was listening attentively, as if they didn't notice Qin Duan's appearance. Qin Duan didn't care about this. She openly sat at the furthest point of the steps. Although she was sitting casually, but the charm that she imperceptibly emitted from her sitting posture still gave people a sense of propriety. One big and one small, using the Eastern Bottle Continent's official language, Qin Duan could understand. Otherwise she wouldn't have come to this small town. It was just that she was unfamiliar with speaking, so along the way with Qin Songfeng and Lu Baqiao she was very quiet. Of course, the main reason why she didn't want to talk was because she felt that she couldn't talk to Qin Songfeng and Lu Baqiao, so she was unwilling to talk. On the surface, Lu Baqiao was frivolous, but in his bones he was focused on the way of the sword. He seemed interesting but was actually boring. Qin Songfeng was wholeheartedly focused on reviving his family. He seemed simple but was actually thinking too much. The 2 so-called Eastern Bottle Continent's top talents were not on the same path as her. People who walked different paths couldn't make plans together. The young man glanced at the girl who was about 10 years older than him. His impression of her was just average. Qin Duan sat there quietly without any signs of speaking. But when she caught a glimpse, she saw the little girl holding on to a sparkling and translucent emerald green gourd. Qin Duan's eyes were shrewd and ruthless. With one look she knew that it was not an ordinary item. The young man dressed in luxurious clothes and the delicate little girl who was like a porcelain doll were Clay Bottle Alley's Song Jisun and Jingyang Mountains Taozi. Previously, Song Jisun and Song Zhangqiang went to the Li residence to ask about the situation. At first glance they fell in love with the little girl. That was because he had always liked delicate and beautiful things since he was young. Crude and simple things did not enter his eyes. Taozi also liked Song Jisun very much. The two of them inexplicably became good friends. Most importantly, there was a large age gap between them, but they could still chat. Song Jisun did not even feel that he was being perfunctory. In the end he asked his uncle Song Zhangqiang to force the Li family to let them go so that he could bring Taozi to the inspection office to play. Song Jisun did not care about the Li family's mournful appearance. He held the little girl's hand and left the Li residence. At the same time he sent a message to the servant girl, GQ, asking her to find the emerald green gourd in the box and give it to Taozi as a meeting gift. The little girl was very close to Song Jisun. She asked coquettishly, "Brother Firewood Mover, you just mentioned the school square of the 12 kinds of memorial archways. Before I came here I heard from my grandfather that the Cliff Academy in Dali is doing very badly now. Do you know what is written on the Cliff Academy's memorial archway?" Because of the last two characters in Song Jisun's name, Taozi gave him the nickname of Brother Firewood Mover. Song Jisun did not care about it. At this time he did not care about the girl's whereabouts. He lowered his head and smiled at the little girl. "I don't know. I've never left the small town in my life and I haven't studied much. After chatting with you for so long my stomach is almost empty." The little girl sighed. "I wonder how Grandfather Ape is looking for people outside." Song Jisun smiled and lowered his head to pat the hem of his brocade robe. At that moment his eyes were complicated. In the distance Qin Dui suddenly asked softly, "Little girl, does your gourd make a sound on its own sometimes?" The little girl turned her head and raised the gourd high with both hands. She smiled and showed off. "Brother Firewood Mover gave it to me." He did not answer the question. Qin Dui could only laugh it off. Song Jisun said casually, "Every time there is a thunderstorm, it will make a buzzing sound." Qin Dui nodded. "It really is a blade-strengthening gourd." Song Jisun was somewhat puzzled. The little girl from Mount Xingyang said eagerly, I know. My family has 3 blade-strengthening gourds. My grandfather has one. It's gray and ugly. Grandpa Lu's is the cutest. It's small and palm-sized. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of small flying swords will fly out. Sister Sue's is neither big nor small. It's purple gold in color. Unfortunately, Sister Sue is usually unwilling to take it out. I had to beg her many times before I could touch it. Sister Sue quickly hid it away. Qin Dui explained, "Little girl, you can't blame your Sister Sue. The purple gold blade strengthening gourd is very rare among blade strengthening gourds. It can be ranked in the top 3. She's probably the only one in the entire Eastern Treasure Bottle continent. Compared to other blade strengthening gourds, the purple gold gourd is very good at nurturing swords. However, its weakness is that it's too fragile. It can be easily broken by sharp weapons." Taozi hugged the emerald green gourd again. "What about mine?" Qin Dui smiled. "It's also very precious." The little girl tugged at Song Jisun's sleeve and said timidly, "Brother Firewood Mover, do you want to take it back?" Song Jisun rubbed the little girl's head. His eyes were full of love. He laughed and said, "Not to mention this small gourd, even if I had more I'd be willing to give it to you." Qin Dui thought of an interesting story and said, "Legend has it that in history the Tower of Heaven and Earth once held an auction. The final item was a blade-strengthening gourd vine that had never appeared before. There were 6 small gourd fruits on it. It said that before the Taoist ancestor became an immortal, he personally planted the seedlings in our world. After thousands of years, a string of small gourds grew. They were of different sizes and colors. It was very magical." Song Jisun sighed from the bottom of his heart. "There are all kinds of strange things in this world. The reason why I came here to stop you and let the people of Martial Mountain go is actually very simple. Many people joke that there are two truths in Martial Mountain, a true gentleman and a true villain. Therefore, I can believe whatever this military sword cultivator says to me. However, you're different. You severely injured Zhou Xian and ruined his future, but you deliberately spared his life to prevent me from expelling you prematurely. People like you. At this point, Qi Jingchun smiled. Oh, I almost forgot. You're not human. The mountain-moving ape narrowed its eyes and clenched its fists so tightly that its joints creaked. If its mortal enemy, the Wind Thunder Garden, or the cultivators of Xingyang Mountain who disliked it, mocked and ridiculed it by saying that it was not human, the mountain-moving ape, which had lived for 1,000 years, would not have minded it at all. However, when the middle-aged Confucian in front of it said it in a calm and gentle tone, the mountain-moving ape felt inexplicably humiliated. Qi Jingchun was completely unaware of the mountain-moving ape's rage. He continued, I stopped you for the sake of Xingyang Mountain. Back then the girl almost sacrificed her natal item. You're from Xingyang Mountain and have dealt with sword qi and sword intent for 1,000 years. Can't you feel that pressure? That little girl was just struggling on the verge of death. How dare Mr. Qi use that little bit of Dao magic to scare people? The old ape burst into laughter and pretended to be enlightened. Someone said that your teacher, Qi Jingchun, lost his integrity in his old age. The position of his statue was lowered again and again. In the end, he was moved out of the Confucian temple and smashed into pieces. I didn't believe it at the time. I thought that as the fourth sage of the Confucian temple, even if he had the chance to meet the legendary Taoist Buddha, he would at least be a scholar who could say a few words. However, it seems that the Confucian lineage from your teacher to you, Qi Jingchun, is going to be cut off after 2 generations. Who said that a gentleman's reputation will be cut off after 5 generations? Why is your branch of literature so useless? Could it be that your teacher is really like what some academies say? He is not a Confucian sage who carries on the past and opens up the future. He is simply a great liar who has never appeared in 1,000 years. Although Qi Jingchun frowned slightly, she quietly listened to the mountain-moving ape's words from beginning to end without saying a word. The old macaque laughed wantonly. It stepped out and pointed at the scholar who was beaten up while he was down. Qi Jingchun, don't you Confucians abide by etiquette the most? I'm standing within the rules. What can you do to me? Qi Jingchun turned to look at the town and sighed. He looked at the mountain-moving ape again and asked, Are you done? The mountain-moving ape was stunned. It looked at the middle-aged Confucian from head to toe and retracted its finger. Boring. Even a clay bodhisattva has a temper. I didn't expect a scholar to have a better temper. He doesn't even talk back when scolded. Qi Jingchun smiled and said, You can try. The mountain-moving ape seemed to be tempted, but it didn't attack. The ape asked, Qi Jingchun, do you have to stop me from going in? Qi Jingchun answered, Xingyang Mountain won't be able to bear the consequences. The ape asked in a deep voice, Really? Qi Jingchun didn't try to be mysterious, nor did he make way for the ape in a fit of anger. He nodded patiently and said, Really? The mountain-moving ape rubbed its chin. Finally, it glanced behind Qi Jingchun and snorted coldly. Those 2 little fellows are lucky. Tell them, don't let me see them again. The ape turned and strode away with its back facing Qi Jingchun. The old ape suddenly raised an arm and gave a thumbs up. However, the thumb slowly turned and pointed downwards. Qi Jingchun looked up at the gray sky. The rain was about to fall. Suddenly he heard a voice from the town. It was a request from the military cultivator from Martial Mountain. He hoped that Meng Qi would let him go and allow him to invite one of the gods worshipped by Martial Mountain. Qi Jingchun nodded and said softly, Sure. When Qi Jingchun said this word at the same time, if someone happened to raise their head, they would see a speck of light suddenly appear in the sky. Then an extremely thin golden line descended from the sky and landed in the small town in the blink of an eye. Mr. Qi. Qi Jingchun heard a young man's voice behind her. Qi Jingchun turned around and saw a young man and a young girl running towards him. He sighed when he saw the young girl in dark green. Zhao Yao, who was a student, fell in love with her at first sight. Meng Qi had told him that young girls were like unsheathed swords that hurt people's hearts the most. The young man, Zhao Yao, didn't know what it was and didn't understand the meaning of the words. He was still deeply affected by it. Qi Jingchun didn't want to reveal the truth. It was hard to say that the young girl had a heart of Tao and was the most ruthless. This ruthlessness was not derogatory. It was a compliment. The love between a man and a woman in the world was only one of them. In the secular world below the mountain, this kind of love could move people's hearts and make them willing to die for it. However, cultivating on the mountain was much more complicated. After Qi Jingchun saw the young man in straw sandals, his smile became more natural. He joked in a gentle voice, "You've fought a few battles in a row. You've shocked the world." Qin Pingon was a little embarrassed. Qi Jingchun went straight to the point. "I'll tell you two things. One is that the mountain-moving apes of Xingyang Mountain have retreated and will leave the town soon." Qin Pingon didn't hesitate and asked directly, "The old ape left through the east gate of the town?" Qi Jingchun stretched out his hand and gently pressed down twice. He smiled and said, "Let me finish first. Xianxia survived." The young man's body tensed up. He asked carefully, "Mr. Qi, will Xianxia survive?" Qi Jingchun nodded and said, "Someone helped him. Xianxia's life is not in danger. But the bad news is that his body has been seriously injured. He may not be able to move as freely as before." Qin Pingon grinned. For the past few days, the young man's mind had been like a bowstring that had been stretched to a full moon, without a single moment of relaxation. After hearing that Xianxia had come back to life, the moment he relaxed, he fell backwards and fainted completely. Ning Yao hurriedly hugged the young man. Qi Jingchun explained, "Previously Qin Pingon was enlightened by Kai Jinjian of Mount Yunxiao and his mind was forcefully destroyed. In fact, his essence, qi and spirit had been leaking out. In the end, Xianxia happened to meet with an accident at this time, so he had no choice but to try his best to stimulate his potential. This is the so-called breaking a broken jar and smashing it. Originally he had half a year of life left, but now he probably only has 10 years left. This meant that the straw sandal teenager's life was greatly reduced every time he ran from Clay Bottle Alley to the roof of the town, to the stream in the deep mountains and finally to the wilderness. The young man was well aware of this. Ning Yao asked, "Mr. Qi, you just need to tell me how to save Qin Pingon." Qi Jingchun sighed in his heart. This was the mystery of the Taoist heart. The girl had feelings for Qin Pingon. Otherwise she wouldn't have fought side by side with him to this point. When normal people heard bad news, they would inevitably feel panic, sadness and sympathy. The speed, length and depth were just different. But Ning Yao didn't have any of these. She immediately jumped to the result she wanted the most. How could she save him? In the world of cultivation, one's cultivation strength could be seen. Step by step, one only needed to go up. The only difference was that each step had its own size. The cultivation heart was ethereal. There were paths everywhere, as if each path could prove the great way, but also as if each path was an unorthodox path that no one could guide. In the cultivation of the heart, those who had the Taoist heart could reach the sky in a single step. Therefore, the girl could openly look at the straw sandal teenager with clear eyes and directly ask him if he liked her. Qi Jingchun thought of the young Taoist priest with the lotus crown on his head. His mood became more serious. Ning Yao crouched down and gently carried Qin Pingon on her back. She asked, "Mr. Qi, please tell me. But let me say this first. I don't think the old shopkeeper of the Yang family's shop is very good at healing the wounded. Qin Pingon, on the other hand, knows an old shopkeeper who is quite good." Qi Jingchun looked at the girl with a serious face and asked a strange question. "What is the most heaven-defying thing in the world? What goes against the flow?" Ning Yao didn't even think and said loudly, "One person with one sword to kill all the demons." Qi Jingchun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said helplessly, "It's cultivation." Ning Yao thought carefully. "It's actually the same." Qi Jingchun pointed to the place where they were before and then pointed to another place. "The sword furnace can nourish the body, and the 1,000 years can strengthen the soul. However, for Qin Pingon it can barely maintain a balance. If he's lucky he might have a small surplus. So when he wakes up, help me tell him that in the future, even if he doesn't pursue anything else, he must work hard to survive." Ning Yao breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, she was not much better than Qin Pingon. But her foundation was much better, so she didn't faint. "Mr. Qi, should I take Qin Pingon to Mud Bottle Alley to recuperate? Or should we go to Lu Xianying's place first?" Qi Jingchun said with a smile, "Now it's all right." Ning Yao thought for a moment. The guy behind me must want to see Lu Xianyang as soon as he opens his eyes. So I'll go to Master Ruan's place. Qi Jingchun nodded and said, I'll accompany you for a while. The two walked side by side. The scholar put his hands behind his back and the girl carried the boy on her back. Ning Yao walked and suddenly asked, Mr. Qi, as the owner of this small cave, have you taken in a few talented disciples because you're close to the water? Qi Jingchun smiled and shook his head. No, I only took in a page boy who wasn't a disciple. In the past I did it to avoid suspicion. Now that I look back, I did miss a few good seedlings. Ning Yao asked again, Mr. Qi, since you're here, do you know everything? Qi Jingchun said with a smile, as long as I want to know I can know. But it might not be all the truth. After all, there are some things where the slightest difference can lead to a great error. There was something Qi Jingchun didn't say. Since leaving the small town, he had lost the magical power of the heart mirror illuminating heaven and earth. This was because someone had taken away the jade tablet, which was a keepsake left by one of the Confucian secondary saints in the small town. It was also one of the hubs of the Great Array. Ning Yao hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but ask, Mr. Qi, what realm are you in now? Have you reached the upper 5 realms? Also, sir, are you really invincible with your presence in this world? Of course, if you feel it's inconvenient, you don't have to answer. I'm just asking. As expected, Qi Jingchun didn't answer. The girl rolled her eyes and didn't say anything else. Qi Jingchun intentionally slowed down her pace and turned her head to look. The young man blinked. The middle-aged man also blinked. Qi Jingchun smiled knowingly and quietly quickened his pace. A gentleman had the beauty to help others. After walking for a long time, Qi Jingchun stopped and said with a smile, I won't send you off. Standing in place, the middle-aged Confucian scholar with white hair looked at the figure that was gradually disappearing, silent. He took a step forward. Qi Jingchun instantly arrived near the dragon beheading platform. The Confucian saints all had one word, which was the best. No matter who you were in the world, as long as you wrote, used, or read this word, you would be able to increase the cultivation of the Confucian saint. Little drops make an ocean and dripping water can penetrate a stone. Qi Jingchun was an exception. It wasn't that he didn't have one word, but 2. And the meaning of the word was extremely profound. Silence. Xian was proud. Spring. The world welcomed spring. That was why he was banished to this small world, completely isolated from the outside world. Although Qi Jingchun was just one of the mountain masters of the 72 academies of the 3 academies of the Confucian school, Qi Jingchun couldn't be treated with common sense. This cowardly scholar who didn't respond to the provocation and humiliation of the mountain-moving ape of Xingyang Mountain, closed his eyes and meditated on the 3rd stroke of the word Jing. Then he stretched out 2 fingers and gently drew down in the air. The indestructible dragon beheading platform was instantly cut in half. Qi Jingchun waved his sleeve and 2 neat stones appeared. One fell in Ruan Ting's blacksmith shop, and the other appeared in a small house in Mud Bottle Alley. After doing all this, Qi Jingchun fell into deep thought like a national chess player who fell into a long contemplation. Then he stood in the fine rain. In the end, the rain poured down, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Qi Jingchun still didn't come back to his senses. Qi Jingchun, who had always been called Mr. by the people of the town, was thinking of his Mr. 59. In the Ma family's ancestral home in Apricot Blossom Lane, the golden armored deity returned to the courtyard. Strangely, no one noticed such a huge deity walking around. The young Ma Kuxuan squatted on the steps outside the door. When he saw the golden armored deity, his face was filled with hope. The military cultivator from Marshall Mountain asked, "How was it?" The deity was clad in golden armor and had a dignified appearance. His lips moved slightly, but Ma Kuxuan could not hear anything. He anxiously looked at the sword cultivator in the room. The sword cultivator sighed and said, "He said that your grandmother had committed too many sins when she was alive. Before she died, her 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls were already like her body, like a dying candle in the wind. Therefore, after your grandmother died, her life and soul decayed at the same time. This town is different from other places, and it is naturally resistant to ghosts and otherworldly items. Therefore, he was unable to find your grandmother's remaining soul. Ma Kuxuan's face was ferocious. He raised his head and roared at the deity, "I don't care what method you use, go and find my grandmother's soul." The sword cultivator from Martial Mountain's expression changed drastically. He was afraid that Ma Kuxuan would anger this deity. Just as he was about to stop the young man, the golden-armored deity spoke in the official language of the Eastern Aquarius continent. "It's not that I don't want to, but I can't." After saying that, the mighty divine general shrouded in golden light looked at the Martial Mountain sword cultivator in the room. The latter took a deep breath, cupped his hands together, and bowed 3 times to the divine general in the courtyard. Every time he bowed, a strand of faint golden qi floated out from the sword cultivator's Niwen acupoint and was gently inhaled by the golden-armored deity. After 3 times, the deity rose from the ground and turned into a bright beam of light, leaving this place. The sword cultivator from Martial Mountain's face was pale. He moved a chair and sat down, exhaling a mouthful of foul qi. This was the true reason why there was a saying, "It's easier to invite a deity than to send one away." Ma Kuxuan coldly looked away and walked into the room. He sat down beside the cold corpse and grabbed the old woman's withered hand. He stared at her face and didn't speak for a long time. The man with the sword on his back removed the tiger tally from his waist. The color of the tally was slightly dimmer than before, and he slowly put it into his sleeve. The man with the sword rested for a moment. He got up but did not walk to the young man's side. Instead, he sat on the threshold with his back facing the young man and slowly said, "Your grandmother should have been slapped at the door. The force was so great that she was sent flying into the house and died. You may not like to hear what I'm about to say, but at the very least, you should know the truth. Most of the people who did it were qi refinement warriors. They did not know how to control their strength. Moreover, your grandma's body was not strong enough, so she died. Since it was done by a qi refinement warrior, it was most likely related to Qin Pingon at the Clay Bottle Alley and that foreign girl. Or perhaps it was the young lady at the covered bridge who had her mental state destroyed by him on purpose. The possibility of the former is very small while the latter is very high. Therefore you went to the mass grave to kill Qin Pingon out of filial piety to your grandmother. You went there to clear the karma. But you definitely didn't expect that when you went out someone would come to pick a fight." Ma Kuxuan stretched out a trembling hand and gently touched his grandmother's cheek with the back of his hand. It was swollen and had a dark green color. The young man said softly, "So it was me who killed my grandmother, right?" The man with the sword said, "According to the secular world's view, yes and no. But according to..." Ma Kuxuan did not want to listen to him anymore. He stood up and said with a hideous smile, "You can't massacre a city or destroy a country. You can't kill innocent people. You can't do these things. You can't do those things. Then can you take revenge and kill people?" Without waiting for the man to answer, Ma Kuxuan continued, "If I can't even do these things, then what's the use of being a military cultivator? Why don't I just be a devil who does whatever I want? Why didn't I agree to join that Taoist sect?" The man hesitated for a moment and said, "As long as you can bear all the consequences, it's fine. Just like today. Also, there are some things that I didn't say clearly before. For example, when it comes to killing people, everyone has their own limits. The number of people you can kill and the number of people I can kill are completely different. It's not only because I'm stronger than you, but also because a person's temperament is also very important. If I kill 100 people, all of them are people who should be killed. If you kill 2 or 3 people, there will be people who shouldn't be killed." Ma Kuxuan suddenly sneered and said, "Why did I ask you whether or not to kill people and how to kill people? Do I need your help? I almost forgot that I'm not an official disciple of Martial Mountain yet." The young man looked down at the old woman's face and then turned to the square table in the main hall and shouted, "Go and lead the way." A black cat quickly jumped out from under the square table and Ma Kuxuan followed it out of the room. The man did not care. One had to know that the man's country had fallen into chaos 150 years ago. Mountains and rivers had been destroyed and 100 years of war had been fought. It was the most tragic state in the Eastern Aquarius continent. The last 10 million families had died, and by the time the new dynasty ended, less than 800,000 families had survived. In the end, many young children felt that everyone in the world did not need to be buried after death. The man was one of these children. The man slowly stood up. Compared to telling Ma Kuxuan that the murderer had been chased out of town, he wanted to ask Master Wan a question. He wanted to know why Buddhism had been declining in the eastern Aquarius continent for thousands of years, and why only a few small countries would worship it as the imperial tutor. In this small town it was the weakest force, but the cycle of karma was so obvious. The military sword cultivator followed the young man from a distance. Even though Ma Kuxuan was a disciple of Martial Mountain, the man did not want to interfere with the young man's personal grievances. They lived and died together on the battlefield, and they were responsible for their own deaths on the path of cultivation. Of course, nothing was absolute. For example, when Ma Kuxian had almost died at Qin Pingan's hands, the man had saved him for two reasons. One was that he didn't want a genius like Ma Kuxian to die prematurely. He wanted Ma Kuxian to temper himself on Martial Mountain. Whether it was in terms of talent or temperament, he wanted Ma Kuxian to reach a higher level. He hoped that Ma Kuxian could become one of the representatives of the militarists and shine brightly in this chaotic world. The second reason was that Mr. Qi had taken the initiative to say that it was enough to determine the winner between Ma Kuxuan and Qin Pingan, but there was no need to fight to the death. At that time, the man had thought that Mr. Qi was worried that the young man in Mud Bottle Alley would die. Later he realized that was not the case. The man followed the young man from a distance and found that after Ma Kuxuan's initial excitement, his footsteps became slower and more relaxed. In the end he looked like an ordinary young man shopping. However, when the black cat jumped from a roof to the young man's shoulder and then to the ground, it turned around and ran away as if to tell the young man that it had found its target. After that, the young man began to jog and his temperament changed again. The spring rain was light, but it only made the people on the street walk in a hurry. They were far from having to take shelter under the eaves. A young man and a young woman in luxurious clothes were walking down the street from Dragon Riding Alley. They seemed to have had their own opportunities and their faces were full of joy. However, a young man had taught them the meaning of fortune and misfortune. The young man began to run 50 steps behind them. When he was 20 steps away, he shouted, "Hey!" When the young man turned around, Ma Kuxuan punched him without holding back. A punch to the head. The young man flew out and fell heavily on the street. His body twitched slightly, but he did not show any signs of struggling to get up. After the punch, the young man landed on the ground and stood side by side with the young woman. Ma Kuxuan twisted his body and swung his left hand at the woman's neck. The woman, who was half a head taller than him, was hit by the young man's arm and fell to the ground with a bang. The woman's head hit the muddy ground with a loud bang. Ma Kuxuan stretched out a foot and stepped on the woman's forehead. He stared at her dizzy face and bent down. He said in an elegant voice, "I know the culprit is not in the town, but it doesn't matter. I can investigate it myself." The beautiful young woman's eyes were bloodshot, and her nose and ears were bleeding. She looked at the young man with a face full of fear. The young man's face was fierce. "I, Ma Kuxuan, have ruined your cultivation state. Even if you want to take revenge and chop me to death, I will accept my fate and will not hate you. Even if you don't take revenge, if I am in a good mood, I will let you go and play with you a few more times. In my opinion, this is how the world should be." The woman was probably a proud child of her sect and had never seen such a scene before. She was so scared that she could not even remember what the young man said. She could only beg for mercy. "Let me go, please let me go. I didn't kill your grandmother. I don't know anything about it." The young man gradually increased the strength of his foot and slowly pressed the woman's head into the mud. "Do you know what I hate the most about you? It's that after committing a sin you don't care about it at all. You don't feel guilty at all, not even a little bit." The young man's voice was filled with tears, and his eyes were filled with hatred. The woman reached out with difficulty and hugged Ma Kuxuan's ankle. Her eyes were filled with pity as she begged, "Let me go. My grandfather is the commander of the Tidal Cavalry, and I am his most beloved granddaughter. I can compensate you. I can agree to anything you want." The young man put on a fake smile and said, "Oh? What a coincidence, I am the grandson of my grandmother, Ma Lanhua." The young man suddenly raised his foot and rubbed the woman's face with the sole of his shoe. "Tidal Cavalry, right? Wait, I will slowly play with you." The young man pulled back his foot and looked to the left and right. On the left, there was a man from Martial Mountain standing in the distance with a sword behind his back. On the right, there was a scholarly young man holding an oil paper umbrella. He stood next to the pitiful woman on the ground and looked at Ma Kuxuan. Ma Kuxuan's intuition told him that the young man holding the umbrella was waiting for him to kill the woman at his feet. Ma Kuxuan suddenly squatted down. The woman tried to escape, but the young man pressed her neck down. When the woman didn't dare to move, the young man let go and patted the woman's face with his palm. He smiled and said, "Remember, my name is Ma Kuxuan. I will definitely look for you in the future. Also, you have to thank that guy who is not in the town. Otherwise, our relationship wouldn't be so good." Ma Kuxuan finally spat on the woman's face. The young man stood up and walked towards the man from Martial Mountain. He asked in a low voice, "Who is that guy?" The sword cultivator said indifferently, "He is the future master of Lakeview Academy, one of the 72 academies of Confucianism. His name is Cui Minghuang and he has an illustrious background. This time he is here to take back his trump card. He is very shrewd, so you have to be careful in the future. If I'm not mistaken, he already has his eyes on you." Ma Kuxuan frowned and said, "This person gives off a very different feeling from Mr. Qi in the school." The sword cultivator laughed involuntarily and said, "How many scholars do you think are like Mr. Qi, who is scrupulous in following his heart?" He hesitated for a moment but still explained, "The outside world says that Mr. Qi agreed to be banished to this small world because his realm fell and his state of mind was shattered after his teacher was defeated. Although he is constantly under the influence of the heavenly law, he can still do whatever he wants. I don't think so." Ma Kuxuan wasn't interested in these things. He turned around and saw the man holding the umbrella squatting beside the woman. He was probably comforting her. Ma Kuxuan looked away and walked side by side with the man carrying the sword. The young man's footsteps were heavy as he returned to Apricot Blossom Lane. The man said, "Your body is heavily injured. Don't leave any hidden injuries. Otherwise, it will hinder your future cultivation." Ma Kuxuan wiped the rain off his face and suddenly asked, "What is our town to those outsiders?" The sword cultivator replied, "Just like the small stream outside the town. There are all kinds of people here. There are shallow pools that don't even reach your knees, and there are also deep pools that you can't see the bottom of." Ma Kuxuan asked, "In the past, when outsiders came here to seek treasures, did they drown anyone?" The sword cultivator smiled and shook his head. "Almost none in the past. Most of the time, peace brings wealth and everyone is happy. This time is an exception." In the Yang family's shop, a heroic young woman carrying a young man quickly crossed the threshold and asked a middle-aged shop assistant, "Is Mr. Yang here?" The man saw that the young woman had an extraordinary temperament and didn't dare to neglect her. He nodded and said, "He just finished packing up the herbs in the backyard." "What's the matter?" The young woman nodded and said in a low voice, "We are familiar with old Yang. We want to ask him for some medicine." The shop assistant hesitated for a moment, but didn't insist. He led them to the main room in the backyard. An old man was gently tapping the table with an old tobacco pipe. A sloppy man stood in the corner of the room. He was the caretaker of the east side of the town, Jing Dafeng. Jing Dafeng didn't dare to breathe when he met old Yang. He was no longer the sly and shameless person he used to be. Old Yang waved his pipe, and Jing Dafeng quickly slipped out of the room and left with the shop assistant. Old Yang looked at the familiar young man behind the young woman, Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan's lips were pale and his body was trembling. His hands were desperately wrapped around the young woman's neck. Old Yang stood up leisurely with one hand behind his back and the other hand holding the pipe. He walked in front of the young woman and looked at the young man. He said in a hoarse voice, "How many times have I told you? The less fortunate you are, the more you should cherish your life. What? Just because of a little setback you want to die? Why didn't you leave with your mother? Wouldn't that have saved you more trouble? Your master Yao is right. When he was alive, he always said that you can't live long. Even if he taught you good craftsmanship and real kung fu, it would be a waste. You should be thrown into the ground as soon as possible." Ning Yao was dumbfounded. In her impression, Old Man Yang should be a benevolent old man, always smiling all day long. Who would have thought that he was such a sarcastic old man? The old man said sarcastically, "Does it hurt?" Qin Pingan nodded slightly, unable to speak. When he woke up on the girl's back, the effects of the drug had already begun to take effect, but Qin Pingan felt that he could hold on for a while. By the time Ning Yao carried him to the covered bridge, he knew that he couldn't hold on any longer. Thus, Ning Yao didn't even bother to retrieve the knife by the stream and hurriedly carried him to the Yang family's shop. The old man chuckled. It hurts. Then be good and bear with it. Then the old man glanced at Ning Yao and said in a bad mood, let him sit on the bench. The old man then muttered, don't you think it's embarrassing to let a little girl carry you? Ning Yao suppressed her anger and carefully let Qin Pingon sit on the bench. But as soon as she let go, the young man swayed. Ning Yao was about to reach out to support him. Although the young man couldn't speak, he signaled with his eyes that he didn't need her help. The old man took a puff of his homemade pipe and looked at the young man's body in mood. He clicked his tongue and said, what a poor family. Well, you have a clear conscience. The old man was completely indifferent to the young man's piercing pain. Lu Xianyang's good life and your cheap life. After so many years, don't you know? If he dies once, it's almost enough for you to die 10 times. Do you understand? Ning Yao couldn't stand the old man's sarcastic words and said in a low voice, old Mr. Yang, can you help Qin Pingon relieve the pain first? The old man's body was stooped. He turned to look at the young woman and asked casually, are you a man? Ning Yao glared at him. The old man ignored the young woman and turned back to look at the young man. The old man was lost in thought. Finally, the old man curled his lips and sighed. He tapped Qin Pingon's shoulder, arm and leg with his pipe. In an instant, the young man was lying on his side on the bench with his elbow against his head. The old man shouted, go to sleep. Qin Pingon instantly closed his eyes and fell asleep, snoring thunderously. Under the archway of the government office. Qin Duai talked about many strange people and interesting anecdotes. The little girl of Xingyang Mountain listened with great interest and said, sister, you know so much. Qin Duai smiled and said, when you grow up you will know a lot of things. Song Jisun said half-truthfully, when I get along with you, I feel that you are quite a normal person. The girl raised her long eyebrows and asked, do you mean that in front of Song Jianqiang, the vassal of Dali, I have to be submissive and humble? Song Jisun laughed and pointed at Qin Duai. Miss, if Mr. Qi of our town's school heard your way of talking, he will definitely frown. You know, this is called either one or the other. It is very unreasonable. At first, it sounds reasonable, but it can't stand up to scrutiny. What I really mean is, of course, you don't have to flatter Song Jianqiang and you shouldn't. However, Song Jianqiang is the biggest local in Dali, and he is also a martial arts great master second to none, right? As an outsider, you should do as the Romans do. Shouldn't you be a little more polite to the owner of a house? Why do you have to put on a face and pretend to be a master? You can pretend if you want to, but after you were beaten half to death by Song Jianqiang, you still dare to talk tough in front of him. I really don't know what to say to you. In the end, Song Jisun pointed at himself and said self-deprecatingly, even a mean person like me knows how to judge the situation. Qin Duai hesitated for a moment and said, like repel-like. I am also a martial artist. To be honest, I have always looked down on the martial artists of Eastern Vase continent. Of course, in the end I was wrong, very wrong. Song Jisun said in surprise, you are quite honest. Qin Duai said indifferently, a martial artist recognizes nothing but the fist. Song Jisun suddenly asked a sharp question. You outsiders who come to the town to look for treasures and opportunities seem to have different reasons from what we think. Is it because your fist is hard? Qin Duai shook his head and said with a smile, I don't need to explain anything at all. In the future, as long as you walk out of the town, you will soon become people like us. When you embark on the road of cultivation one day, you will naturally understand. Otherwise, you won't understand even if I explain it to you. Song Jisun said with emotion, it's so boring to become people like you. The little girl jested, then come to our Xingyang mountain to play. It's very interesting. Song Jisun patted her little head and said casually, okay. Qin Duai. The prince of the Li dynasty was standing by the archway. He said to Song Jisun, go back to Mud Bottle Alley and pack up. Get ready to leave. Song Jisun said with a smile, okay, I'm leaving my hometown. The little girl was reluctant to leave. She asked, leaving my hometown with a well on my back? Song Jisun laughed and got up. Let's go. I'll send you back to the Li family's house first. This is called finishing what you started. Song Jisun held the little girl's hand and walked to the gate of the government office. He turned around and asked, "There won't be any assassins on Fulu Street outside, right?" Song Jianqiang said with a smile, "You'll have to ask your neighbor." Song Jisun curled his lips and turned to look at the sky. Dark clouds gathered and there were signs of rain. His mood suddenly became very bad. After sending Tao Zi back, Song Jisun was surprised to find Song Jianqiang standing under the Chinese scholar tree. He walked quickly and asked curiously, "Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Song Jianqiang nodded and said, "I received a message that there's something outside that needs to be solved personally. So I took the carriage to Mud Bottle Alley and left after packing." Song Jisun looked up and saw 3 carriages parked outside the government office. This should be the first time he took a carriage in his life. Song Jisun bent down and sat in the carriage at the front. Song Jianqiang followed and sat cross-legged. Song Jisun looked around. It was empty except for the straw hassock he was sitting on. It didn't look as luxurious as he had imagined, and it didn't give people the impression that it was a different world. This made Song Jisun a little disappointed. He was looking forward to seeing GQ's surprise when she boarded the carriage. The closely packed horse hooves clattered on the bluestone street. The 3 carriages drove out of Fulu Street one after another. Song Jianqiang lifted the curtain and looked at the small town outside the window. From now on, the Dali dynasty would completely lose control of this small cave in name. But on the other hand, since the founding of the Great Li Empire, it was precisely by relying on the enormous benefits brought by this small cave that it was able to gradually grow from a small independent power in a remote corner to the current largest secular dynasty in the northern part of the Aquarius continent. A small cave with thousands of miles of rivers and mountains. In the future he could only look for it in the secret history of the Dali Palace. Song Jianqiang collected his thoughts and asked casually, "Are you not going to say goodbye to Qin Pingon?" After driving out of Fulu Street, the road was uneven. Song Jisun's body began to sway along with the carriage. He shook his head and said, "It's hard to say if that guy can survive. If we only wait for a corpse, it would be disgusting. Qin Pingon has no parents. Now that his good friend is dead, won't it be up to me, his neighbor, to take care of his funeral?" Song Jianqiang nodded. Song Jisun asked, "The little girl from Xingyang Mountain mentioned a person called Zhou Xian. He is from Apricot Blossom Lane and is about the same age as me. It seems that he sold Qin Pingon and the little girl's hiding place to Xingyang Mountain for a bag of money. Do you know where this guy came from? I only heard that he was a fool before, but I didn't expect him to hide so well." Song Jianqiang thought for a moment and said, "The assassin lurking in the Song family previously tried to assassinate the prince of the Great Sui Kingdom in Dragon Riding Lane. Originally, some clues were found and it involved this young man named Zhou Xian. In these years, the assassin, who was once a felon, secretly contacted Zhou Xian many times. They might be master and disciple. Now that martial arts mountain has interfered, we can only put it aside for the time being. After all, there are many disciples of martial arts in the Dali army, and their official positions are not low." Song Jisun smiled and said, "Uncle, there are times when you say only?" Song Jianqiang didn't take it seriously and said, "It's because I have the identity of being the king of Dali." When the carriage approached Mud Bottle Lane, Song Jisun said intentionally or unintentionally, "Qin Pingon, is he really just Qin Pingon?" Song Chongjing couldn't help but laugh. "Before you moved to Mud Bottle Alley, the Yamen had already thoroughly investigated your background. Qin Pingon's family has 18 generations of ancestors, so they're very clear about their family background. There's nothing wrong with them. They have nothing to do with wealth and power." "Why, did that Qin scare you?" "Don't worry. I have roughly guessed her identity. Her branch of the Qin family has no connection with Qin Pingon's ancestors in the town. So don't worry. Qin Pingon is just Qin Pingon. The Qin family of the Dragon Tail Commandery is barely related to Qin Songfeng. But think about it, relatives who haven't contacted for hundreds of years, are they still relatives? Moreover, the branch of the Qin family in the town has fallen to the point that there is only one person who is not a servant or a maid. Poor in the downtown area, no one cares about them. Rich in the deep mountains, they have distant relatives. You have read some books, but you don't even understand this?" Song Jisun still didn't give up. What about the 18 generations before the 18 generations of ancestors? Had there never been a great person with amazing talent? Not even one. Song Jianqiang smiled and said, So you hope that Qin Pingan's background is special? Song Jisun didn't hide his thoughts and nodded. If he is different from ordinary people, I will feel better. Song Jianqiang became more and more curious and joked. How did that guy bully you? Why are you so obsessed with him? But according to my understanding of that boy, he doesn't seem to be a... Song Jisun sneered and interrupted the words of the king of Dali. People from small places may not have high vision and shallow eyes, but you must not think that they are stupid. Good people have a pure and kind heart. Bad people have ulcers on the top of their head and pus on the soles of their feet. Some people are really stupid beyond cure or even stupid and bad. Song Jianqiang was even more puzzled. Then what kind of person does Qin Pingan belong to? Song Jisun sighed and said with annoyance. He doesn't belong to any of them. He is really a fool, so I feel particularly aggrieved. Ning Yao squatted in front of the bench and carefully looked at Qin Pingan's sleeping face. Her heart was full of shock. This kind of magical power was too wonderful for words. Qin Pingan's strange sleeping posture made the boy reveal a sense of returning to the origin from head to toe. Although Ning Yao couldn't explain it clearly, the girl was born with an extremely keen intuition about the good and bad of a magical power. Ning Yao turned her head and asked curiously, "Are you the guide of Qin Pingan's cultivation?" The old man smoked a pipe and crossed his legs. He looked at the dark rain outside the house and smiled. Cultivation? Is this considered cultivation? Why, in the outside world, there is another guy who is qualified to establish a sect. Is that why the world is deteriorating and the situation on the road of cultivation is getting worse year by year? Can't be, right? Those people are not vegetarians. Since they have become Tao Tai, they can only continue on this road of no return. They will never allow outsiders to take a share of the soup. Ning Yao was confused. Senior Yang, what are you talking about? The old man was stunned. Your elders didn't tell you about the old accounts of those old antiques? Ning Yao shook her head. My grandfather's generation left early. My parents didn't like to talk about the stories of the other worlds. They were afraid that I would run away from home. Old Yang turned his head and looked at the girl carefully. The woman stopped and scolded with one hand on her waist. What are you doing? Are you guarding against a thief? Old Yang, you are the master of my man. How can you do such immoral things? Li Er is a good shop assistant. Why do you ask him to pack up and get lost? Do you own the Yang family shop? Did Li Er sleep with his master's wife or his master's daughter? The man who was blocked from the street shrank his neck and hid by the back door. He wished he could dig a hole and bury himself. How could he not know what kind of person his master was and what kind of person Li Er's wife was? Therefore he felt that he would lose a layer of skin even if he did not die this time. Old Yang was expressionless. Are you done? Fior, go home and call Chun Chun. I heard that the cats in the westernmost part of the town have never stopped meowing all year round. They meow during the day and at night. Many people moved their homes because of the noise. The woman seemed to be hurt. Her voice rose again. Old thing, you still have the nerve to talk about going home? Your disciple has lost her livelihood and only knows how to wander around aimlessly. 2 days ago the roof of our house collapsed and she couldn't even afford to repair it. Because of that, I had no choice but to return to my mother's house with a mountain of gold and silver and suffer all kinds of bullying. If Li Er had not been chased out of the shop by you, would our family of 4 be in such a miserable state? Old Yang, quickly take out the coffin money and repair our house. Otherwise, I won't let you off today. The old man looked coldly at the man who was hiding. It was Jing Dafeng. Jing Dafeng said with a long face, Master, Li Er did as you instructed and went to do that thing. He definitely won't be back anytime soon. The old man's face was gloomy. Jing Dafeng even had the urge to kneel and kowtow. The woman threw away the umbrella and sat on the rain-soaked ground. She wailed, Old thing, you like to take my ashes. You won't even let your disciple's wife go. The old man moved a small stool under the eaves and sat down leisurely. He took out some tobacco from the bag at his waist and crushed it into a ball before putting it into his pipe. He started smoking and looked up at the sky, completely ignoring the woman. Jing Dafeng looked at the madam making a scene in the courtyard. It was raining heavily and the madam had a well-developed figure. Her clothes were thin and many of the workers in the Yang family's shop came to join in the fun. They were all secretly delighted and feasted their eyes. The woman cried her heart out. However, she suddenly stopped as if someone was strangling her neck. She rubbed her eyes and quickly got up, picked up the umbrella and ran away. The woman shouted as she ran, "There's a ghost." The old man's mouth twitched. The rat's droppings on the incense table. Detestable. "61. Once the troublemaker woman left, there was no more spring scenery to see, and the crowd in the Yang family's shop quickly dispersed. Zheng Dafeng ran to the eaves and squatted in the distance, not daring to get too close to old Yang. They were both disciples, but the difference in treatment between him and Li Er was like the difference between heaven and earth. Zheng Dafeng blamed his master for being biased, but there were some things he had to accept. Zheng Dafeng asked timidly, "Master, Qi Jingchun is determined not to play by the rules. What should we do when the time comes?" The old man didn't say a word and continued smoking. A black cat had appeared out of nowhere and was squatting not far from the old man's feet. It shook its fur and splashed a lot of rainwater. Zheng Dafeng said worriedly, "That bastard from Marshall Mountain actually invited a god down the mountain. Will there be trouble? After all, there are countless people watching this place." The old man still didn't say a word. Zheng Dafeng was used to his master's silence, so he didn't feel awkward. He let his imagination run wild and thought of Qi Jingchun. He cursed, "Motherf asterisk cur, Qi Jingchun has been a grandson for 59 years. What's a few days difference? Scholars are all stubborn and unreasonable." The old man finally spoke. "You're stubborn even if you don't study." Zheng Dafeng didn't feel ashamed and turned to flatter him. "Do you want me to massage your shoulders and legs?" The old man said indifferently, "I don't have any coffin money, so you can give up." Zheng Dafeng blushed. "Master, your words are hurtful. As a disciple, I'm not very capable, but I'm very filial. Why would I care about such things? I'm not Li Er's wife." The old man grunted. "You're even worse than her." Zheng Dafeng's face darkened and his head drooped. He looked like a frosted eggplant without any spirit. However, he suddenly became pleasantly surprised. He realized that although his master's words were still unbearable, at least he had said so much. It was rare. When he returned to the East House, he could drink a jug of wine to celebrate. Zheng Dafeng was in a good mood and asked casually, "Can senior brother stop that guy?" This time, Zheng Dafeng didn't wait for the old man to stab him with his words. He slapped himself in the face. "Senior brother, there's only hope if you can't stop him. If you really can, you'll really have nothing to eat in the future." Baffled, the old man asked, "Zheng Dafeng, do you know why you haven't achieved much?" Zheng Dafeng was stunned on the spot. He thought to himself that his master's question was full of mysteries. He had to carefully deal with it and prepare for it. Unexpectedly, the old man had already given his answer. "Ugly." Zheng Dafeng hugged his head with both hands and looked at the splashing rain in the courtyard. He was a grown man, but he wanted to cry but had no tears. The steward of the yamen didn't need to be observant to know that it wasn't suitable for him to stay any longer, so he found an excuse to leave the room. Qin Songfeng continued to bury his head in the files, but compared to Qin Duan's trembling with fear, he finally recovered some of the free and easy bearing of a son of an aristocratic family. But the more he was like this, the more Lu Baqiao, who was watching from the side, felt stifled. He had a stomach full of grievances that he had to vent. However, having a straightforward personality was one thing, and speaking without thinking was another. Lu Baqiao wanted to go out for a walk as well. Out of sight, out of mind. Qin Songfeng suddenly raised his head and smiled. "Baqiao, you finally can't sit still anymore?" Lu Baqiao had just lifted his butt from the chair, but after hearing this he sat back down. He laughed angrily. "Oh, you still have the mood to tease me. You're quite broad-minded." Qin Songfeng put down the old book in his hand and said bitterly, "I've let you see a joke. Just now you were fighting for justice for me. It's not that I don't know what's good for me, it's just that." Lu Baqiao couldn't stand other people's bitterness and sentimentality. He quickly waved his hand. No, no, no. I just look down on your family's distant relatives who bully the weak and fear the strong. I said a few words to her purely because I couldn't control my mouth. You Qin Songfeng, don't be grateful." Qin Songfeng leaned back on the chair and exhaled softly. If this was the Dragon Tail County's Qin clan just based on this lazy sitting posture, if the elders found out, no matter if it was the son of the first wife or concubine, The children would all be beaten and the adults would be reprimanded. The scholars of the rich and powerful families were often ridiculed by martial artists for being sanctimonious and pretentious. But rules were rules. Since birth they walked on the fixed path. The children of the landed gentry families, big and small, were all influenced by what they saw and heard from a young age. Of course, there was also the Southern Stream Kingdom, which was rich in talkers and preposterous scholars. They were famous for not sticking to etiquette. Lu Baqiao asked, "What is your relationship with Qin Shuang? Why are you so afraid of her? If it involves family secrets, just pretend I didn't ask." Qin Songfeng stood up and went to close the door. He sat in the chair that was originally in charge and asked softly. The young man surnamed Lu's reputation as a porcelain buyer, after many twists and turns, finally passed into the hands of the Dragon Tail County's Qin clan. "Aren't you curious as to why?" Lu Baqiao nodded. Perhaps the mountain-moving ape would never have guessed that the competitor for the sword manual was not the Wind Thunder Garden, but the Dragon Tail County's Qin clan that had appeared out of nowhere. Qin Songfeng's face was tired. He should have been depressed for a long time. Those who thought too much would be tired and finally couldn't help but find someone to pour out his grievances. In addition, he deeply believed in Lu Baqiao's character and temperament, so he slowly said, "Although our Qin clan has a closer relationship with your Wind Thunder Garden, the Qin clan's descendants abide by their ancestral teachings and don't get involved in the grudges on the mountain. We have adhered to this principle for so many years. Could it be that a sword manual that is of little value to the Qin clan's descendants is enough to make us make an exception? The Qin clan is a scholarly family, not a family of cultivators. What is the point of getting involved in these muddy waters?" Lu Baqiao followed this line of thought and thought, is it that Qin Shuang's clan wants this sword manual for themselves? Could it be that her clan is some hidden sword cultivator clan? Qin Songfeng shook his head and said, "That's not the case." Manager Shui mentioned earlier that the small town's Qin clan was split into two branches. Qin Duai belonged to the branch that moved out the earliest. They left very thoroughly and didn't even stay in the eastern Aquarius continent. They went directly to another continent. After generations of reproduction and growth, the clan that Qin Duai belongs to is now known as the Gathering of the Pavilions in the World. Of course, this news has never spread in the eastern Bottle continent. Our Dragon Tail County's Qin clan only knows the inside story because we have a little relationship with them. Lu Baqiao sneered, "Is that woman bragging without a draft, or is she bullying me for being uneducated? Can her clan have the Merit Plaza?" Qin Songfeng extended two fingers. Lu Baqiao rolled his eyes and said, "Listen carefully, I said Merit Plaza, not Fame Plaza." Qin Songfeng didn't retract his fingers. Lu Baqiao was somewhat deflated and continued to ask, "Then can her clan have the Learning Palace Plaza?" Lu Baqiao's so-called Learning Palace Plaza was naturally the Orthodox Confucian school's 3 learning palaces and 72 learning palaces. It was definitely not an ordinary academy of a secular dynasty. In the huge eastern Bottle continent, there were only 2 academies, Mountain Cliff and Lakeview. Qin Songfeng slowly retracted one of his fingers. There was still one left. Lu Baqiao pretended to get up and put his hands on the armrests of the chair. He pretended to be panicked and said, "I'll quickly apologize to that great aunt. My goodness, with such an unreasonable background, not to mention letting Qin Songfeng read a few books, even if she wanted you to be a cow or a horse, it wouldn't be a problem at all." Qin Songfeng smiled but didn't say anything. This was probably Lu Baqiao's unique charm. He could make an embarrassing matter out of it so that the person involved wouldn't be angry at all. Lu Baqiao twisted his butt and crossed his arms. He said calmly, "Okay, now that I know the frightening background of that great aunt, you can continue with the main topic." Qin Songfeng smiled. "Actually, Steward Shui has already said the answer." Lu Baqiao had a flash of inspiration. The ancestor of this youth surnamed Lu is the tomb keeper of Qin Duai's branch of the Qin clan in the small town? Qin Songfeng nodded. "You can be taught." Lu Baqiao was surprised. "That's not right. Isn't the sword manual passed down in the Lu family from the trader of Xingyang Mountain? Of course, he's also one of the ancestors of our Wind Thunder Garden. No matter what, the timing doesn't match. How can he be the tomb keeper of the Qin Duai clan?" Qin Songfeng explained, "I can confirm that the Lu family was the tomb keeper of the Qin Duai clan in the beginning. As for why the sword cultivator who hid in your wind thunder garden came to the small town, became a member of the Lu family and passed down the sword manual, there's probably some hidden inside story. So in the end the family heirloom became two things, the sword manual and the Swansea armor. As for Qin Dui, she's not interested in the treasure. She's only here to worship her ancestors. Other than that, if there are any descendants of the Lu family regardless of their aptitude, she'll bring them back to the family and nurture them with all her might. It's considered as repayment for the tomb keeper of the Lu family's ancestor. Lu Baqiao's face was filled with disbelief. Such a big family let a young girl worship their ancestors? And she was almost killed by the Dali vassal king with a punch? Qin Songfeng, I've read a lot. Although most of them are books about immortals fighting in bed, I've learned a lot about the ways of the world. So, I think that woman must be a fake. Qin Songfeng shook his head and smiled bitterly. Then you didn't see how polite my grandfather was when he saw her. Due to the taboo of the Venerable One, Qin Songfeng really could not tell the truth. He could only vaguely describe it as polite. The family opened the door for her. The family head bowed deeply to her. Everyone in the family treated her as a guest of honor and let her sit in the main seat at the welcoming banquet. The impact of all this on Qin Songfeng could be imagined. Lu Baqiao was puzzled. Wasn't that young man surnamed Lu almost killed by the old ape with a punch? Qin Songfeng sighed. You said it yourself. He was almost killed. Qin Songfeng got up and went to the window. The wind was blowing and drizzling outside, but looking at the sky it seemed like it was going to rain heavily. Qin Songfeng said softly, that Master Wan seems to be an old acquaintance of one of Qin Tui's elders. They used to travel the world together and are close friends. Lu Baqiao asked tentatively, you're saying that Wan Tui was able to replace Qi Jingchun and take charge of this place because of Qin Tui's family? Qin Songfeng said indifferently, I didn't say anything. Lu Baqiao was amazed. No wonder this woman could be so unyielding in front of Song Zhangqiang. The family's power was far away, and the saint's protection was right in front of her. How could she not be arrogant? Lu Baqiao suddenly asked, tell me about the natal porcelain and the person who bought it. I've always been interested in it, but it's a pity that the Wind Thunder Garden doesn't do it. It was only when I was forcefully dragged here by my master that I roughly heard about it. It seems that there are a few famous people at the top of the eastern Aquarius continent who first came out of this small town. Qin Songfeng hesitated for a moment, but still chose to tell him everything. He divulged the heavenly secret. It's similar to the stone gambling in the secular world. Every year there are about 30 babies born in this small town. The 30 dragon kills choose a certain child according to their ranking to be the porcelain of their dragon kiln. For example, if the town gives birth to 32 babies this year, then the 2 dragon kills at the top will have 2 porcelains. If there are only 29 babies next year, then the dragon kiln at the bottom can only have a year without any production. Therefore, the people born and raised in this small town will have their own natal porcelain. Chao Shi and Xiaxia, who are currently in the limelight in this continent, are no exception. One of them is a Taoist perfected lord who has a chance of becoming a heavenly lord, while the other is an itinerant sword immortal with limitless killing power. Although it's easier for a flood dragon to appear in this small town compared to the outside world, the price of dragonification is huge. Once these porcelains successfully reach the middle 5 realms, they are destined to have no next life if they don't reach the middle 5 realms in their lifetime. Their souls will dissipate and everything will come to an end. Perhaps even the Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor will not be able to do anything to them. And during this period they will be caught by the person who bought the porcelain. Their life and death will be in the hands of others. It's the same even if you are a figure like Chao Shi or Xiaxia. Speaking of which, when one becomes a powerful figure like Chao Shi or Xiaxia, the person who bought the porcelain will want nothing more than to worship them like an ancestor. How would they dare to call themselves the owner of the porcelain? After all, it's a matter of mutual benefit. Any family that has combat strength like Chao Shi or Xiaxia can sleep soundly. The reason is very simple. They might not be able to be invited for trivial matters, but when it comes to the survival of the family, they will definitely lend a helping hand. If you are unwilling to fight for my family, fine. I'll shatter your natal porcelain and let everyone perish together. Lu Baqiao was amazed by what he heard. It was no wonder that the Dali dynasty rose rapidly in the short span of 200 to 300 years. It had already formed a magnificent momentum that could swallow the northern territory of an entire continent. Lu Songfeng was entranced by the story. He sat cross-legged on the chair and rubbed his chin with his palm. He rubbed his chin and said, I know that there's a huge threshold for girls and boys in this small town at the age of 6 and 9. It's the same principle as cultivation. At that time, one can know the level of one's future cultivation achievements. If at that time the person who bought the porcelain will come to the small town to take away the children who have a bright future, then what about those worthless porcelains? What about those children in the small town who lost the bet and their worthless natal porcelain? How will the big dragon kills deal with them? Qin Songfeng said softly, they will be taken out of the dragon kills, smashed and thrown away on the spot. There's a porcelain mountain outside the small town. It's from this. Lu Baqiao was faintly unhappy. He asked, what happened to those children? Qin Songfeng shook his head and said, I've never heard of it. I don't think it's any better. Lu Baqiao sighed and raised his hand to rub his cheek hard. This was a secret matter that was personally decided by the sages of various parties. It was definitely not something that a small sword practitioner like him in the Wind and Thunder Garden could criticize. But the young man just felt a little unhappy. After a long silence, Lu Baqiao finally said softly, so the people who walk out of here are all pawns. Qin Songfeng followed and said, who isn't on the path of cultivation? Lu Baqiao felt a little sad. He nodded and said, that's true. The door of the house creaked open softly. A pale-faced youth in straw sandals tiptoed over the threshold and turned to close the wooden door softly. He copied old Yang and moved a small stool to sit on the steps. The raindrops were as big as soybeans and the sky was as dark as night. But for some reason, there were not many raindrops under the eaves in such a heavy storm. The old man sat for a long time, but there was only a little water vapor on his clothes. Qin Pingon crossed his fingers and quietly looked at the small pond formed by the accumulated water in the courtyard. The old man smoked a pipe. Large clouds of smoke filled the surroundings. But the smoke under the eaves and the rain outside the eaves interfered with each other. It was as if there was an invisible line between heaven and earth. The biggest reason why the old man did not hate this child was that no matter what the situation was, the child would not make a ruckus and would not disturb him. If he could avoid talking, he would not open his mouth. This child was very similar to his disciple Li Er. Jing Dafeng was far inferior. Qin Pingon said softly, Grandpa Yang, thank you for all these years. The old man frowned and said, thank me? If I remember correctly, I have never helped you for nothing. When have I ever been short of payment? Qin Pingon smiled. Just like when old Yang promised him to go up the mountain to pick herbs for the Yang family's shop and buy them at a low price, the medicine shop also sold many herbs to Qin Pingon at a low price. It seemed fair, but in fact Qin Pingon knew that this was the most practical help. Also, how much was a self-made bamboo pipe worth? But Qin Pingon was able to persevere for so many years without illness or disaster. To a large extent he relied on the breathing method that old Yang taught him. The old man raised his head and looked at the sky. He sneered and said, when others give a small favor, they can't wait to be a bodhisattva who saves people from suffering. Especially when important people dig out a little dregs from their teeth, they are especially grateful. They can even be moved by their own innocence and feel that they are repaying kindness. Therefore they are a loyal minister and a proud student of so-and-so. They are a group of bastards who forget their roots. They shouldn't have crawled out of their mother's womb. Qin Pingon scratched his head and was a little nervous. He did not know if old Yang was talking about him. After the old man retracted his gaze, he said indifferently, I'm not talking about you. Qin Pingon suddenly saw a familiar figure and was a little stunned. There was a corridor at the back door of the main hall. A middle-aged Confucian scholar with white hair came with an umbrella in one hand and a bench in the other. After passing through the side door, he placed the bench in the corridor. After sitting down, he leaned the umbrella against the bench and patted his knees with both hands. He sat up straight and finally smiled at the old man and the young man under the eaves of the backyard. He said warmly, Qi Jingchun of Cliff Academy pays his respects to Mr. Yang. The scholar's boots were soaked by the rain and were stained with mud. So was the hem of his robe. The old man's attitude was relaxed as he pointed his pipe at the sage. From the first day you came, I knew that you weren't going to succeed. But after so many years, I haven't heard a single word of complaint from you. That's strange. You Qi Jingchun don't seem to be a person who would submit to humiliation. So I'm not surprised that you've gone crazy this time. Qi Jingchun patted his stomach and smiled. I have complaints. My stomach is full of them. It's just that I haven't said them out loud. Old Yang thought for a while. I don't know about your ability. But your master, based on the fact that he dared to say those 4 words, in my eyes he can be counted as one. The old man gave him a thumbs up. Qi Jingchun smiled bitterly. My master is actually more knowledgeable. The old man sneered. I'm not a scholar. Even if your master's knowledge is greater than that of the holy master, I won't say anything good about him. Qi Jingchun asked seriously, Mr. Yang, do you think that the 4 words my master are correct? The old man laughed. I don't think so. It's just that before all the people in the world believed in the previous 4 words, which annoyed me. So when someone came out to sing a different tune, I felt relieved. So, you scholars are fighting amongst yourselves. I'm very happy to see that your refined culture is swept away and covered with chicken feathers. Qi Jingchun laughed involuntarily. Qi Jingchun was about to speak when the old man waved his hand. Don't be so polite. I don't like to hear it. We're not the same kind of people. It's been like this for generations. Don't break the rules. Besides, you Qi Jingchun are now hated by everyone. I don't dare to be friends with you. Qi Jingchun nodded. He stood up and waved at Qin Pingon. I used the snake gallstone you sent to carve 2 private seals. One in Li script and one in Xiaozhuan script. I'll give it to you. Qin Pingon ran through the courtyard in the rain. He stood in front of Qi Jingchun and took a white cloth bag. Qi Jingchun smiled. Remember to keep it well. In the future, when you see calligraphy or paintings that you like, such as some landscape maps of mountains and rivers, you can take out the seal and put it on. Qin Pingon nodded in a daze. The old Yang glanced at the bag in the young man's hand and asked, Where's the Chun character? Qi Jingchun smiled. I carved a seal earlier and gave it to a child of the Zhao family. The old man laughed. Qi Jingchun, are you the child of wealth? Qi Jingchun didn't care about the old man's teasing. He said goodbye and left. Seeing the young man standing there like a block of wood, old Yang laughed angrily. You took someone else's things for free and now you want to jump home and hide in your quilt? Don't you know how to walk, Mr. Qi? The young man quickly ran to the back door of the main hall. The old man laughed and scolded, Take an umbrella. With your current body, can you withstand the wind and rain? Qin Pingon borrowed an umbrella from the shop assistant. He followed Mr. Qi and walked on the street together. The old man sat under the eaves smoking a pipe. The smoke lingered. He thought of the 2 private seals. Although they were still in the bag, old Yang sensed something was wrong. That was why he asked about the Chun character. It was a spectacular sight. Soon the young man with straw sandals returned to the yard. Old Yang asked, What did he say in the end? Qin Pingon sighed and sat back on the stool. Mr. Qi said that a gentleman can be bullied. Old Yang said sullenly, Those old men in the Confucian temple must be out of their minds. It's obvious that someone is targeting Cliff Academy and Qi Jingchun, but they've been standing by and doing nothing. Do they really think they're useless? Qin Pingon didn't hear him clearly. He asked, Grandpa Yang, what did you say? The old man didn't say anything. What a good, be a gentleman instead of a sage. "62. Ning Yao woke up leisurely. She was sleeping soundly. When she opened her eyes, she found herself sitting on a stool. She was a little dazed. After a moment of daze, she got up and opened the door. She saw an old man and a young boy sitting in the corridor outside. After hearing Ning Yao's footsteps, Qin Pingon turned his head and smiled. You're awake. I didn't wake you up because you were sleeping soundly. Ning Yao nodded. She didn't care about it and asked, Senior Yang? The old man said in a bad mood, What? Are you afraid that Qin Pingon will take advantage of you when you're asleep? Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him. He only has bad intentions but no guts. Qin Pingon quickly explained, Miss Ning, don't listen to Grandpa Yang's nonsense. I promise I don't have any bad intentions. Ning Yao made a gesture with her hands and told herself, Sir, please be magnanimous. The old man glanced at the straw sandals boy and gloated, "You know 6 out of 7, but you know nothing." The rain was already very light. The old man said straightforwardly, "Go back and bring that bag of money. Then this little girl and your medicine will be paid together." Ning Yao frowned. "What kind of medicine does the Yang family shop have that is so expensive?" The old man said indifferently, "When people are about to starve to death, how much can the steamed bun in my hand be worth?" Ning Yao said in a deep voice, "You're looting a burning house." The old man smoked so fiercely that his entire upper body was shrouded in faint smoke. Then the old man's hoarse and cold voice came from the sea of clouds. "Asking for a sky-high price and asking for money on the ground is a dirty business. I can't do it. My rules are that I mean what I say. There is only one price. You can buy it or not and sell it or not." Ning Yao wanted to say something, but she found that Qin Pingon was tugging at her sleeve and secretly winking at her. In the end she swallowed her anger. The quality of the medicinal herbs produced in this small grotto heaven was indeed excellent. However, this famous pearl grotto heaven was not famous for its heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Instead, it was famous for its porcelain and treasures of opportunity. Therefore, even if the medicinal herbs in the Yang family's shop were piled up into mountains, they were still only worth a few gold essence copper coins. The old man shook his pipe. "The rain has stopped. Don't make eyes at me. Aren't you ashamed?" Qin Pingon pulled Ning Yao's arm and walked down the stairs. They passed through the shop's main hall and came to the main street. Qin Pingon smiled and asked, "Can't you figure it out?" "It's fine. Grandpa Yang is just like that. He doesn't like to talk about favors with you. Everything he does is very fair." "Is very fair." Ning Yao sneered. "Justice? Everyone had a scale in their heart, so why did he feel that he was fair? Just because you're older?" Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "I don't think spending a bag of copper coins is a waste of money." Ning Yao glanced at the young man. "If you can survive 10 years outside and still be able to pat your chest and repeat these words, then you win." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Then we'll talk about it when the time comes." Ning Yao sighed. She really didn't know what to do with him. "Where are we going next?" Qin Pingon thought for a moment. "Let's go to the shop and see how Lu Xianyang is doing. While you're at it, pull out your knife from the ground." Ning Yao said decisively, "Then lead the way." She suddenly asked, "Is your body okay?" Qin Pingon grinned. "It's not a big problem. But other than practicing martial arts, I'll be like you every day and have to boil medicine to eat. Grandpa Yang said that if the effect isn't good, I might have to spend more money." Ning Yao was puzzled. "You really believe that?" Qin Pingon smiled and shook his head. It was as if he couldn't be bothered to argue with her about this kind of problem. After walking out of the town, he rolled up his sleeves, took off the knife and returned it to the young girl. She hid the cloth-pressing knife and went to retrieve the saber that had been stomped into the ground by the mountain-moving ape. As for the scabbard that had been given away, Qin Pingon temporarily left it with Ning Yao. She hung it on her waist so the flying sword finally had a place to stay. When Qin Pingon and Ning Yao walked to the south end of the covered bridge, they saw a young girl in green with a ponytail sitting on the top of the stairs. She held her chin with both hands and stared into the distance, leaving them with only her back. In the backyard of the Yang family shop, an old man alone put away his pipe and waved his hand to disperse the smoke around him. He said, "Don't worry, after the matter is done, I promise to give you an immortal body of Granny He. As for whether you can really become a god in the future and be promoted to a river god, it depends on your own luck." The old man finally took the pipe and gently knocked it on the ground. He looked up in the direction of the old locust tree and said, "When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter." The 3 carriages drove to the clay bottle alley one by one. The king of Dali really couldn't understand why his nephew had to compete with a boy in a shabby alley. He even had a knot in his heart. Song Jianqiang said with a smile, "Anyway, since I've intervened in the messy account between you and Qin Pingon once, I won't interfere again. You can solve it yourself." In the end, Song Jianqiang reminded him, "You can have a personal relationship with Xingyang Mountain, but don't get too involved." Song Jisan was amused. "Personal relationship? Are you talking about that little girl?" "Ah, it's just for fun. There's no friendship." Song Jianqiang said with a smile, "It's just for fun. You just gave her a sword cultivating gourd?" Song Jisan said no more. The carriage couldn't enter the alley and Song Jianqiang didn't want to get out of the carriage. Song Jisun got out of the carriage alone and found that it was raining. It was still drizzling but it seemed to be getting heavier. He quickly ran into the clay bottle alley and came to his yard. After pushing the door and entering, he saw GQ sitting on the threshold of the main house in a daze. Song Jisun shouted with a smile, "Let's go, I'll take you to Dolly's capital to broaden your horizons." GQ came back to her senses. "Ah? Leaving so soon?" Song Jisun nodded and said, "Anyway, things have been packed. There are 2 big boxes in my house, plus your small box. We don't have anything left in our house. It doesn't make a difference whether we leave now or later." GQ put her chin on her knees and said sadly, "Yes, this is our house." Song Jisun sighed and sat on the threshold with her. He reached out to wipe the rain on his forehead and said softly, "What's wrong? You don't want to leave? If you really don't want to, then let's leave later. It's okay, I'll go and say hello." GQ suddenly smiled and shook her small fist. "No need. Let's go, who's afraid of who?" Song Jisun reminded her, "Don't forget about that 4-legged snake." Child K flew into a rage and said angrily, "That damned idiot sneaked under my suitcase yesterday and made me look for him for half a day. When I finally found him, the rouge boxes under my suitcase were all filthy. It's really unforgivable and can't escape the death penalty." Song Jisun began to worry about the fate of the 4-legged snake and asked tentatively, "That stupid bastard couldn't have been killed by you, right?" GQ shook her head. "No, I'll let it live for the time being. When we reach the capital, I'll deal with it later." "Oh right, young master, when we reach the capital, let's raise a few more old hens, okay? At least 5. Song Jisun asked curiously, "We already have enough eggs, why do we still need to buy more? Don't you always dislike the old hens in our house for being too noisy?" GQ said seriously, "When the time comes, I'll tie a rope to each of the old hen's legs and then tie it to the stupid bastard's 4 legs and head. As long as it's unhappy, I can chase the old hens away. Otherwise, although the 4-legged snake is stupid, it's not slow. In the past, it would tire me to death every time, which would only make me angrier." Listening to his own maidservant's hypocritical thoughts, Song Jisun's mind was filled with the image of the execution. He muttered to himself, "Wouldn't that be dismemberment by 5 horses? Oh no, it's dismemberment by 5 chickens?" Song Jisun held his stomach and laughed. GQ was used to her young master's imaginative way of thinking, so she didn't find it strange. She only asked, "Young master, the box is so heavy, how can the 2 of us carry it? Also, there are a lot of things that shouldn't be thrown away." Song Jisun stood up and snapped his fingers. "Come out, I know you're hiding nearby. I'll have to trouble you to carry the box to the carriage." There was no response. Song Jisun was silent for a long time. His face was gloomy. "Come out. Do you believe that I won't ask my uncle to carry it himself?" A moment later, several hidden figures quietly appeared from the alley on the rooftop opposite Clay Bottle Alley, or from the alley outside the courtyard. A total of 5 black-clothed death warriors, after the leader opened the door, entered in a line. The leader hesitated for a moment, then clasped his fist and said in a muffled voice, "I was doing my duty before, so I didn't dare to show myself. I hope your highness can forgive me." Song Jisun said expressionlessly, "Do what you need to do." The man kept his head down. "I'll be so bold as to ask your highness to help explain to the prince." Song Jisun said impatiently, "Why would my uncle bicker with you over such a trivial matter?" The 5 figures didn't move at all. They stood in the courtyard in the drizzle, unwilling to move even if they had to die. Song Jisun compromised, "Okay, I'll help you explain the situation." The 5 people entered the house. 3 black-clothed men easily carried the boxes, while the other 2 escorted them empty-handed. After slowly walking into Clay Bottle Alley, they all ran away. Song Jisun was deep in thought. GQ held up an oil paper umbrella and gave Song Jisun a slightly bigger one. After locking the door of the main house, the kitchen and the courtyard, the master and servants stood at the entrance of the courtyard with the umbrella. Song Jisun looked at the red and black Spring Festival couplets and the painted door god, and said softly, "I don't know if we'll be able to see these couplets the next time we come back." GQ said, "If we leave, then leave. Why come back?" Song Jisun said self-deprecatingly, "That's right. If we do well, we won't have anyone to show off. If we don't do well, there will be many people who will laugh at us. The rain didn't stop and the alley gradually became muddy. GQ really didn't want to stay any longer, so she urged, "Let's go." Song Jisun nodded, and the two walked to the entrance of Clay Bottle Alley one after the other. GQ walked in front in a hurry. Song Jisun walked behind her slowly. When they passed by the high wall of the alley facing the courtyard of a house, Song Jisun, who was holding an umbrella, stopped and looked back. The young man looked at the yellow mud wall, which didn't have anything special, and was lost in thought. GQ, who was in front of him, turned her head and couldn't help but complain, "Young master, if you don't walk faster, the rain will get heavier." The young man under the umbrella didn't have a clear expression. After raising his arm and making a gesture, the young man responded to the maid's call and finally began to speed up. In the carriage on the street outside Clay Bottle Alley, the king of Dali, Song Xianxia, was resting with his eyes closed. Every day the inspection office would create a secret file, which would be observed and recorded by 9 top-notch spies in the Great Li. Everything written in the file was the daily trivia of the supervisor Song's illegitimate son, such as what street he went shopping with his maidservant today, how much he spent on food and goods, which text he recited in the morning, which sage book he read aloud in the morning when he secretly drank wine, who he went to the town with to release kites to catch crickets, what the reason was, who he had a dispute with, and so on. Every 3 months, it would be sent to the capital of the Great Li and sent to the table of the imperial study in the palace. Finally, it would be compiled into a book, which was personally named Small Daily Record by that elder brother of his, who loved to play with words and ink the most. From Small Daily Record 1 to the current Small Daily Record 15, the bits and pieces of a 15-year-old boy living in a shabby alley for 15 years were written into 15 books. Before Song Xianxia came to the town, he flipped through those books that were full of boring trivia, but he keenly found that one of the books, 7, was missing a page in the middle, which was obviously torn by someone. This should mean that during the summer and autumn when Song Jisun was 12 years old, a huge accident happened. Before Song Xianxia came to the town, he thought that it was a bloody assassination that started in the capital of Dali and involved some people that even his elder brother could only suffer in silence. However, Song Xianxia later realized that the story recorded on that page was definitely not a happy memory for the young Song Jisun, and it must be related to Qin Pingon in Clay Bottle Alley. Song Xianxia began to organize his thoughts. The number 1 king of Dali, who rarely took a break from his busy schedule, carefully recalled the details of the conversation between the 2 teenagers recorded in the book as well as the scene at that time. Song Xianxia opened his eyes and looked at the curtain of the window. First he saw the slender figure of the servant girl holding the umbrella, then his nephew Song Jisun. The master and servant went to the second carriage, and the 3 boxes were already moved to the last carriage. Song Xianxia whispered, "Let's go." The carriage slowly moved. The carriage suddenly stopped, and not long after, Song Jisun rushed into the carriage in a flustered and exasperated manner, his face full of anger. "What do you mean?" Song Xianxia asked. "You mean the corpse in your carriage?" Song Jisun's face was livid, and he stared at Song Xianxia. Song Xianxia's expression was calm. "Do you know the identity of the corpse? Dali has 7 spy agencies and I control 3 of them, mainly to infiltrate the imperial courts of various countries, spy on important military intelligence, and bribe the civil and military officials of enemy countries. Imperial tutor Xiu, who controls 3, mainly to deal with the internal public opinion of the dynasty and the movements of Jianghu, and especially to keep an eye on the movements of the capital. The last one is responsible for dealing with the cultivators on the mountain, directly under someone. There are a total of 9 Dali spies in this small town, and they come from these 7 places to ensure your safety and there will be no mistakes." Song Jisun said in a low voice, "What are you trying to say?" Song Xianxia laughed. "The twists and turns here, who is that person loyal to, and a lot of dirty truths, it's probably very difficult for me to explain clearly to you. In any case, that person deserved to die. However, you need to remember one thing. Right now, outsiders regard you as His Highness Dali, an extraordinary descendant of the heavens. Whether they respect or flatter you on the surface, you can accept it all, but don't forget why they are doing this." Song Jisun sneered. "Oh? Why?" Song Xianxia smiled. "Do you really think you are that important? Everything is just because I'm by your side." I'm afraid you won't remember this, so I'm taking this opportunity to make you more careful. It's not good to be with a dead person. But it's better than next time when you need me to be by your corpse. Song Jisun's face flushed red. Song Zhengqiang glanced at the teenager and said indifferently, "Get out of the car." Song Jisun instantly swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue. He silently turned around, gritted his teeth and left hatefully. Song Zhengqiang waited until the teenager got out of the car and laughed. "With such a little skill, when you go to the capital, you will be targeted by those toothless tigers and foxes. They will want to tear off a few pieces of meat from your body." When the vassal king thought of going to the capital, he actually had a headache. Inside the carriage, the dead man occupied the most space. Song Jisun was very uncomfortable, but the maidservant GQ's face was as usual. He casually asked, "By the way, GQ, did you bring our old house key?" She wondered. "No, I just left it in my room. I don't want to go back." Why are you asking this? Besides, don't you also have a bunch of house keys?" Song Jisun said with a smile, "I also left it in my room." The three carriages drove past the old locust tree out of the town and finally on the bumpy muddy road all the way to the east. When passing through the gate on the east side of the town, the gatekeeper Jing Dafeng, who was sheltering from the rain in his mud house, squatted at the gate with his hands folded in his sleeves. Looking at the three carriages, the old bachelor yawned. About half an hour later, Song Zhengqiang said in a deep voice, "Stop the carriage." Song Zhengqiang got out of the carriage. Song Jisun and GQ in the carriage behind raised the curtain. Two heads squeezed together, curiously looking at Song Zhengqiang. Song Zhengqiang waved his hand and Song Jisun pulled GQ back. Song Zhengqiang walked forward. Not far away there was an ugly middle-aged man blocking the middle of the road. His straw sandals and trousers were full of mud. Song Zhengqiang walked forward and said with a smile, "I really didn't expect that there was someone like you hidden in the town. It seems that our Dolly's spies don't eat but eat shit." The king's originally spotless snow-white robe was also covered with mud, and his boots were naturally not spared. Song Zhengqiang finally stopped 10 steps away from the man. "Since you didn't fight as soon as you met, why don't you tell me what you want?" The man from the small town, who even had the roof of his house trampled by the mountain-moving apes, was no longer squatting on the ground and sulking in front of the king of Li dynasty. He said in a deep voice, "Song Chongjing, as long as you can survive the battle, you'll naturally know the answer." Song Zhengqiang frowned. The man understood and said, "Let the carriage pass first." Song Zhengqiang smiled and nodded. He didn't turn around but kept staring at the man and shouted, "The carriage goes first, just go forward." The man walked to the side of the road and let the three carriages pass unimpeded. Song Zhengqiang waited until the carriages completely disappeared from his sight, and then looked at the man patiently waiting. This person's realm was higher than his. But the gap between the two was limited. Song Zhengqiang was not afraid. On the contrary, he was full of fighting spirit and his blood was boiling. He pulled his collar. Although the person in front of him was unknown, he was definitely the best whetstone to sharpen his martial arts. Song Zhengqiang's intuition told him that today's life or death, tomorrow's 9 or 10, all depended on this one move. '63. At that time in the small street the rain gradually stopped. Ning Yao turned her head to look at Qin Pingon, whose breathing was steady and calm. Although she didn't like Old Man Yang, she had to admit that this old man was a real expert. Old Yang isn't a simple person. Ning Yao paused for a moment and turned to look at the inconspicuous Yang family's shop. After the rain, the medicine shop's silhouette was soft and misty. The girl made some slight modifications. Old Yang isn't a simple person. Qin Pingon didn't hear the difference between the two. He just nodded and smiled. "I used to think that Grandpa Yang was a good and fair person. Now I know that Grandpa Yang hid his strength. Miss Ning, he should be considered a cultivator, right?" Ning Yao said something that Qin Pingon didn't understand. Somewhat similar but actually different. "But it doesn't make any difference to you." Now that they were at the south end of the covered bridge, Qin Pingon, who had survived the disaster, turned back to look at the girl in green. The young man's state of mind was very different. When she heard the footsteps, she stood up with a shy smile. She saw the straw sandals boy and the girl in green standing side by side. The girl with a ponytail was slightly uneasy. Qin Pingon didn't dare to treat the girl named Xiao in front of him as an ordinary girl. Of course, the girl's image that left the deepest impression on him was still the 4 words, idle and idle. Xiao glanced at the cold and arrogant Ning Yao. She didn't dare to greet her. Ning Yao glanced at the delicate and pretty girl with a petite figure. She didn't want to greet her. The 3 of them walked down the steps of the covered bridge. Qin Pingon said softly, I heard from Mr. Qi that Lu Xianyang is fine. Xiao nodded vigorously. He's awake, he's awake. After the shopkeeper of the Yang family's shop saw him, he said that the king of hell was merciful and spared Lu Xianyang's life. The old shopkeeper also said that as long as he's awake he'll be fine. I was afraid that you would be anxious, so I wanted to tell you as soon as possible, but my father wouldn't let me cross the bridge. The young girl rambled on and on like a chirping oriole. In the end she was somewhat apologetic. Actually, there were some things that the girl didn't say out loud. After Lu Xianyang woke up, the first thing she did was rush out the door. When she reached the covered bridge, she was so focused on telling the boy the news that she completely forgot about her father's warning that she wasn't allowed to enter the town. However, just as she was about to run down the northern steps, she was grabbed by the ear by her elusive father. The girl had to persuade her father to let her sit on the southern steps and wait for someone. This wasn't the first awakening of love, nor was it some kind of romantic love. Instead, it was a spontaneous kindness. Of course, the premise was that Qin Pingon didn't make the girl dislike him. On the contrary, she had a good impression of him. Or it could be said that she acknowledged Qin Pingon. All of this was the first time the 2 met on the back of the green ox. The boy was willing to go into the water to fish for someone else. Afterwards, the wound on his left hand hurt so much that he sucked in a breath of cold air, but he didn't feel any regret. Later on, when Lu Xianyang met with misfortune, the boy was willing to step forward and shoulder the responsibility that he should shoulder. These were the blessings that Qin Pingon had accumulated bit by bit. All of this was the persistence of the boy Qin Pingon for a long time. It was just that the girl Xiao happened to see it. In truth, Qin Pingon had missed out on even more things. For example, the golden carp in the fish basket, the loach that he gave to Gukin, the 4-legged snake, the locust tree leaves that floated in front of the boy, and so on. All of these blessings and opportunities that he had missed out on would not be grasped by the boy just because Qin Pingon was a person who cherished good fortune. Qin Pingon, Ning Yao and Xiao walked down the covered bridge. The boy and girl didn't notice that droplets of varying heights quietly fell into the stream. These droplets of water were originally hanging under the eaves of the covered bridge, gathered on the railings of the covered bridge, or in the potholes at the edge of the covered bridge. In the end, they all fell into the stream and blended into the water. At the same time, the puddle-like backyard of the Yang family's shop rippled and returned to its muddy appearance, just like all backyards in the world. On the surface of the water stood a blurry figure covered in smoke. One could vaguely see that it was a hunchbacked old woman whose face couldn't be seen clearly. Old Yang didn't find it strange. He smoked his pipe again and asked, "What did you see?" The figure was like a water plant that swayed involuntarily with the water. She said hoarsely, "That little girl is the only daughter of the next saint here. She has such a noble status. Why did she fall in love with the boy from the shabby alley?" Old Yang sneered and said, "That's it." The old woman on the water trembled and didn't dare to speak again. The old man said slowly, "Since you've come this far, there are some rules that I should make clear to you. Otherwise, when you die in the future, you won't know what happened and still feel that you've been wronged." The old man seemed to be thinking about something and wasn't in a hurry to speak. After the rain stopped, the water in the yard gradually disappeared. The old woman's figure became more and more blurred. She said pitifully, "Great immortal, I just want to see my grandson a few more times." Old Yang, whose thoughts were interrupted, was a little impatient. "What do you think is your business? I can't be bothered to care about this." Speaking of this, the old man's eyes were a little absent-minded. He said to himself, "You're lucky. If you fell into the hands of the 3 sects, you might not even have a next life." In Buddhism there was a saying about subduing the monkey and the horse. Thoughts and vows were 2 very important matters. The Confucians were a little better, but they did not care so much. They only earnestly taught their disciples and grand-disciples that they must be careful, meaning that they should not say one thing and mean another. Taoism, on the other hand, raises the importance of how you think. They don't hesitate to regard the inner demons as the enemy of cultivation. It's stricter than Buddhism. Therefore, many people take the wrong path and have many so-called unorthodox ways. Because Taoism pursues tranquility and emphasizes on self-examination. However, even the sword cultivator, whose status could be considered high, did not understand this. He only thought that the true immortal had his own rules and considerations that no one knew about. However, the old man in the small courtyard was well aware of this. That young Ma Kuxuan was the chosen one. He was not the slightest bit inferior to the maidservant GQ. Wangzhu. Together they formed the character Zhu. What was the most precious thing in a true dragon? Zhu. Why did she choose to rely on the Prince of Dali, Zhou Xian? The emperors of the world had always liked to consider themselves as true dragons. For one person's luck to be linked to the throne of the dynasty, it was obvious that the two of them had joined forces and complemented each other. But then again, the path of cultivation was long. Luck, talent, foundation, opportunity, and temperament were all indispensable. However, in the end, on the path of cultivation there was always a step ahead, and there was also a time when a great talent was born late. Thus there were no absolutes. In this small town, apart from Ma Kuxuan and GQ Song Jisun Zhao Yao Gukin Ruan Xiu Lu Xianyang, and those children with their own opportunities and destinies could all be said to be favored by the heavens. Even the unfathomable old Yang did not dare say that anyone's achievements would be greater than anyone else's. Old Yang glanced at the puddles in the courtyard and said, "Go. For now you only need to keep an eye on the covered bridge." The old woman said fearfully, "Great immortal, even I can't get close to the covered bridge, especially that deep pool. Every time I go a little closer it's like I'm being boiled in a pot of oil." Old Yang chuckled. "You don't need to get close. Just keep an eye on the covered bridge. For example, if something flies out from under the covered bridge in the future, you just need to keep an eye on it." The old woman hurriedly obeyed and left. Above the puddles in the courtyard, the old woman's misty figure instantly disappeared. Master. At the back door of the Yang family's shop, Xing Dafeng laughed loudly and hurriedly came to report the good news. The two of them arrived at the back courtyard one after the other. Xing Dafeng, who was in front, walked like a gust of wind. "Senior brother has returned. It's great news." Old Yang looked at the honest man behind Xing Dafeng and the latter nodded. However, the man wanted to say something but hesitated. He was full of questions, but his words were clumsy and he did not know where to start. In the end, the man could only mutter, "Master, why did you take Ma Kuxuan as your disciple and not that youth? I don't like that kid surnamed Ma." Old Yang glared at him. "So you took the initiative to grab that golden carp and sell it to Qin Pingon." The middle-aged man was much more courageous than Xing Dafeng, who had his hands and feet tied in front of the old man. He sat down on the bench that Qin Pingon had previously sat on. "What's wrong?" "I'm happy to." "Master, don't you like that kid too?" If Qin Pingon was present, he would definitely be shocked. This was because the middle-aged man who sold the fish on the street was this man. Old Yang laughed angrily. "And the result? That basket and that golden carp were delivered to Qin Pingon?" The man was unhappy and did not say anything. Xing Dafeng fanned the flames. "Senior brother, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you wasted that Dragon King basket. Of all people, you just had to give it to Dali's sworn enemy, the little prince of the Great Sui Kingdom. Be careful that Song Jianqiang won't let you off the hook in the future. Besides, we shouldn't let the goodies flow into our own fields. It's fine to leave it to my nephew and niece. What, do you think it's too hot? If you really can't do it, you can give it to me." Old Yang coldly looked at Xing Dafeng. Xing Dafeng kept quiet and did not dare to say another word. He raised his hands and obediently sat on the steps. The old man said, "Take Fu Nanhua and go to Old Dragon City together." Xing Dafeng's face was full of surprise. He turned his head and saw the old man's expressionless face. This single man who guarded the town slowly retracted his gaze. He patted his knee and stood up with a bitter smile. He did not say a word and walked down the steps to the back door of the shop. The old man's dignified voice came from behind him. "Remember, you can't reveal your identity even if you die." Xing Dafeng's bitter smile deepened. He nodded and did not turn around. He quickened his pace. When he reached the corridor of the back door of the main hall, The man turned around, knelt down and kowtowed 3 times. He said in a low voice, "Master, take care of yourself." From beginning to end the old man did not say a word. Jing Dafeng left the Yang family's shop sadly. The man sitting on the bench, Li Er, felt indignant for Jing Dafeng, who was his junior brother from the same sect. "Master, you're too," the old man laughed. "Unreasonable?" The man nodded. "Although junior brother doesn't do anything serious, he's really good to you. To be honest, I can't compare to him in this aspect." The old man did not comment. "Anyway, he's just a rootless duckweed. He can't even compare to the weeds on the side of the road. It doesn't matter where he dies." The man sighed and said, "Junior apprentice brother must be feeling uncomfortable after leaving the town this time. Generally speaking, if you want to pass on your legacy, you need to have 3 disciples. One of them has to be very useful, able to bring glory to the sect. After the master dies, they have to be able to shoulder the burden and hold down the fort. They have both face and inner strength. Another one can continue the legacy. Although it seems like his abilities are inferior to the former, he has the advantage of being resilient. Even if the sky falls, even if the useful disciple dies, it has to be this person who can ensure the continuity of the sect. When the sect is at its peak, his usefulness is not obvious. When the sect is in danger, he becomes very important. The last one has to be interesting. He has to have good talent, a good foundation, and everything else. He has to be very interesting. He doesn't even need to be grateful to the master and the sect. As the saying goes, teaching a disciple makes the master starve to death. This is the case for the last disciple." The man asked curiously, "Me, junior brother, and Ma Kushuan, who are we?" Old man Yang smiled and said, "So many years have passed. Who said that I only have 3 disciples?" The man was stunned. His smile was a bit awkward. "I forgot about that." Old Yang laughed. "Then how about Song Zhangqiang?" The man thought seriously for a moment. In the end he only said 2 words. "Not bad." Old Yang smoked his pipe and exhaled smoke. He clicked his tongue in wonder. "Then he's very powerful." The man said, "Song Zhangqiang agrees." Without waiting for his disciple to finish, Old Yang stomped his foot. The world fell silent. The man laughed. "Master, what we've been doing all these years can't be considered hidden. Why do we need to care about this?" Old Yang slowly said, "You don't even want to pretend. Are you trying to rebel?" The man asked back, "Are there 2 things?" Old Yang looked up at the sky. His gaze pierced through the 3 layers of heaven and earth. The old man was silent. The man's heart was heavy. He asked, "Master, are my 2 children really going to that cliff academy?" Old Yang said, "Since Qi Jingchun is willing to use this as an exchange, why don't they go? It's not an exaggeration to say that such a good thing only happens once in 100 years." Old Yang asked, "Why didn't Qi Jingchun give it to Qin Pingon in one go?" Old Yang laughed. "Do you think that's helping Qin Pingon? It's more like complaining that the child didn't die quickly enough. Believe it or not, if you had successfully given away the Dragon King basket and the golden carp, Qin Pingon would have died somewhere in the town in less than 3 days." The man was puzzled. Before Qin Pingon was 6 years old, his father had broken his life porcelain. Therefore there was no restriction. Although this caused the child to be unable to keep any great opportunities, this is both a bad and a good thing. He's like a lamp in a dark room. So many things have happened. During this period of time the poor child has gotten something. Isn't that normal? Old Yang explained, "As long as he's in the town, Qin Pingon won't have any good luck. If the opportunity is too great, the child won't be able to take it or keep it. He'll just live a poor life empty-handed. It's not easy for him to survive. If it were those so-called God's favored children, which one of them wouldn't have died 7 or 8 times?" The man grinned. "That's why you're willing to help him, master. What you can give is the only thing Qin Pingon can take." Old Yang hesitated for a moment and exhaled a mouthful of thick smoke. "Then do you know that the opportunity you tried to give Qin Pingon almost killed him? The prince and eunuchs of the Great Sui Kingdom, Ning Yao, the felon assassins, that eccentric Taoist. Qin Pingon almost died on this line." The man frowned. Old Yang changed the topic. In the past, the first thing the sages who were in charge of guarding this world would do after taking office was to check on the 4 treasures left behind by their ancestors. The second thing they would do was to come to my place and say hello. But even for these sages, most of them knew the truth but didn't know the reason. There are two kinds of people who won't come to my place. The first kind is mostly in the early years. At that time, Buddhism was prosperous in the eastern vast continent and there were many monks. This group of people didn't dare to come because they were afraid of getting involved in karma. The second kind is like Qi Jingchun. The higher-ups didn't tell him the truth on purpose, hoping that Qi Jingchun and I would get into a conflict and fight. Qi Jingchun came here today because he figured it out himself, or... The old man's face was solemn. The possibility of this is too small and the consequences are too great. It's unimaginable. I hope it's not, and it shouldn't be. There was another world in this small world. Qi Jingchun was in charge of one area, while Old Yang was like a military town, and there was no sign of him living under someone else's roof. Old Yang said with emotion. Qi Jingchun, a scholarly sage before him, said, the sage did his best to see and use rules as the yardstick, and thought that everything was round and straight. What does that mean? Simply put, it means that you, the common people, should be grateful for the great kindness of the sage master. It was he who spent a lot of effort to set up these rules and frameworks for the future generations to walk in and not suffer from disasters. Only then will you have the chance to be reincarnated as a human in your next life. The man scratched his head and said, Master, why are you telling me this? I don't understand it either. That's why Jing Dafeng can talk to you. Old man Yang smiled and said, if you Li Er could talk I wouldn't have asked. One to talk, one to listen, one to ask and one to answer. It's just right. Old Yang stood up and looked into the distance. If one day that child can walk out of the small town alive and wander outside for a few decades, he will be surprised that the small town in his hometown is so big. His master stood up and the man had no choice but to follow. Although he didn't know how to flatter, he still understood the rules. Old Yang said, you don't have to stay here. Take that shrew of yours and go somewhere. In the eastern Aquarius continent, you have no hope of breaking through in this lifetime. Song Zhangqiang is a narrow-minded person. In the future, if you don't find it disgusting to be suppressed by him as your master, I will find it disgusting. By the way, son and daughter, if you really can't bear to part with them, you can take one with you. At most, you'll take less of Qi Jingchun's gift. The man asked, Master, if my wife insists on taking the two children with her, what should I do? Old Yang said angrily, who's the master of your family? The man said matter-of-factly, her. The old man took a deep breath and waved his hand to chase them away. Go away, all four of you. Do whatever you want. The man walked down the steps and suddenly turned his head to ask, Master, what about you? The old man sat back on the bench and reached for the tobacco in his pocket. He found that it was empty. After retracting his hand, he said calmly, what else can I do? I'm just waiting for death. The man walked under the eaves and turned his head to laugh. I don't think Ma Kushuan can take that thing away. The old man's expression was gloomy. He said self-deprecatingly, if he can't take it away, then no one can. The 4 families and 10 clans of the small town suddenly received the news that all outsiders must leave the small town within 3 days. For the time being, only exits were allowed, but no entry was allowed. Although they were filled with resentment, in the end, no one questioned this decision. Among the eastbound group, the Li family's ancestor personally escorted the little ancestor of Xingyang Mountain away. The next day, a series of rumbling sounds came from the west of the small town. It was earth-shattering. It turned out that the mountain-moving ape of Xingyang Mountain had really uprooted a huge mountain. The old ape, who had revealed his true form, was about to carry it on his back. The old ape's shoulder suddenly tilted as if something heavy was pressing on it. The old ape looked up and squinted. There was a tiny figure on the peak of the mountain on his shoulder. Qi Jingchun. The old ape laughed. Qi Jingchun. Don't be so petty and ruin the big picture. Qi Jingchun said in a deep voice, put this cloud mountain back. The old ape raised his shoulder and roared wildly, what if I don't? In the next moment, the mountain-moving ape's hands suddenly left the bottom of the mountain and rolled sideways. Its huge body crushed countless trees nearby. In the next moment, the giant ape was stomped into the ground. That person was truly indomitable. Compared to him, the mountain-moving ape was like an ant under someone's foot. Another stomp made the old ape, who was struggling to get up, sink into the ground again. Another stomp. The giant ape lay limp in the huge pit. It was covered in blood and was on the verge of death. That person arched his body as if his head was holding up the sky. He looked down at the mountain-moving ape and sneered. If it were me 60 years ago, the first thing I would have done after leaving this place would have been to flatten Xingyang Mountain. "64. Qin Pingon suddenly became a temporary apprentice of the blacksmith shop. According to Master Wan, he needed someone to take over Lu Xianyang's work. He needed people to dig wells, build houses and dig canals. There was no reason for him to keep Uncle Lu alive for nothing. Therefore Qin Pingon became the busiest person in the shop. As long as it was physical work, the straw sandals youth would not lose to any strong young man. In between work, Qin Pingon would go to the house to visit Lu Xianyang. The tall youth who had just escaped death had become somewhat taciturn and sickly. He often lay in bed and stared at the ceiling in a daze. Other than Qin Pingon who could chat with him, Lu Xianyang hardly spoke to anyone. Qin Pingon was also helpless about this. Fortunately, Lu Xianyang was severely injured, but the recovery speed of the chest wound was much faster than Qin Pingon's left hand. Ning Yao still lived in the house in Mud Bottle Alley. The man she called Master Wan unexpectedly agreed to forge a sword for her. What was even more surprising was that Master Wan said that if she was lucky, the sword could be forged in half a year. If she was unlucky, she might not succeed even after 10 years. Ning Yao was very relaxed about this. She smiled and said that her luck had always been good. She just had to wait for half a year. Although Ning Yao lived in Qin Pingon's ancestral house every day, she moved all the medicine jars and other things to the shop, saving Qin Pingon the trouble of running back and forth. Qin Pingon lived in Lu Xianyang's house, mainly because he was afraid that the house would be robbed. Qin Pingon went to the stream in the middle of the night to look for stones, but in the end he did not find a single one. He could not even find a snake gallstone in the deep pit on the back of the green ox. In Ning Yao's words, the snake gallstone was similar to a person. It had to have spirit. Without it, it could only be used as an ink stone by an ordinary rich family. However, with spirit it was like a person wearing a dragon robe. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Qin Pingon couldn't help but sigh every time he walked by the stream. Ning Yao brought back a bunch of old keys for Qin Pingon. She said that someone had left them in the yard. She tried the keys and sure enough they belonged to Song Jisun's house next door. Everything from the yard door to the house door could be opened. Qin Pingon could not guess what Song Jisun wanted to do. Logically speaking, with his extravagant style, he should not have thought of asking him to help clean the house. After all, with Song Jisun's temper, even if the house collapsed, he would not be willing to let outsiders into his territory. Qin Pingon knew Song Jisun better than anyone else. Song Jisun was a very generous person. Whether it was for himself or for the young maidservant, he would spend all 10 copper coins in his pocket. At the same time, Song Jisun was also a very stingy person. As long as he wanted to monopolize something, he would not be willing to give out a single cent. In short, Song Jisun could give something to anyone he wanted. It was nothing. However, if someone took the initiative to ask him for something, he would definitely not be willing. When he was in a good mood, he was willing to add flowers to a brocade. However, regardless of whether he was in a good mood or not, Song Jisun would not provide charcoal in snowy weather. Or could it be that GQ deliberately threw the keys to his house? Qin Pingon felt that the possibility was not high. During this time, when Qin Pingon heard Ning Yao say that she had used the keys to open the door, he was somewhat stunned. He wanted to say something but stopped. Thus Ning Yao narrowed her eyes. Her pair of long and narrow eyebrows were particularly imposing. She stared fixedly at Qin Pingon. At that time, Wuxia was watching this scene from not too far away. She secretly ate the crushed food that Qin Pingon had helped her buy from the small town. In the end, Ning Yao was the first to turn and leave. That day she did not let Qin Pingon decoct the medicine. She carried the pot to the open space behind the blacksmith's shop and busied herself for half a day. The young girl's face was covered in smoke and she even cooked a large pot of black charcoal. The young girl in green with a ponytail passed by from afar. As she walked, she ate melon seeds with relish. Ning Yao squatted on the ground and fiercely stared at the pot of medicine. She felt that this was much more difficult than practicing the sword or the saber. The young girl's face was full of indignation. Is there anything in this world that I, Ning Yao, can't do? It seems that there should be no such thing as decocting medicine in this world. Qin Pingon silently walked to her side and helped her decoct the medicine again. His movements were very skilled. Ning Yao's lips moved slightly, but she did not stop him. She only took advantage of the time when Qin Pingon was not paying attention to wipe her face. The young man squatted beside the pot and carefully watched the heat. His hands were folded on his knees and his chin was resting on his arms. Ning Yao coldly snorted, "Laugh if you want to." Qin Pingon did not laugh at her. He continued to stare at the gently swaying green flame and whispered, "It's not that I think Miss Ning will do anything bad, but the key is someone else's. No matter why it was left in our courtyard, it's not good to open the door. Even if Song Jisun and GQ never return to the town in their lives, the courtyard next door is still his. We are all outsiders." Ning Yao curled her lips. "You're such a good person. You're so stubborn. You're so fussy." Qin Pingon and Ning Yao turned their heads almost at the same time. They saw a young man with a slender figure and an elegant temperament. At first glance they could tell that he was a foreigner and a scholar. Qin Pingon noticed that this person looked at him strangely. He was not arrogant like the mountain-moving ape of Xingyang Mountain and Fu Nanhua of Old Longqing. He was also not like Lu Daozhang and Miss Ning. The young man's gaze was very complicated and contradictory. There seemed to be pity, admiration, and a hint of disdain. The young man finally chose to leave in silence. Ning Yao frowned. "It's obvious that he came for you. What's going on?" Qin Pingon was also puzzled. He shook his head and said, "I don't understand." After being interrupted by that inexplicable outsider, the little bit of grudge between the young man and the young woman quickly disappeared. However, that person soon returned. Beside him was a young woman with extremely long legs. For some reason Wuxia was also with him. Wuxia explained, "They said they don't speak the town dialect, so they asked me to help." Qin Pingon, this sister is the one who saved Lu Xianyang. Like you, her surname is Qin, but she's not from the Eastern Treasure Island. The person beside Sister Qin is the eldest grandson of the Qin family from Dragon Tail Commandery. His name is Qin Songfeng. According to Sister Qin, Qin Songfeng seems to be a distant relative of your branch of the Qin family from several hundred years ago. As for Sister Qin, she has nothing to do with you even if you push back 1 or 2,000 years. This time Sister Qin came to pay respects to her ancestors. However, in this town, from the construction supervisor to the big families in Fulu Street and Peachleaf Alley, no one knows where her ancestors' graves are. Lu Xianyang mentioned you. He said that you're the one who's most familiar with the surrounding landscape in this town. It's definitely the right choice to find you. Sister Qin said that if you can help, she can pay you a bag of gold and copper coins. I think you can agree." When she said this, the young woman in green secretly put 2 fingers together and shook them at her waist. In addition, she also mouthed 2 bags. Wuxia was obviously reminding Qin Pingon that he could ask for as much as he wanted. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a shop after this village. Qin Pingon thought carefully and said with a smile, "I thought of a place that might be the place she's looking for. As for the payment, forget it. It's just a matter of walking a few steps." Wuxia was a little anxious. Ning Yao had already taken a step forward and said in the orthodox language of the Eastern Treasure Bottle Continent, "Let Qin Pingon take you to the graves to pay respects to your ancestors. However, you have to take out 2 bags of gold and copper coins. There's no discussion. He's seriously injured now and it's not easy for him to travel long distances. You also know that Mr. Qi wants people to leave the town quickly. Qin Pingon is just an ordinary person, but he has to hurry. 1 bag of money is not enough." Qin Dui and Qin Songfeng's eyes lit up when they first saw the young woman. They forgot everything when they saw her. It was like seeing an orchid in a barren paddy field, slim and elegant. Qin Dui looked at the young woman in front of him openly. She was dressed in a green robe and had a sword hanging from her waist. It was pleasing to the eye. Qin Dui's gloomy mood also improved a little. He smiled and said, "As long as you can find my family's ancestral grave, I'll give you 2 bags of money. But I'll say it first. If you can't find it, I won't give you a single bag. How about it?" Ning Yao said in a deep voice, "It's a deal." From beginning to end, it was as if Qin Pingon had nothing to do with it. Ning Yao stared at Qin Pingon. Her eyes were full of "don't talk to me or I'll really cut you up." Qin Pingon held back his laughter and thought seriously. He said to Yuan Xiu, "Please tell them that I need to help Miss Ning boil the medicine. It will take about half an hour. Then I'll go talk to Lu Xianyang. Finally, I need Miss Yuan to help me tell Master Yuan that I'll definitely make up for the things I left behind today tomorrow." After hearing that they couldn't leave immediately, Qin Dui was a little unhappy. She looked at the straw sandals youth who didn't know what was good for him, and her expression was uncertain. Qin Pingon didn't hesitate to retreat. Ning Yao crossed her arms and smiled coldly. Qin Dui held back the unhappiness in her heart. She said to Yuan Xiu, "Xiu, tell him that we'll wait for him at the covered bridge. We'll wait for at most an hour. If we don't see him by then, let this guy bear the consequences." Yuan Xiu nodded indifferently. Qin Dui and Qin Songfeng left together. Yuan Xiu smiled, "I'll go tell my father." After Qin Pingon finished boiling the medicine for Ning Yao, he went to find Lu Xianyang. In the room with a strong smell of medicine, Lu Xianyang, who was lying on the bed, heard the footsteps and turned his head. His face still wasn't rosy, but it was much better than his previous pale face. Lu Xianyang squeezed out a smile and said hoarsely, "The woman called Qin Du looked for you?" Qin Pingon nodded. "I'll bring them into the mountains later." Lu Xianyang thought for a while. "I'll leave with her to a place that's said to be bigger than our eastern bottle continent." Actually, Qin Dui had looked for Lu Xianyang once before. But after that, Lu Xianyang wasn't interested and didn't want to talk to Qin Pingon about what she said. Lu Xianyang's mouth twitched. "Actually, I don't even know what the eastern bottle continent is." Qin Pingon bent over to help him tidy up the bedding and smiled. "Do you think I know?" Lu Xianyang rolled his eyes and asked, "Do you know what I'm most worried about?" Qin Pingon shook his head. Lu Xianyang turned his head and looked at the roof again. "Here at least you can help me get off the bed. After that, I can grit my teeth and deal with it myself. But after leaving the town, what if I shit and pee on the way? Do you want me to tell them, 'Hey, who's that? Come and give me a hand'?" Qin Pingon sat on the stool and could only scratch his head. Lu Xianyang suddenly smiled. "But then again, I've already died. Why would I be afraid of this?" Qin Pingon said, "Life will get better and better. Don't worry, didn't old Yao say that one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future?" Speaking of old Yao, Lu Xianyang was a little sad. Old Yao hasn't said many good words in his life. He said so many discouraging words, bad luck words and scolding words. Ning Yao stood outside the door and didn't say anything. Qin Pingon covered Lu Xianyang with the blanket again and stood up saying, "I'm going to take them into the mountain. You rest well." Lu Xianyang nodded. "Remember to be careful." Qin Pingon quietly walked out of the room with Ning Yao walking side by side with him. Qin Pingon asked curiously, "You're going up the mountain too?" Ning Yao frowned. "I don't trust those two surnamed Qin." Qin Pingon nodded. "That's true. It's never wrong to be careful." The two walked quickly by the stream. Ning Yao said, "Most of the outsiders in the town have left." The spring thunder shook and the hibernating insects left in alarm. The two groups of people met at the southern end of the covered bridge. Other than Ning Yao and Lu Baqiao, a sword cultivator from the Wind and Thunder Garden who came to join in the fun, the other three people were Qin Pingon from Bi Prefecture, Qin Songfeng from Ben Prefecture, and Qin Pingon from Nipping Alley in the town. "65. The young sword cultivator from the Wind Thunder Garden was in high spirits when he saw the young girl. The first thing he said to Ning Yao was, 'Little girl, if you were a little older, you would definitely not be inferior to my fairy Sue.' This was probably the highest evaluation the young sword cultivator could give to a woman in the world. Of course, Ning Yao's expression did not look too good. However, before she could say anything, Lu Baqiao, who could speak the dialect of the small town, had already turned his head and gave Qin Pingon a thumbs up. The genius sword cultivator from the Wind Thunder Garden said with clear eyes, "You dare to challenge the mountain guardian ape of Xingyang Mountain with a mortal body. Most importantly, you survived. It's simply a miracle." Lu Baqiao was really curious. How did this youth in straw sandals with thin arms and legs in front of him cultivate such astonishing explosive power? Lu Baqiao withdrew his thumb. He did not walk side by side with Qin Pingon and Qin Songfeng, who were walking in front. Instead he walked beside Qin Pingon. He turned his head and said with a smile, "Although Xingyang Mountain is just a small hill with some cowards who don't live up to their name, the mountain guardian ape is famous for its fierceness. Its reputation was earned through punches. Especially after the death of the founding ancestor of Xingyang Mountain, in the first 200 years before Xingyang Mountain opened the third peak, it was almost all thanks to this old ape that Xingyang Mountain was not annexed by the surrounding forces. Of course, at that time, Xingyang Mountain was just a small sect that did not have much influence. The enemies it had to face were not too strong. If they had provoked our Wind Thunder Garden at that time, there was no suspense. As long as the ancestor gave the order to reward me with a sword manipulation card, I could run to the sky above Xingyang Mountain alone and gently throw down our Thunder Pool sword formation. After this rain of swords, Xingyang Mountain would be finished." Lu Baqiao made a gesture of casually throwing something on the ground. Ning Yao mercilessly exposed him. "Xingyang Mountain is not as weak as you say. The Wind Thunder Garden is also not as powerful as you say." Lu Baqiao did not show any signs of awkwardness. He changed the topic at lightning speed and said mysteriously to Qin Pingon, "I heard that the predecessor of this covered bridge was a stone arch bridge. Under the stone arch bridge, there was a rusty old sword hanging to prevent the dragon from running into water. Generally speaking, this kind of unremarkable old thing is definitely not an ordinary item. Perhaps it is a spiritual treasure that can shock the heavens and make ghosts and gods weep." Lu Baqiao stomped his feet on the wooden corridor and said, "But I just laid on the ground and used my hands to knock for a long time, but I didn't find any clues. Could it be that this thing is not fated with me? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be possible. For a rare genius in the way of the sword like me, if that old sword was really a divine weapon, it should have resonated with me, right? Could it be that the old sword was just an old object that had been around for a long time? Alas, what a pity, what a pity." Qin Pingon next to him was a little stunned. This guy did not seem to be joking at all. He was very serious. Although it had nothing to do with reason and evidence, one could not say that he was purely talking nonsense. Lu Baqiao did not care whether Qin Pingon was annoyed or not. He just talked about the interesting stories in the small town. He said that so-and-so got an eye-catching fated chance and pulled the whole iron chain of the dragon-locking well out of the deep well. He also said that so-and-so wandered for a few days but did not find the fated chance. In the end, in a dilapidated alley, he casually looked up and found that there was a small bronze mirror embedded in the wall above the door. That person climbed up the ladder to take a look. Oh my, it was actually the ancestor in the demon revealing mirror. The cloud and thunder arcs were engraved with 8 small words. "The light of the sun and the moon, the world is bright." That brother was so happy that he stood on the ladder and cried loudly. There was also a young lady from the Ocean Tide Cavalry who profited from misfortune and got to know young Master Cui from the Lakeview Academy. The two of them hit it off at first sight. After crossing the corridor, Qin Pingon and Qin Songfeng naturally slowed down and let Qin Pingon lead the way. The group of people walked upstream along the nameless stream. Qin Pingon carried a large basket with yellowish bamboo leaves on his back. Qin Songfeng carried a bamboo box that was still green and lovely. Lu Baqiao was very curious about what was in Qin Pingon's basket and insisted on finding out, so he told Qin Pingon to slow down. As he followed Qin Pingon, he rummaged through the basket and found quite a lot of things in a mess. There were 3 bamboo hats stacked on top of each other, 2 pots, 1 kettle, 1 filled with oil, 2 large and small hatchets, 2 pieces of flint and a bundle of matches. At the bottom of the basket, there was also a row of bamboo tubes that had been cut in half and then closed together. There were about 7 or 8 sections of bamboo tubes, and a small cloth bag filled with fishing hooks and fishing lines. Lu Baqiao asked, "Qin Pingon, what are those sections of bamboo tubes for?" Qin Pingon answered, "There are a total of 8 bamboo tubes. 6 of them have 4 rice balls in each tube. The other 2 have some pickles that won't spoil easily." Lu Baqiao's face was full of pride. His steps were a little light as he said loudly, "Pickles, I've eaten them before." Qin Pingon glanced at him strangely. Was it that great to have eaten pickles? Unless you could eat an entire bamboo tube of pickles without drinking water or rice, that would be amazing. Lu Baqiao suddenly asked curiously, "On this trip into the mountains we'll at most have 3 meals. Do we need 2 bamboo tubes of pickles? With pickles I can eat half a bowl of rice with just a little bit of chopsticks." Qin Pingon was thinking about which mountain path was the fastest. He said casually, Miss Ning and I will eat from one tube of pickles. You and your two friends can eat together. Lu Baqiao was stunned. He laughed softly and said, Don't be so polite. I'll eat from one tube with you. Ning Yao said resolutely, No. You eat with your friends. Lu Baqiao said angrily, Why? Ning Yao raised her chin, indicating that the answer was with Qin Pingon. She meant that she couldn't be bothered to talk to Lu Baqiao. Lu Baqiao shifted his gaze. There was a hint of resentment in his eyes, but there was also a hint of anticipation. The young man and young lady could even toy with a mountain-moving ape with an extremely strong body. The mountain path was difficult to traverse. Especially after the spring rain, the ground was muddy and slippery. Coupled with the fact that they had to cross streams and stone cliffs from time to time, Qin Songfeng's mouth was dry and she was sweating profusely. Later on, even when Lu Baqiao helped Qin Songfeng to carry the school box, Qin Songfeng was still panting and her face was pale. During this period, Qin Pingon asked Qin Dui once if they should slow down. Qin Dui's reply was to shake her head. When the group of people needed to wade through the stream, Qin Songfeng stepped on a rock with moss growing on it. He slipped and fell into the stream, becoming a drowned rat. He was in an extremely sorry state. Qin Dui stopped and turned around. Although she did not say anything, her face was gloomy. Lu Baqiao quickly turned around to help Qin Songfeng up. Qin Songfeng said apologetically, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. I can definitely keep up. Qin Pingon simply took off the basket and placed it in the depression of the cliff. He said, He'll be fine after resting for 15 minutes. Of course Ning Yao did not mind. She squatted near Qin Pingon. Bored to death, she placed her palms on the hilt of her saber and sword respectively. She pressed down gently. The ends of the scabbard gently knocked on the green cliff. The sound was in harmony with the sound of the stream. Qin Dui said in a low voice, Let's continue. Qin Pingon shook his head and said, Don't use all your strength in one go. Let's rest for a while before continuing. When he gradually gets used to it, he can keep up with us. It's not that he's physically weak, it's just that his breathing is chaotic. Qin Pingon was indeed an expert when it came to climbing mountains and wading through rivers. Unexpectedly, Qin Dui did not listen to Qin Pingon's explanation at all. He directly said to Qin Songfeng, Just go back to the town. Qin Songfeng's face was full of bitterness. He looked at the unquestionable young woman and turned to Lu Baqiao. He said, Then I'll have to trouble you to carry the book box. Lu Baqiao was furious. He took the book box and threw it at Qin Dui. I'm not going to serve you. Qin Dui's face was calm. He took the book box and carried it himself. He said to Qin Pingon, Let's go. Qin Pingon thought for a moment. He took out 2 bamboo tubes from the basket and gently tossed them to Lu Baqiao. If you're hungry on the way back, you can fill your stomach. Qin Songfeng softly persuaded Lu Baqiao. The latter held the bamboo tubes and sneered. I'm not going to endure this. I'll go back with you. When we get to the yamen, we'll have a table of good wine and good food. Isn't it more comfortable than this? Qin Dui turned and continued walking. After Qin Pingon carried the basket, he was somewhat worried. He looked at Lu Baqiao and asked, Do you know the way back? Lu Baqiao smiled. I remember. Qin Pingon nodded and left with Ning Yao. The figures of the 3 people in front of them gradually disappeared. Qin Songfeng simply sat down on a rock and smiled bitterly. Why did you do this? It's not a bad thing for you and the Wind Thunder Garden to have some ties with the Qin family in Yingyin. Why did you let your emotions affect your decisions? Lu Baqiao opened a bamboo tube and revealed a snow-white rice ball. He happily said, Qin Pingon is still the most honest. He's worthy of being my good brother. Qin Songfeng knew Lu Baqiao's temper and did not try to persuade him anymore. Qin Songfeng said self-deprecatingly, He's a useless scholar. Lu Baqiao muttered, If I'd known, I would have asked Qin Pingon to leave a bamboo tube of pickled vegetables. He grabbed a rice ball and gnawed on it. He said vaguely, You're wrong. The town's Mr. Qi and of course Mr. Qi's teacher are very powerful. Qin Songfeng's eyes were absent-minded. What do you think Mr. Qi wants to do? Lu Baqiao answered casually, God knows. Qin Songfeng reached out and shook his soaked clothes. He sighed. What a God knows. In the shop by the stream, Lu Xianying fell asleep again. Wan Ting sat at the head of the bed with a dignified expression. Every breath of the tall teenager was long and distant. The key was that the breath he exhaled was like the mist in the mountains and the smoke on the lake. It was white and misty. It did not scatter with the wind but condensed in the mouth and nose bit by bit. In the end, there was a 3-inch-long white dragon entrenched on the teenager's face. He used the dream as a sword furnace. He made the immortal sword in one go. Wan Ting rubbed his chin and praised. It turns out that he took the extreme path of breaking and then building. All the aperture acupoints were broken and there was no obstruction. Although this body is completely rotten, this sword is finally completed. It can be used to forge and practice swords. No wonder this sword manual is so popular. It can be used to cultivate in sleep and in dreams. There's hope. Wan Ting stood up and said self-deprecatingly, I shouldn't have agreed to lend you to the Qin family of Yingyin for 20 years. The 3 carriages went up the seemingly endless mountain road. They finally reached the top. Song Jisun and GQ got off the carriage and looked at each other. The top of the mountain was a large flat platform with 2 stone pillars in the center. However, the pillars flowed like water and the scene behind the water could not be seen clearly. It was as if there was a gate in front of the boy and girl. The girls stared at the gate. Song Jisun turned around and walked to the edge of the mountain. He looked into the distance and felt refreshed by the beautiful rivers and mountains. Song Zhangqiang, the vassal of Dali, was wrapped in a fox fur coat. His face was pale but he was in good spirits. He came to Song Jisun's side and said with a smile, This is the Pearl Grotto Heaven in the eastern vase continent. It is one of the 36 small grotto heavens. It is not known for its vast area. Its territory is only about 1,000 miles. Song Zhangqiang did not turn his head. He just raised his hand and pointed at the gate behind him. After passing through that gate and going down the ladder about 30 miles later, you will be stepping on the territory of Dali. At that time, you may not be able to see anything clearly even if you turn your head. However, you can understand one thing. That is, this Pearl Grotto Heaven is actually hanging high in the sky. Song Zhangqiang paused for a moment. A pearl. '66. Song Jisun stood at the top of the mountain and had a broad view. After staying in Mud Bottle Lane for so many years, he could only see mud walls as far as the eye could see. The teenager liked the feeling of being able to see thousands of miles of mountains and rivers under his feet. Song Zhangqiang adjusted his expensive but old fox fur coat. This vassal king was surprisingly in high spirits today. He pointed to a high mountain in the west and said, That mountain is called Mount Biyun. In the future, it may be conferred by Dali as one of the 10 main mountains outside of the 5 sacred mountains. According to the old rules left by our ancestors, there will be a mountain god who will be recorded at the top of the genealogical records. He will be able to create a golden statue and enjoy the incense of the human world. He will suppress the fate of Dali and will not be scattered to other places to prevent the neighboring countries from making a wedding dress. The people of the town can only see the Longtu mountain under our feet when they stand at the top of Mount Biyun. Because the Longtu mountain is protected by a large array, ordinary people can't see the scenery here with the naked eye. This is also an opportunity. According to the records of the government office, there are several people in history who have climbed the Longtu mountain and successfully walked out of this world. Song Jisun asked, Then are these people all outstanding now? In our Dali or Eastern Bottle continent they have become the top people? Song Zhangqiang smiled and said, 2 of them are doing well in Dali. They are separated by less than 30 years. One of them is a scholar and the other is a martial artist. They are known as the twin jade annulus of Dali. The one who is a scholar was promoted to a scholar after his death, and the one who is a martial artist won a lot of ancestral glory for his descendants. Although I have a very bad impression of the 2's descendants, the 2 families have a close relationship with Dali. I have to pinch my nose and admit it. After all, if it weren't for their joint efforts to turn the tide, the Song clan wouldn't have survived that crisis. Song Jisun felt the breeze on the top of the mountain and had a feeling of ascension. He asked, What about the others? Song Zhangqiang gently exhaled and felt more refreshed. He suppressed the rising sea of qi in his body as if he was using one hand to forcibly suppress a rising sun. At this moment, Song Jianqiang was very sure that as long as he stepped out of the door he would immediately reach the 10th realm, which was known as the peak of martial arts. All the Qi refinement warriors below the upper 5 realms had almost no chance of winning against an ultimate grandmaster who had reached the peak of martial arts. They would only be crushed and killed. Song Jianqiang calmed his state of mind and told the young man the truth that was not too heartwarming. All of them are dead. This king once killed one with his own hands. At the time, this king was only a warrior of the 7th realm, and that person was a relatively troublesome sword cultivator who was at the peak of his life. That time this king and this king pursued each other for 700 to 800 li. In the end, this king finally caught up to him at a small place called White Fox Pass on the southern border of Great Li. After destroying all of his magical artifacts and life-bound flying swords, this king wrung his neck. There was no choice. This was the only outcome for those who refused to be used by Dali. It is true that the Song family has always treated the Qi cultivators well. However, the prerequisite is that these Qi cultivators must work hard for the Song family, even if it is just for show. During the second half of that battle, Song Jianqiang entered the 8th realm. Song Jisan was not interested in the legendary experience of this vassal king uncle. He only asked curiously, "Is it because the other dynasties offered a higher price? That is why they did not hesitate to betray Dali?" Song Jianqiang smiled and said, "Most of the time this was the case before that swordsman. The Great Li dynasty is located in a remote area and its people are tough. It is a country that worships martial arts. Martial arts geniuses come in large numbers and they are not worth much. However, Qi cultivators who are gentle and soft are rare. Therefore, every time a few of them appear, the previous emperors of the Great Li dynasty would worship them like bodhisattvas. The current emperor, that is my brother, of course, is no exception. There was one time when that sword cultivator entered the palace to meet my brother. He walked with his sword on his back and his nose in the air, looking very annoying. At that time he happened to be lucky enough to obtain a suitable amulet treasure. Everyone in the court was at the peak of their power. Therefore after seeing me he did not even greet me." Song Jisan asked, "And then?" Song Jianqiang cast a sideways glance at his nephew as if he was looking at an idiot. "And then didn't he die?" Song Jisan's face was full of disbelief. "Uncle, just because he did not greet you, you killed a great cultivator who could be called a pillar of the country?" Song Jianqiang said indifferently, "There are some people that you can't spoil." Song Jisan's eyes were filled with suspicion. He did not seem to understand how such an arrogant and unruly member of the Dali royal family could survive until today. Song Jianqiang smiled and said, "You may not know one thing. That is, in the entire Eastern Treasure Island, there is only one dynasty's Qi cultivators. No matter what background they have to go to the border battlefield to work hard for the emperor. They have to fight for 3 years. If they do not have enough military achievements, they will continue to stay at the border until they have accumulated enough before they can return home to enjoy life." Song Jisan was even more puzzled. "Uncle, didn't you say that Dali worships Qi cultivators the most? Why is there such a rule? Taking a step back, isn't Dali afraid that these people will die prematurely on the battlefield?" Song Jianqiang laughed and said, "This unwritten rule was established after I took control of the military power." Song Jisan suddenly understood and said, "Is it because that swordsman is unwilling to go to the battlefield and embarrass you, causing the other Qi cultivators to follow suit and subconsciously damage the morale of Dali's army and the people? So you can only choose the lesser of two evils?" Song Jianqiang shook his head and said, "That swordsman joined the army at the border when he was young. In just 1 year he accumulated enough military achievements and has a good reputation in Dali." Song Jisan flew into a rage out of humiliation and said, "Then what is the reason? Could it be that he was jealous of you, violated the taboo of the Song clan, or secretly colluded with the enemy and committed treason?" Song Jianqiang's answer was very simple. Although cultivators and martial artists are people of 2 different paths, the former is indeed more, well, in the words of that embroidered tiger, more golden branches and jade leaves. If we were to pick the most outstanding people out of the 2, the Qi cultivators of the upper 5 realms would be like standing at the top of the mountain here. For a martial artist like me, I can only stand at the top of that Mount Biyun. Of course, It is not impossible for a martial artist of the upper 5 realms to fight with a cultivator of the upper 5 realms. But ultimately, in the eyes of the secular world, a martial artist is a big fellow who only knows how to fight and kill. He is inferior to other cultivators. So when we met in the palace that time, although he did not greet me, he deliberately glanced at me from the corner of his eyes and curled his lips. It was very provocative. I wanted to teach him how to behave. Song Jisun was dumbstruck. If you want to teach him how to behave, you should at least leave him a way out. Do you have to break his neck? Song Jianqiang did not want to talk about the dead man. Do you really want to know about the middle-aged man who fought with me to the death? Song Jisun subconsciously swallowed his saliva and did not speak. Although the 3 carriages had left first, the 2 people at the back were fighting head-on. Once, Song Jianqiang fell from the sky and smashed a big hole in the ground a few hundred feet away from the carriage. After that, Song Jianqiang retaliated. At that time, the youth had already climbed to the roof of the carriage and saw with his own eyes that the burly man with an aura like a dragon on land was smashed into a small hill by Song Jianqiang. The splashing of dust was extremely spectacular. Inhuman. This was the only impression the youth had at that time. In fact, the fight between Song Jianqiang and the burly man was not ethereal at all. It was as if every punch was hitting flesh. From the beginning to the end, it was as if they were exchanging injury for injury, life for life. It was a competition of who was more unreasonable. Song Jianqiang suddenly rubbed the youth's head. His voice and tone were unusually warm. My brother is very ambitious. When the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom was only focused on Dali, he had already set his sights on the old dragon city in the southernmost part of the eastern bottle continent. Don't you find it strange that I, a prince of Dali and a vassal who controls the military power of a country, have such high prestige in the military and among the people that no one can compare to, can still be so respectful to your father? Song Jisun smiled and said slyly, Uncle, if you are willing to say it, just say it. Song Jianqiang retracted his hand and said in a deep voice, because the only thing I want is to see the martial arts seen beyond the boundary. Only when I reach there I, Song Jianqiang, will not have lived in vain. At this moment the youth's heart seemed to be surging with a torrent. He asked in a trembling voice, if I were to focus wholeheartedly, would I be able to reach the heights that you are at today? Song Jianqiang shook his head and smiled. If you were to practice martial arts, you would only reach the 8th realm at most. There would be no future. It would be better for you to be a chi refinement warrior obediently. Your achievements would definitely be higher. Song Jisun was a little unconvinced. Why can I only reach the 8th realm of martial arts? Song Jianqiang smiled playfully. Song Jisun blushed a little. Song Jianqiang did not care about the youth's ignorance. He squinted his eyes and looked into the distance. He said slowly, Chi refinement warriors are a profession that relies on the heavens to make a living. It is very important to have a good life. Today you will encounter an opportunity here. Tomorrow you will pick up a Dharma treasure somewhere. The day after tomorrow, you will accidentally meet a hidden immortal. The day after tomorrow you will be enlightened just by looking at the scenery. It seems that you can increase your cultivation level no matter what you do. As for us martial artists, it is very different. There are no shortcuts to be taken. We can only rely on taking one step at a time. It is very boring. Song Jisun had mixed feelings. He was a little disappointed. Song Jianqiang ignored this nephew of his. He turned and walked towards the horse carriage. When he saw the back view of the young girl from the corner of his eye, he hesitated for a moment. He walked to her side and raised his head to look at the door with her. Song Jianqiang muttered to himself, the chi of the true dragon condenses into pearls. All the flood dragons in the world regard pearls as precious. It is like a cultivator's natal primordial spirit. The maidservant GQ did not turn her head, but showed a trace of nervousness. Song Jianqiang smiled and said, in order to write the words wind generates water rises on the plaque of the covered bridge, I, Dolly, have paid a great price that outsiders cannot imagine. Wind generates water rises, why water rises? Isn't it because when the flood dragon crosses the river, it will be unimpeded? As for this prince, I don't care about these things. Everything is just the wish of your young master's heartless father. After you leave this small cave, I reckon that other than that embroidered tiger in the capital, no one else will be able to order you around. Song Jianqiang turned his head and looked at the side of the young girl's face. Although your fate is linked to that of this prince's nephew and you share honor and disgrace, you shouldn't be too arrogant. Don't let this prince have the thought of making a move. And for the sake of Dali's Jiangshan and nephew Song Jisan's face, this prince can make an exception and give you 2 chances to court death. It just happens to fulfill the old saying no more than 3. The young girl suddenly became angry. She first turned around and then took 2 steps back. She fiercely stared at this Dali vassal who made her feel fear. I am not a human, but you want to restrict me with the rules of the human world. Who is the unreasonable one? Your golden rules and regulations, what does it have to do with me? Song Jianqiang smiled happily and said, don't get me wrong, this prince will never ask you for small things. On the contrary, this prince is your biggest protective talisman. Song Jianqiang stared at the young girl. She had a pair of strange golden eyes. He finally said, after that fight, this prince and you are actually allies in the same boat. Remember this sentence, especially in the future when you are qualified to make important decisions. Remember this sentence. Song Jianqiang turned and left. Next to the carriage, a middle-aged coachman with a rough smell of the battlefield looked at the eye-catching snow-white fox fur coat on the Dali vassal. He couldn't help but laugh and say, Prince, when will you change to a new fox fur coat? It's been so many years. Prince is not tired of wearing it, but we are tired of looking at it. Song Jianqiang boarded the carriage, bent over to lift the curtain and said in a bad mood, let's talk about it after we defeat the Great Sui Kingdom. The coachman who was driving the carriage laughed heartily. Facing the powerful vassal of Dali, he was not restrained at all. Song Jianqiang had been in the military for 20 years. Although he was a general and commander, it was impossible for him to take the lead in every battle. He was more likely to strategize in the tent. However, when there was smoke everywhere on the border of Dali, Song Jianqiang must be personally involved in every battle. As a vassal, he had never drunk wine or had beautiful women in his daily life. It could almost be described as having nothing but possessions. After Song Jianqiang got into the carriage, he sat cross-legged and frowned. That person asked me not to rush to the capital after leaving Lizhu Cave. He said that I might as well wait at the foot of the mountain and look up. What should I wait for? What should I look at? Song Jisan and the maidservant GQ also got into the carriage. The carriage was ready to go through the gate. Song Jisan found GQ curled up in the corner, shivering. He asked worriedly, what's wrong? GQ said in a trembling voice, I can feel that there are countless terrible things on the other side of the gate. Song Jisan smiled and comforted her. My uncle is here. What are you afraid of? Don't be afraid. Even if the sky falls, he can hold it up. Unexpectedly, GQ became more and more panicked. She curled up in the corner and cried, even he can't hold it up. A rare guest came to the town's largest restaurant. A white-haired teacher ordered a jug of wine and a few dishes to go with the wine. He drank by himself and enjoyed the food. It turned out that the teacher did not teach today. The students went home happily one by one. When he finished the last cup of wine and the last bite of food, he gently put down his chopsticks. After the sound of a slap, the small grotto heaven of thousands of miles was silent. Everything was still. The heaven and earth instantly collapsed. At this moment, the immortals on the mountain and the mortals at the foot of the mountain could not help but look up. But in the next moment, it was as if there was an immortal who was even more powerful than immortals. He used a great divine power to change the heaven and earth, covering the entire Pearl Grotto heaven. In the sky above the northern part of the eastern bottle continent, thousands of miles of clouds rolled and slowly lowered. There was a person who was completely white. His sleeves were fluttering and he seemed to be thousands of feet tall. He sat upright and a broken pearl the size of his palm floated in front of him. This person's Dharma form was so huge that it was as if he had turned the entire eastern bottle continent into a private school. Above the boundless sea of clouds, awe-inspiring voices exploded like heavenly thunder one after another. Qijingchen, how dare you? Disgraceful. Repent and be saved. The scholar lowered his head and stared at the pearl. He slowly retracted his gaze and finally raised his head. I, Qi Jingchen, will shoulder the counterattack of the heavenly Tao that the town has accumulated for 3,000 years. 67. 2 days before Qi Jingchun put down the pair of chopsticks, there were some bad signs in the small town. The water level in the iron lock well dropped drastically, the locust tree branches broke off from the tree trunks, and the branches and leaves were all yellow and withered. It was obviously not in line with the rules of spring flourishing and autumn withering. There were also many places outside the small town where there were many wooden and clay statues. There were often firecracker-like explosions in the middle of the night. Busybodies went to take a look and found that more than half of the clay bodhisattvas and wooden deities that were still around last winter had disappeared. The ox and horse carriages that set off from Fulu Street and Peach Leaf Alley never stopped. Even in the middle of the night, one could hear the hooves of the ox and horse that disturbed one's sleep on the streets paved with large bluestone slabs. Those foreigners who were dressed in luxurious clothes and exuded an air of wealth also began to walk out hurriedly. Most of them looked unhappy and were in groups of 2 or 3. There were often people who pointed in the direction of the school in the small town and were quite angry. Jing Dafeng, the bachelor at the east gate of the small town, was nowhere to be seen. The Bureau of Kiln Affairs also had no intention of finding someone to replace him. Therefore the small town was like a person who had lost 2 front teeth. Lu Baqiao and Qin Songfeng returned along the original path. When the 2 of them could see the outline of the covered bridge, it was already dusk. Lu Baqiao walked along a small path to the stream and squatted down to wash his face. Perhaps he felt that it was not satisfying enough, so he raised his buttocks and lay on the ground, sinking his entire head into the stream. Finally he suddenly raised his head and exclaimed in joy. Turning his head to look at Qin Songfeng, who was sweating profusely, Lu Baqiao joked, "A weak scholar who doesn't even have the strength to truss a chicken." Qin Songfeng only scooped some water and drank a mouthful of the stream. He said with a hoarse voice, "The reason why I worked so hard to become a qi cultivator was because I wanted to strengthen my body, live a few more years and read a few more books. How can I compare to you sword cultivators? Moreover, in this small grotto heaven, qi cultivators who are not sword cultivators are the most disadvantaged. If you are not careful, you will lose your cultivation. The higher the realm, the more you will lose. I never thought that my low cultivation would be a good thing." Lu Baqiao patted his shoulder. "Why don't you change your sect and join our Wind and Thunder Garden to practice swordsmanship? I will protect you in the future. Think about it, becoming a sword cultivator, riding a sword in the wind, flying high in the sky as fast as lightning. Especially during a thunderstorm, riding on a sword to travel back and forth." Qin Songfeng suddenly smiled and said, "I heard that the sword practitioner who was struck by lightning the most times in the Wind Thunder Garden is called." Lu Baqiao stretched out a hand. "Stop." Swordsman was also one of the qi refinement warriors. However, compared to ordinary qi refinement warriors, their physique was closer to that of a pure martial artist. To put it simply, it was the muscles, bones and essence. Swordsmen pursued both. For other qi refinement warriors, as long as their physique did not drag them down, they did not deliberately temper their physique. Of course, while qi refinement warriors nurtured and refined their qi, they perfected their physique just like the spring wind and rain. They were constantly tempering themselves. However, compared to swordsmen in terms of tempering one's physique, be it in terms of strength or frequency, they were far inferior. It was also impossible for them to be as dedicated and tireless as martial artists. To the qi refinement warriors of the world, there was a consensus that the body was something that was constantly decaying. It was fine as long as it was sufficient. It would be best if one was lucky enough to cultivate the invincible Vajra body or the stainless glass body. However, it did not matter if one was not able to cultivate it. One must not be stubborn and miss the root of Tao. Lu Baqiao asked casually, "That distant relative of yours, what level of martial artist is he?" Qin Songfeng said helplessly, "How would I know such confidential information?" Lu Baqiao recalled the conflict that broke out in the main hall of the yamen that day. He sighed and said, "Song Zhengqiang is really too strong. The most frightening thing is that this vassal of Dali is still so young. Ordinary 8th and 9th realm martial artists are all above 50 or 60 years old. Even 100 years old is not considered old. However, if I remember correctly, Song Zhengqiang is only close to 40 years old. No wonder that person jokingly said that he needed to suppress his arrogance back then." Qin Songfeng said softly, "He was born with the times and is blessed by the heavens." Upper 5 realms cultivators were elusive and difficult to find. However, the 8th and 9th realms among martial artists were often known by the world. They were not far from the secular dynasties. Moreover, the advancement of martial arts relied on one life and death battle after another. Only by being on the line between life and death and seeing life and death could one break through life and death and obtain a transcendent state of mind similar to Buddhism's freedom and Taoism's tranquility. Other than the sparring between two great grandmasters, the 8th and 9th realm martial artists loved to bully the top chi refinement warriors of the middle 5 realms. Especially Song Jianqiang, the strongest 9th realm cultivator, could be said to be invincible below the upper 5 realms. Only the sword cultivators among the chi refinement warriors could fight with him. However, they could only strive to not lose too badly and win a glorious defeat. However, there was an obscure reason that caused the 9th realm martial artists to be unscrupulous. That was the last level of the middle 5 realms. The 10th level great cultivators had no interest in worldly disputes. They did not even care about the survival of their clan or the rise and fall of their dynasty. They only cared about the word Great Tao. Lu Baqiao was still immersed in his own thoughts. Song Jianqiang wants me to take the talisman sword with my own ability after leaving the town. Should I inform the Wind Thunder Garden and let them set up a celebration banquet early? Qin Songfeng did not know whether to laugh or cry. Looking at the gurgling water that was no deeper than his knees, he thought of Song Jianqiang and the dissolute young man beside the vassal king. Qin Songfeng vaguely felt a sign of the gathering of the general trend. He decided that after returning to the Qin clan's ancestral home in Longwei County, he must persuade the clan to bet on the Dali dynasty. Even if he could not stake everything on one throw, he must let the Qin clan's disciples integrate into the Dali court as soon as possible. Qin Songfeng murmured, "The Dali phenomenon has already arrived and the heavens and the earth are united. Therefore my Qin clan must support the dragon. We must not compete with others for the dragon." Lu Baqiao asked, "What are you murmuring about?" Qin Songfeng stood up and shook his hand. He smiled and said, "You seem to hit it off with that young man from Clay Bottle Alley." Lu Baqiao also stood up and said casually, "Meeting by chance, meeting and parting is uncertain. God knows if we will meet again in the future." The two stepped on the spring grass by the stream and walked ashore. Qin Songfeng asked, "I heard that the blessed land in the southern stream kingdom will be opened to the public this winter. Dozens of people are allowed to enter. You are still unable to break through the bottleneck. Do you want to go down and try your luck?" Lu Baqiao sneered and said, "I'm determined not to go. Going to the ant colony to show off, I'm so embarrassed." Qin Songfeng shook his head and said, "My family's Mr. Lu once said that the state of mind is like a mirror. The more you polish it, the brighter it becomes. Therefore, cultivating the state of mind and being able to sit on the Tao ancestor's lotus throne is of great benefit. But occasionally crawling and rolling in a small quagmire may not necessarily be without benefits. Going to the blessed land to be a banished immortal who forgets his previous life and forgets his previous life, whether it is happiness or suffering, more or less." Without waiting for Qin Songfeng to finish, Lu Baqiao had already shouted, "I am a person who cares too much about winning and losing. Once I go to the blessed land where the spiritual energy is thin, if I am unable to rely on my own ability to break through the taboo and return to my hometown, then it will definitely leave a knot in my heart. The gains will not make up for the losses and the disadvantages will outweigh the advantages. Besides, if I am not careful and am bullied by the locals in the blessed land, it will be another knot in my heart. After I return to my senses, even if I have to pay a huge price, I will definitely descend into the world as a Taoist master. Only then will I be happy. But in this way, won't it go against my original intention?" Lu Baqiao held the back of his head with both hands and said with a face full of disdain, "To put it bluntly, who doesn't know that the 3 blessed lands in our eastern treasure bottle continent have long changed? They have already become places where those rich people from the secular dynasties spend money to have fun. No wonder they are said to be brothels under the rule of immortals. It is a foul atmosphere." Qin Songfeng smiled and said, "You can't generalize. Not to mention us foreigners, just the locals, there is no lack of amazing talents." Lu Baqiao rolled his eyes and said, "A blessed land with so many people, how many people can stand out every year? Probably not even one. Of those who have successfully come to our place in the past 100 years, how many of their names can be remembered by us? It can be counted on one hand. So I don't understand why these blessed lands are so respected. There are even people who say that as long as you have a part of the governing rights of a blessed land, the benefits will not be less than having a cultivator of the upper 5 realms. Are they crazy? Qin Songfeng smiled and said, the benefits of the blessed lands are long. Occasionally there will be 1 or 2 surprises. The most important thing is that all the benefits are enjoyed by others. Who wouldn't be willing to take a share of it? Most of the people who came out of the grotto heaven had good lives. Those who came out of the blessed lands had especially hard lives. Lu Baqiao asked, you don't seem to like that young man surnamed Qin? Qin Songfeng thought for a while and chose to reveal his thoughts. If it is a personal matter, I don't have any opinions about the young man. But if it is a matter of fact, his existence is actually very embarrassing for our entire family. The disciples of the Qin family in Long Pearl Grotto Heaven have always been a joke in this continent. In the small town there is only 1 of them left, and the rest have all become servants of other families. It is very normal for them to be reduced to a joke. In the eyes of the Qin family in Dragontail Commandery, although we have the same ancestry as the people surnamed Qin in the small town, that is the history of many years ago, there is no affection. However, all the opponents of the Qin family in Dragontail Commandery would not see it that way. Under such circumstances, if the young man from Mud Bottle Alley had simply become a servant of a large family, it would be fine. After that, it would be very difficult for him to continue to be a topic of conversation for many years. But this young man gritted his teeth and persevered. His existence alone is especially eye-catching. Many people are even betting that this branch of the Qin family in the small town will no longer be the only one. Lu Baqiao frowned and said, this is not the young man's fault. Qin Songfeng smiled and said, of course, what did the young man do wrong? But in the end, there are some things in this world that are difficult to explain clearly. Lu Baqiao shook his head and said, it is difficult to explain clearly. In fact, it is you who are unreasonable. It is only because the young man is too weak that you can appear to be righteous. In addition, the reputation of the Qin family in Dragontail Commandery is much greater than the young man's, but compared to the people around you who are laughing at you, you are very ordinary. Therefore the situation is even more awkward. In the end, you are not willing to admit your incompetence, so you can only hint to yourselves that the young man is the main culprit. I believe that if it was not for the fact that Long Pearl Grotto Heaven is not easy to enter, the young man from the shabby alley who embarrassed the Qin family in Dragontail Commandery would have been secretly killed by the disciples of the Qin family in Dragontail Commandery, or by some guy from a vassal family. Qin Songfeng's face flushed red. For a moment he actually became angry out of shame. Lu Baqiao held the back of his head and raised his head to look at the sky. He still had a leisurely and languid expression. I know that you, Qin Songfeng, are not such a person. Unfortunately, there are very few people like you. There are many people who are not like you. Let's say that the mountain-moving ape of Xingyang Mountain was afraid that the Wind Thunder Garden would obtain the sword manual because he could not obtain it himself. Therefore he wanted to kill the young man with the surname Lu with 1 punch. Do you think that is reasonable? I think that is very unreasonable. But is it useful? It is useless. I do not even dare to challenge the old ape directly. Lu Baqiao sighed and released one of his hands. He patted his stomach and said self-deprecatingly, as for me, I am just clumsy with words. My fists are not hard enough and my sword is not fast enough. Otherwise, I would have accumulated a lot of principles in my stomach. I would like to have a good talk with this world. Qin Songfeng exhaled. So you think that the young man is not bad? Lu Baqiao turned his head to look at the mountain in the west where the sun had fallen. Not bad? How is that possible? Qin Songfeng was somewhat puzzled. Lu Baqiao said with a smile, I feel ashamed when I see that young man. Qin Songfeng found it inconceivable. He shook his head and said with a smile, why do you have to go so far? Lu Baqiao swallowed some of the words that were about to come out of his mouth to avoid feeling sad. Although Qin Songfeng was not to his liking, he was much better than the average scholar. He should be content with what he had. The talkative Lu Baqiao remained silent the entire way. The night was deep. Qin Pingon made 3 torches and the 3 of them traveled with the fire. Finally they arrived at the foot of a tall mountain. Qin Pingon wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to Ning Yao, Miss Ning, tell her that this is a mountain that the imperial court has sealed. Does she have any taboos? After Ning Yao passed the message to Qin Dui, the latter shook her head. Qin Dui looked over. She was very certain that the ancestral tomb of the Qin family of Yingyin was definitely here. A wanderer returning to his home had a resonance in his heart. Qin Dui slowly closed her eyes. A moment later she squatted down and used her finger to write a long string of characters on the ground. After she finished writing, her lips moved slightly. Finally, she used her palm to slowly erase all traces. After she got up, she walked around the place where the runes were destroyed and took the lead to climb the mountain. She did not even need Qin Pingon to lead the way. The three of them arrived at a place halfway up the mountain. Qin Pingon pointed not far away. There was a tree growing on a small mound. Its trunk was strange and extremely straight. It was even straighter than bamboo. Qin Pingon felt relieved and nodded. It's here. Qin Dui said in a deep voice, wait for me at the foot of the mountain. Ning Yao pulled Qin Pingon's sleeve, indicating that they should go down the mountain together. Qin Dui put down the book box and carefully took out the carefully prepared offerings one by one to worship the gods and ancestors. Halfway through, Qin Dui was absent-minded for a moment. She looked at the small tree in a daze. Tears of joy filled her eyes and she muttered, as expected, as expected. In the end, the woman sincerely kowtowed 3 times and 9 times to the small mound. After that, Qin Dui prostrated on the ground and said in a trembling voice, the Qin family of Yingyin thanks the ancestor for your protection. At the foot of the mountain, Qin Pingon and Ning Yao each sat on one side of the basket with their backs facing each other. Ning Yao asked, there was a part of the journey before. Why did you deliberately take the longer route? Qin Pingon was stunned and said in shock, Miss Ning, even you could tell? Ning Yao held the scabbard and pushed it back. The tip of the scabbard hit the back of the youth's waist. Remove the word Lian. The young man in straw sandals grimaced and gently rubbed his waist. If Ning Yao had known this earlier, she wouldn't have taken the fruit. Ning Yao felt a bit regretful. She wiped her mouth and handed over the remaining wild fruit. It doesn't taste good. I'll return it to you. Qin Pingon resentfully took it back. He was a bit disappointed. He thought that Miss Ning would think it was good. Ning Yao lightly kicked the basket on her back. She casually asked, are you leaving it for that woman called Xianxia? Qin Pingon shook his head. Why would I give it to her? We're not related to each other. Of course I'm leaving it for Lu Xianyang. Ning Yao suddenly asked curiously, if Wan Xiu was here, would you give it to Wan Xiu instead of Qin Xiang? Qin Pingon nodded. Of course. Ning Yao asked again, then if you only had 2 wild fruits, would you give them to me or to Wan Xiu? Qin Pingon said without hesitation, I'll give one to you and one to Wan Xiu. I'll just watch you guys eat. Qin Pingon suffered another sneak attack. He rubbed his back and innocently asked, Miss Ning, what are you doing? Ning Yao asked again, if there's only one? Qin Pingon chuckled. I'll give it to you. Ning Yao asked, why? Qin Pingon said slyly and honestly, Miss Wan isn't here but Miss Ning is. The youth's back was hit hard twice. It hurt so much that Qin Pingon quickly got up and jumped around. As a result, Ning Yao fell into the large basket. Qin Pingon quickly pulled her out of the basket. Ning Yao didn't get angry. She just glared at Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon held the basket and the two sat back to back again. Ning Yao asked, do you know what kind of tree that tree is? Qin Pingon shook his head. I don't know. I've only seen it in this place. I don't think there's any in the other mountains. Ning Yao said in a deep voice. It's said that if a family mausoleum gives birth to a regular tree, it's an auspicious sign that the scholarly sage is about to be born. Moreover, this sage is bound to be extremely upright and full of righteousness. Therefore in your world he'll definitely be favored. Qin Pingon nodded. What scholarly sage? Auspicious sign? Righteousness? This straw sandals youth didn't understand. Ning Yao asked, aren't you envious of that woman on the mountain? Haven't you thought about why this regular tree doesn't grow on the graves of your ancestors? Qin Pingon didn't answer the question. He happily said, this year's Qingming festival I can visit my parents' graves. It's really good. Ning Yao suddenly stood up. This time it was Qin Pingon's turn to sit in the basket. Ning Yao held her belly and laughed. There were only 5 children left in the town school. They came from different backgrounds and ages. Among them there was a little girl wearing a red cotton-padded jacket. Although she came from Fulu Street, she never bullied others in the school. However, she didn't like to join in the fun either. She always liked to wander around by herself. In the westernmost part of the town, Li Huai's son Li Huai was also studying in this village school. His parents took his sister and left the town, leaving him alone. Li Huai didn't cry or make a fuss. Instead, he was overjoyed. Finally, he didn't have to be controlled by others. However, at night, this child who was staying at his uncle's house woke up from a nightmare and began to howl at the top of his lungs. As a result, his uncle and aunt who had woken up worked together to suppress him. One used a feather duster while the other used a broom. The other three came from Peach Leaf Alley, Dragon Rider Alley, and Apricot Blossom Alley. They were 2 men and 1 woman. After class, Mr. Chi gave each of them a piece of calligraphy. He asked them to keep it safe and carefully copy it. He said that he would check their homework in 3 days. It was the word Chi. After the students left, the old man who was sweeping the floor took a bath and changed his clothes. He came to Mr. Chi's study and sat on the ground. The old man asked a classic question about the first month of the King of Spring. Qi Jingchun smiled knowingly and explained what was spring, what was king, what was right, and what was the moon. This was the unique, asking the difficult questions of the major Confucian academies. During the class, there would be a teacher questioning, arranged to ask the lecturer. The teacher could ask 1 question, several questions, 10 questions, or even 100 questions. This questioning took place when Mr. Qi and the old man first met. That was 80 years ago. However, at that time Qi Jingchun was the one who asked, and the person who answered was the teacher of both of them. After the old man finished asking all the questions, he looked at Qi Jingchun. Do you still remember the teacher's parting words before we went to Cliff Academy? Qi Jingchun smiled but didn't say anything. The old man answered his own question. The sentence he gave me was, "Heaven and earth give birth to a gentleman, and a gentleman rules heaven and earth." The sentence he gave you was, "You can't learn anymore. Green comes from blue and green comes from blue." The old man suddenly became very excited. Teacher thinks so highly of you. He hopes that you will surpass him. Why do you have to stay here and refuse to turn back until you hit the wall? Why do you have to give up your 100-year cultivation and 1,000-year great path for a small town with only 5,000 or 6,000 people? If you were an ordinary scholar, it would be fine. But you are Qi Jingchun, our teacher's most valued and proud disciple. You are a scholar who has the potential to start a new life and even establish a sect. The old man trembled and said, "I know. It's Buddhism that has wronged you. All living beings are equal. Have you forgotten what the teacher said about the noble and lowly?" Qi Jingchun smiled and shook his head. Although the teacher is a teacher and his knowledge is naturally great, his reasoning may not be all right. The old man was shocked to the extreme. His face was full of astonishment, and then he shouted angrily, "The person of etiquette is the true body." Qi Jingchun smiled and replied, "When a gentleman retracts, he withdraws. When he extends, he extends." It seemed that there was no reason and they were thousands of miles apart. But after the old man heard it, his face changed dramatically and was full of surprise. Qi Jingchun sighed and looked at his junior brother who had followed him here for 60 years. He said seriously, "Things have come to this. Those children will be entrusted to you to send to the Cliff Academy." The old man nodded and left with a complicated expression. Qi Jingchun said to himself, "Teacher, is there a true righteousness in this world?" 2 carriages set off from Fulu Street long before dawn and left the town early. At dawn, a young man with straw sandals carried 2 large cloth bags and set off to wait for someone outside the kiln supervision office. One of the bags was filled with gold and copper coins, while the other one was filled with snake gall stones that he thought were the most valuable. But when the sun rose and the concierge came out to sweep the streets, the young man still did not see the departing carriages. He could only thicken his skin and ask the concierge when the group of guests named Chin Dui would set off from Fulu Street. The concierge smiled and said that they had left the town long ago. The young man with straw sandals was dumbfounded. Didn't that fellow Lu Xianyang make an appointment with him to leave after dawn? At that moment the young man's vision was a bit blurry. After thanking the concierge, the young man turned around and ran. Running out of the town, the young man ran for nearly 60 miles in one breath. Finally, he followed a slope. The exhausted young man walked to the top of the slope and looked at the winding road that extended all the way out. The young man squatted at the top of the mountain, and beside his feet were the copper coins and stones that he had not given away. A young girl with a sword and a saber sat silently beside him. She panted and said angrily, "Aren't you a money grubber? Why are you so generous? You want to give away all your belongings? Even if Lu Xianyang is your friend, he shouldn't be so extravagant." The young man only held his head and looked into the distance. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.